Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Isle of Man, where we have the grand finals of the IPA Tour. It all comes to an end here. We will crown a world number one in every single category, from the professional elite ladies, amateur ladies and the amateur men's. And I'm delighted once again, this year, it seems to be a common occurrence. Dave Dagnall, cheers for joining me, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's great to be here, and it's great to be back as well. And obviously here in the Isle of Man, you know, it's great to be here in my home country, and I hope it's a good event and everyone enjoys it.
Well, one of the big things we were speaking about, we're coming over on the ferry, the fact that we've got Visit Isle of Man, Steam Packet, the kind that, I mean, they're the ferry that brings us all over. Visit Isle of Man, sponsoring the event, giving us so much that encourages us to come here. We're in the Comis Hotel, which is absolutely phenomenal. This is the first I'd seen it. I'd seen some pictures. It's absolutely stunning, but without this kind of support, without this kind of backing, maybe coming over here wouldn't be as easy as it is, and we're really, really grateful to that.
Well, exactly that. I mean, we talk about our sponsors for the tour, you know, with the cloth and the balls and all that all year. We mention it, but like you say, when it comes to the Isle of Man, you know, without them, that help and support, it just wouldn't be possible. You know, it's a lot of things to consider and factors, and that they bring together for this event, and it's amazing that they do that for the IPA. And it's just nice that so many players come to this event, and you know, never thought they would have an event here, and we've been having it probably about 5-6 years now, and like without them people supporting it wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, I find it absolutely amazing. Obviously we have the Festival of Pool that leads into the grand finals, and it all starts on Wednesday. We've got singles events, we've got doubles, it's like a random doubles, we've got the 3-man team, there's a last man stand, and there's all sorts of things going on. Just to let you know, I won quite a few of them. I've been flying this week, even though I'm not in the tournament. But no, it's just loads of the local young guys, older ones, now ladies, everybody's been coming, they've all been getting involved, even though they're not in the tournament, they're not on the IPA. That's what this is all about.
Well, exactly that. I mean, anyone come and have a look at it and get involved, and that's the good thing about the Wednesday and the Thursday. You know, anyone can get involved. Any locals here in the Isle of Man, and also the people that come from across as well to come here. The beauty of it is you could end up in a 3-man team with the world number 1, Liam Dunster, and Mark Boyle,
yeah,
number
exactly.
2. So you get to play with your favourite players, and you know, get a good team as well.
I was quite fortunate. I had Paul Buchan, who's obviously a Scotsman who lives over here, and it got us a little bit of support with some of the kind of locals. They were all around, come on Paul, and me, Paul and Adam Stevens actually won it, and we beat Morgan, Richard Swarfield and Steve Wall in the final. 3 pros who were big favourites. They only dropped 2 frames the whole way through. But thanks to Paul, he won the decider. The local man got us over the line.
They did have a good team, so yeah. No, that's a great result to win that, and I think the beauty of it is as well is in the pool community as well. It's you know, there's always a good spirit, and especially here at the IPA. But the fact is, it helps mix people as well, and get to play with people that you wouldn't normally get in a team with, and it just mixes everyone, and you know, it's really good fun.
It is, it's a really good idea. But you did mention the tables, the cloth, the balls, and Supreme, who for me are just absolutely phenomenal. Their tables are first class, and they've given us 20 brand spanking new tables again for this event, with the Aramat Pro Cup balls and the Strachan 861 cloth. It doesn't get much better.
No, it doesn't, and that's what all the players want, you know, to play on first class conditions, and without those sponsors it just really wouldn't be possible. And it does really make a difference. It makes a difference to the players. You know, obviously they're a bit happier.
Yeah, exactly.
But it makes a difference to the standard as well. You know, you get to see some great matches, and it's all down to the conditions.
That is, and obviously the smart rack, the halo lights, the I-beam lights that we get from 8 Ball Direct, and of course the onboard sportswear. I mean, this is what we're all wearing. It's absolutely fantastic. We're pretty spoiled here. But this match, Rob Dagnall against Matty Rowland, you know these two guys well, should be an absolute cracker.
It should be a really good match. I think it's too hard to call, but I think it'll be a really good match, and what a great way to open the stream.
Yeah, that's it. We've got, I think, 40 odd pros, we've got 80 odd amateurs, we've got all the elite ladies, and we've got the amateur ladies. It is going to be a cracking weekend, but it starts with this. Guys, we're going to be back in a couple of minutes with Rob Dagnall against Matty Rowland. Welcome. Oh, that's loud. Welcome back, guys.
IPA professional grand final, last 64 match, race to 8 frames. First frame, Rob Dagnall to break.
Just trying to sort out the sound here. So myself and Dave Dagnall back in on the commentary. Dave, this should be an absolute cracking match.
Yeah, the long walk we've just had, we're a little out of breath now. So yeah, the first match here in the Isle of Man for the grand final. Start of a very good weekend, I'm sure, and a great match to start us off with. So Rob, just elected Reds there.
So opening chance here for Rob.
Yeah, it's a pretty good chance here. There's obviously one red on the cushion. He'll be potentially doubling that, or I think if he can get to it, he'd like to play it clean down the rail.
I think that's one of the good things that we get when the bottom the balls and that are brand new. It kind of makes those shots a wee bit easier, but there you go. Doubled it straight in.
And I know there's distance, you know, he fancy Rob to pot this, so he's looking in shape, but he will have a shot to play to get from the red to the 8 ball later on in the clearance, which is why he's electing to go this way around, so makes that
Just
a bit
dragging
easier.
this in a little bit. Good shot.
And at least going this way, it enables him to get to the 8 ball a lot easier, but he will need the right angle on the last red. He's tried to make sure he's got the right angle, but just left himself a little too much. No, he's not got it out the 8 ball as well as he'd hoped, but just that little flick on the 8 ball might have enabled the double here, so. Great shot, in it goes. Rob Dagnall takes a 1 frame lead. That'll good little clearance there to settle the nerves if there's any there.
Yeah, that's it. He's taking them well. That was not easy by any stretch.
It wasn't easy, and it was one of them awkward ones where you kind of had to clear a ball to then make sure another ball could go, and to get above a ball like the 8 ball, for example. So yeah, he took them out really well.
1 frame to 0. Rob Dagnall here. Matty Rowland, he'll want to hit back quickly. Right, so Matty Rowland is now stepping up to the table. Off. Matty Rowland. Good chance on the yellows here. Just same idea. He's got Couple of balls to clear for other ones. Got a little gap to find here.
He's done well so far with his clearance. His first chance, and this is the key shot and how you'd feel.
Played that really well. Oh, I don't think he's on it. Yeah, he's put his hand up and then he's
He's not sure,
suggesting maybe not. Got a slice of fortune there. But it's a good finish nonetheless.
Yeah, good finish. They both had a good finish now, so that'll should settle both players for a good match.
Yeah, it started off two good finishes. Kinda awkward, a little bit of work to be done, but both of them did fantastic, and it is one frame all. There is our world champion, Michael Rhodes, on the screen. In fact, that's all our world champions. Emma Cunningham, Liam Dunster, they won the mixed doubles. Gareth Abbott won the seniors and the masters. And then we've got Scott Gillespie, who looks like he's kneeling down with Matt McAllister. So, but it's all go again in February.
No, it's well done to all them. You know, it's great to be a world champion and what we all aspire to.
Yeah, the tour dates are up, and we're back here again next year, which is absolutely first class because this hotel is absolutely sensational. And I might even bring my golf clubs next year.
Yeah, you'll have to bring your golf clubs, yeah. Especially if it's raining, I'll send you out.
A decent break. Not a bad chance. I think he's on the yellow to the top left straight away. Is that what you would be thinking here, Dave?
Yeah, I think that's what it would be, yeah, and then come through the gap of the red and the yellows, unless you can get through to any, but I still think up left would be the shot.
Yeah, good chance here for Rob.
It just opens that pocket up, the yellow next to it frees that pocket up, so it would have to be taken in that order at some point, but I do feel now is the time.
Get into that a little bit too much. That's the brand new cloth, the brand new balls. It does slide a little bit.
Yeah, it really does. Those kind of shots are really difficult, and I think once you get to know how it works, and it's not too bad, but then you know you still got that difficulty playing that kind of shot. But I thought it might have come through the red and the yellow, maybe.
Yeah.
I know he would have had he'd have been off angle on the next one, but you can still go around and come back to it later. So.
Yeah, I think I quite like that shot because even if he flicks off either one of them, the likelihood is he's going to have a shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead, he's actually giving Matty a good chance here.
Just depends how much traffic is between all those reds in the middle of the table. If any of them go to the middle, or if it might even have to play a red off the yellow to open up the other two reds.
I actually thought he might have taken... Yeah, I thought he might have taken the four reds close to each other. I thought he might have went to the top right with one of them. Just to take one of that cluster away and then come downstairs, but...
Prize a miss, though. It's, I think he was just worried about making sure he had the side that he required to make sure he had Correct angle on the next shot.
That's not perfect. Be okay though. Gonna have to go back up again, I think, for the one at the top. Left hand side as we see it. Still a wee bit of work to be done.
Yeah, it's tricky because it's just making sure you got the right angle, and he's just gonna have to drop this in and try and be as straight as he can. And off angle that way is better, but I think he's got a tad too much.
Yeah, I think he ended up quite close to this. Oh, he's played it well. He's played it into the knuckle. A little bit of stun run through, but
Yeah, he just wanted to miss the knuckle, but
he put a bit of pace on it. I wonder if he was thinking he was going to run into it. But the angle he's got, slightly unfortunate. It's not a million miles away, but
I think he was trying to hit it as hard as he could get away with, but always wary of potentially
Yeah.
it could hit the knuckle. And
yeah, a little bit of pressure.
so we're gone from 2 clearances to a bit of a scrappy one.
Yeah.
But sometimes it is the way the balls lie, and another missed shot.
Has he played that as a shot to nothing? Would you have played that in the bottom there, or would you have maybe drifted it into the left middle?
I thought into the middle, but I know why he would have played it, because it's you don't want to move the other reds if you
Yeah.
don't have to, but I feel that you would have always been on one anyway. Providing the separation between the cue ball and the object ball, then you're always going to have a shot.
Going for the one over the bottom left corner. It's absolutely perfect. So, is this the time? And this frame has been a little bit back and forth, Dave, but got to fancy him to get these now.
Yeah, you would say so now. Just a matter of taking these in the right order and making sure you have a good red to get on the 8 ball.
Yeah, bottom one of the 3. See a touch straight. Might need to just drop it in and play one of them to the top left, maybe. This has got a tiny bit of angle. 2 brilliant finishes, and then this frame's been a wee bit nervy.
It has indeed. But you just got to be a bit careful here, just making sure that you, when there's 2 reds close together, you just got to take a little bit of extra care, make sure you're in the right position.
Played that well. Get that wrong, you could end up in the middle pocket. He's controlled it really good. It landed slightly between the 2 of them, but could be okay.
Yeah, I thought if anything, the one cushion would have been better off the bottom, just to make sure that you do end up with the right angle, even if you are from distant. Because this was always my worry. This was always the key shot, whether it was from the last red to the 8 ball.
Can he get up and down? The answer is no. I think he's got to play the 2 in 1 here. Skill shot has to be.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. What a better time to play it. You know,
Yeah.
frame 3, brand new table, brand new balls, you know. Especially with how far that yellow is
Yeah.
out, you know, you can only really play it with these perfect conditions.
Oh, he sneaks it in. Wow.
I thought it was too far out. I thought the angle was too tight
Yeah,
to
that's-
set the line, to get through.
I think that's one of them that you have to get it absolutely perfect. There's probably only a small margin that you can play that shot, even though it didn't look like it was possible. Brilliant.
Oh, that was an interesting frame, wasn't it? I think the cue balls travelled more than a golf ball around the golf course next door.
Yeah,
An 18-hole golf course. Yeah.
Someone said to me there's over 6,000 yards on the golf course here. So I would like to measure the cue ball movement
yeah, it wasn't watching it, was it?
A lot of pool going on right now. One just stuck out to me there, and it was Paul Buchan who I mentioned at the top. He's 6'3" in front of Nick Powell, and Nick has been fantastic this year on the tour. But Paul's a really good player.
Yeah, Paul's a really good player. He's from the Isle of Man, originally from Scotland. Yeah, really good player. One of the best players on the island. You know, there's a few of us that are always winning tournaments between us, and yeah, and there's no doubt he's one of them. He's a really good player, and it'd be nice to see Paul have a good run.
Yeah,
no, he's a really good player. And I think sometimes it's like when people come to these events, they're obviously not aware that we do have, like, you know, a good half a dozen, 10 players that are good players. We had John Kennish one year make it to the last 8 of the amateur.
wow.
Yeah, and Callum Gardner got to the last 16 in the amateur. But there's been a few knocking on the door, and I'm sure we will get another run one day.
I think that's one of the things you get when you don't know people.
Yeah.
You kind of think, well, if I don't know them and I'm involved in this world, can't be that good, which is just not the case. There's a load of guys, the same in Scotland, that don't travel south for the tournaments. They don't play IPA or any other kind of small ball pool, but they're just the kind of guys that, you know, if they're in any kind of tournament, they can do damage. And it's probably the same all over England, Wales, Ireland. Not everybody goes on their travels.
Yeah, it's very much that as well. And we've even had it when people just see the Isle of Man flag and, and they go, it's probably not the worst draw. We've had it before, so it's always nice when we hear that, and then we can cause an upset.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. No, that is it's quite a good point. That there was actually one guy while Matty's on this finish. It was the year before, and I was basically at my table and I seen this guy come in. You might know him, I can't remember his name, but he came in all dressed in this kind of army green. He bought himself a full setup, the trainers, the kind of jogging trousers, the t-shirt, and he had his cue case. It was like a big fancy cue case, and it matched. Everything matched. And I'm saying, he's not going to be allowed to play wearing this. And sure, Kev seen him. And Kev came through and said, listen, I don't know what you're thinking here, but we need you to have trousers, collared shirt, shoes. And he's like, but I just bought all this for this tournament. So he went and got himself a full kit out of all this gear. Wow. And it was, if I seen him right now, I would know who he is, but I felt sorry for him because I thought, that's a shit. He's went and got himself, I'm going to get myself some new gear for the tournament. And then he was told, look, you need to go and get changed. They let him play his match, which he lost. Yeah. And then he went away and
that's good then, because he obviously was trying his best.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good finish there for Matty. I think after the long frame we had there before and to and fro, and then to clear that, he'll certainly feel better with that.
We're speaking about it.
Get away with both. You know?
Yeah, Mark McAllister had mentioned when you make a mistake, you sometimes get punished again the next frame. And just looking at that there, he's got a little bit of fortune and then pounced in the next frame. It's kind of the polar opposite.
Yeah.
And there is the big ferry that brought me over.
The new Maxman has had it now about a year or so. They see some lovely views.
Yeah, I know some of the guys at Ross Fernie and that went and did some of the sightseeing last year when they were here. It's not something I've done yet, but it's something I'm looking to do. Probably get it all booked and maybe come a few days earlier next year.
Or even a few days after,
yeah, even suits, that, because it's
well, you were a fan of the promenade last year, weren't you?
Yeah, I think it's. I'm just not used to seeing streets that haven't got big potholes in them. In Glasgow, it's just like
that's only because it's new. No, jokes aside, no, it is lovely. Yeah, I've done a lot of work on the Douglas Prom, and that's only been done a couple of years ago now. So
yeah, that made a wee bit more sense because I was thinking to myself, these people on this island look after their streets, whereas back home there's just there's not even any point talking about it. But I thought it was fantastic, and I thought this is fair play to the Isle of Man, the government, the councils, whoever it is. But yeah, it's a beautiful place, and anybody, if you get the chance to come here, even if it's to come and play in these tournaments,
should definitely do it.
Yeah, you're only mentioning that because I pulled you up on it when I seen you finishing your takeaway walking down the promenade. Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah. Just throwing it on the floor. I was like, "Come on, Stevie,
Launch.
not on my home turf."
Yeah, see some of us Scotsmen out with shovels trying to make potholes. It was too nice for my liking. Rob's a wee bit unfortunate there, but I don't know if he had to run into that. He's obviously deliberately left the 3 reds at the top, but
Yeah, just done nudge that red safe, so it's made it. He's had to revert to a safety, but that's about the best he could do, really, unless he just got in behind it. But so I feel Matty's going to go for this, but it's a very tricky with where the 8 ball is and where the yellow is. Is he going to get there though? I feel the yellow by the boat line. If that goes into the stun that into the middle and get in behind the 8 ball, but you're going to get that far. I think you'll be looking for a good safety here.
it was tough.
It was tough, and the fact he had to double kiss it rather than roll it, so.
Greg Davies 3-2 up against Craig McMillan. Ben Davies, I've not seen Ben yet. He's 3-2 in front against Wayne Fryer. Just catching some of the scores right now. Cue ball on the top cushion. Not a bad shot. Needs this red. Now that's not ideal. Not a bad cue ball. But this is a chance now for Matty Rowland. Not a bad one. Opted to play the kind of plant. Kind of shot to nothing. Get the bag if you don't get the pot. But
Yeah, exactly that, yeah.
I think he's maybe thinking if he drops it in the middle and doesn't get it, he's giving the frame away. So
Yeah, I think he'd have liked to have got it and go for it because, if he gets another chance, I feel it's going to be harder than it was then. But still a two-way shot, so it was fine. You know what I mean? It's just getting a little more tricky for Matty now, and that's why I had to go at it, and he has to take this one first, which he doesn't really want to, but he has to. So.
wonder if that yellow passes the red to the bottom left. I know it goes in other pockets, but it'd make life a whole lot easier if it did. He's having a look right now, but it looks tight.
Yeah, it does look tight. I thought it went, but maybe it doesn't.
Oh, that's twice he's missed in that pocket.
Yeah.
And you see he's into that a bit much. He's not hit it properly because the cue ball, he's never aiming to go up there. So just one of these shots.
Yeah, it's opened it up completely now for Rob. That was the one advantage Rob had in this frame was that pocket, but he did fancy Matty in this frame based on the layout.
He's getting into that as well. It just shows you how reactive the balls and the cloth and the tables are. Matty's last shot, Rob there, he's only touched that. And now he's going to have to drop this and play it long. And he would have loved a tiny angle just so he could have stunned up the table, but straightforward enough.
Yeah, it's just you want to be able to control it if you're a bit closer. And he's played it well. Last thing on them kind of shots, if they're really dead straight, you don't want to have to be rolling them because on these tables, so the cue ball can follow it.
Slid that in slightly off the top cushion. The brand new cloth and balls does help a little bit with that. Davy Rooney. Decent break off. A chance in these reds. That one close to the middle. I think it'll just about drop in, Dave. So half a chance here.
Yeah, I think they've opened up nicely here. A bit of work to do still to make sure you take the right pattern. I think if the red goes into the left middle first, I think that's the shot really. I just didn't like them moving the cue ball too much, and that's not helped because he may have needed that later for the eight ball. I just fancied the red and left middle to go into it and then maybe do the two by the top left pocket. But he's played a couple of good shots, but it's going to be hard to get the cue ball out with this last red.
It's exactly what I was going to ask you that there. I was going to say, so how are you getting on this black?
Yeah, and this is why I'd wanted it away earlier in the clearance. I don't. The one I mentioned before about potting in there, I know you couldn't really do these two back to back, but you could have done it maybe the shot after.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, that's as good as you could have done.
Yeah, a little bit of distance. That was always the case if that was your last red. It looks to me like it was a decent decision.
Well, he's played it well.
Yeah, pace helped him there.
Yeah.
He's missed a couple in that bag. Is that?
And it did rattle again. So
yeah, is that something that plays on your mind, Dave? No matter what level you're at, whether amateur or pro, you miss one or two in the same pocket, then you're on something again. Oh, we're back here. Rob Dagnall at the table. Looks pretty straightforward though. On both sets.
Yeah, he hit the break well there. Looks like he's got a good opportunity here.
And he's just run towards the black here. Yeah, get the yellow out the way, that's fine.
I say the reds look like a good opportunity except the 8 ball, so he's dealt with that straight away.
table 3, please. Madison Sanders and Charlie McDonough. Madison Sanders and Charlie McDonough, table 3.
So, sorry guys, we were away for a little minute. So just bear with us, guys. We're just sorting a couple of technical issues.
think we're back.
Yeah,
That sounds better, doesn't it?
Yeah, let's hope we are now. So, sorry about that, everyone.
Yeah, we had some technical difficulties. We are in a little bunker here, but we are. That sounds good.
Well, we're not on the golf course, just to be clear.
Yeah, that sounds really good coming back in my ears. But guys, if you're tuning in right now, please tell us how it sounds at your end, because we did have some problems there. But that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So apologies.
Yeah,
it is clear with me on comms.
Yeah, so Rob's 5-4 in front here. It is a race to 8. Still a long way to go, but you're getting to the business end now, Dave, so you really need to start, whether you're in front, whether you're behind, you need to start making moves.
Exactly, yeah, and at this stage you're always looking for the 2-frame gap to try and create a bit of separation, and something you always aim for as early as you can really in the match, but especially this far into the match.
We do have a big match going on. Ben Davies 5, Wayne Fryer 3. And Wayne Fryer, who quite new to the pro ranks, had a good year last year, and he's kicked on this year, playing against some of the top guys. And I know there's a potential for Ben Davies, Mark Farnsworth, if Ben gets through that one. And it's the same, if Scott Gillespie gets through his one, he'll play Liam Dunster. So there's some big ties potentially. What could Wayne Fryer beat Ben Davies and stop that one coming through? And then Adam Stevens is 6-1 down, so it does look like Scott Gillespie will play Dunster. But it is all go here. 100 miles an hour, mate. We have got other stream tables as well, so it is. The Comis Hotel has accommodated us. By the way, see that other room? There's a second room here, guys. I know you can't see it on the stream. I think it's fantastic the way all the tables are lined up, and the seating area for the players, and then all the guys watching it the other side. I think it's first class, absolutely first class.
Yeah, I think it's perfect, and I think the beauty with it is perfect for the players and the spectators. And you know, in that room, that there's only one table. You're only one table away, so it's you can walk along all the tables and go to the table you want, and you know you're not 2 or 3 tables deep. So it's it's really good.
Yeah, it was a good shot from Matty there. Nice plant.
Nice control of the object ball that you hit as well to make sure it was still available.
Yeah, looking good here to square this match up. And it's been kind of the case from the start. None of them really kicking on and making a big dent in the scoreline. So, has this got the potential to go to a decider?
Yeah, well, we did say at the start that it was difficult to call, and you know, it's no different now.
So this black for a 5-frame each. Matty Rowland, Rob Dagnall, and there you see Steam Packet Company on your screen. And the Visit Isle of Man one was up a minute ago. We can't thank these people enough. These are the type of support that you need if you're going to go on your travels and come to these kind of places. And it is absolutely first class. And the last event on the IPA calendar this year is the Masters. It takes place in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar in Glasgow, or on the outskirts of Glasgow, right on the edge.
And also our very, very last Christmas Masters as well.
Yeah.
Change of date for next year. It'll be in August. So quite special, the Masters, I feel. It's got that Christmas feel. So it's a shame it's been moved for that, but it's 100% the right decision, and to have it in the middle of the season rather than right at the end.
Yeah, I think one of the big changes for the Masters next year, I don't know if you know, Dave, is a pro-only event. Yep. So it's one of the ones where the guys are thinking that maybe, although we have the tours and the pros have got their own event at the tours, but having that one event that is prestigious, it's just for the pros, it's just you guys going to go and go at it. And I think it's one of maybe possibly 2. There might be another one that gets added to the calendar as well, but there is a few surprises coming next year.
Yeah, it's one of them. You can look at it 2 ways. I think it's a shame, obviously, that we haven't got everyone involved. But I also feel in the pro ranks we need at least one event where it is like pro only, like one weekend, shall I say, rather than one event. But I think it'd be a nice change, and plenty of matches in there for all the players with the format. So
yeah, that's it. It's going to be long races, and it should be whoever comes through it is going to have earned themselves one hell of a title, because, as I say, the best of the best going at it, and that's what we all want to see.
And will we see a repeat final again with Liam Dunster and Mark Boyle, or is someone going to spoil the party?
Yeah. I love an underdog story, and although we've got a lot of really, really good professionals, there's obviously an underdog story in there, and I would love to see it this weekend. I'd love to see it the next tournament. I'd love to see it every single time, but the guys at the top are there for a reason.
Exactly that, yeah. And you know what, sometimes I quite like them, you know, like the guys like that, like winning, because, you know, they deserve it with everything that they've done and worked to be there and consistently be there. They deserve it.
Yeah, looks like Rob Dagnall's going to get himself back in front. He's only a couple of reds away. He can't shake Matty Rowland off. It's been one of the matches. I don't even know. I think it's only ever been one between the two of them here. I don't think anybody's got two in front.
No.
So Greg McMillan has pulled one back against Greg Davies. 6 frames to 4 in that one. Paul Hartness 3, Johnny McDermott 2. Cheers everybody tuning in, and thanks for your witty, banterous, comedic madness, Paul McIntyre. You stick the kettle on and enjoy listening to myself and Mr. Dagnall here. The dynamic duo.
While we've got a moment, just going to some of the other questions. Yeah, it's single elimination now throughout. The men's and the women's is all mirrors each other, so and all events mirror each other. So yeah, so just single 11 out.
Yeah, that was one of the big changes when the amateur went to single elimination from double elimination, but longer races. This is the outside table match. That was Tom Barley there, playing a little safety shot. He's 6-5 up against Curtis Lee.
And if ever any of our viewers have any questions, feel free to pop them over.
Yeah, get them in there, guys. Get that chat function buzzing. We'll keep on top of it as best we can, whilst concentrating on the match in front of us. Luke Volks has won 8 frames to 2 against Sean Corkish. I just noticed that because he's from the Isle of Man. Do you know the young man?
Yeah, Sean's one of our top players. Obviously, Luke's a really good player, one of the top. You know, he's had a lot of good results on the IPA, so I wouldn't have been surprised to me if it was a close match, because Sean is a good player. But as we know in pool, it can be any score, really, can't it?
So chance for Rob Dagnall here to maybe get himself 2 in front and on the hill. But can he get out? Is he going to have to get into this red here? Can he get out without touching it?
I think he might have to come back to it.
Or he could check past a good shot.
He's played that well, but I still feel he might have to come back to it because of the yellow there, right next to it.
Yeah.
And even if he missed that yellow, he's then run into the other yellow. So yeah, I definitely feel this is the right shot. Avoid it. And just done it. And it's just, he would have liked to have been a bit less there. He's a little off angle here. But it was always tough with that yellow to be any better. But again, he can always come back to it. And if that was his last red, that would be okay for the 8 ball. But if he's straight enough, then that's fine. He can go this way.
Yeah, just nip it back a little bit.
That's fine. Use the yellow as well, yeah. So that helps widen the cue ball. So now it's all about pace control on this shot. And he's got loads of room, so just gone a bit too far. But I think he should be okay. If he can nip it, he can play it off the side cushion.
Yeah, good shot and good call, Dave. Absolutely perfect. And a 2.
You get this one, Stevie.
Even I would get that. You need to remember, mate, I've been winning everything this week. Just not the main stuff. The amount of people that were saying to me, by the way, that break you've been doing is unreal. You're going to be playing well going into this weekend. And I'm like, I'm not in the tournament. And they're like, what? Too busy. Just too busy. But that's, I don't mind it. I enjoy all the kind of media stuff as well. But I've been hitting not a bad ball. So at the start of the week, I was kind of gutted that I wasn't going to be playing. But
it is a shame, man. But like you say, it's nice to be involved in all this kind of stuff as well, and sometimes you can't be in 2 places at once.
Yeah, that's it. I think the winner of this, I'm just looking at the draw there, the winner of this match plays Craig Brown. And that'll be another good tie. So whoever gets through the one, there's the main fire match right now. He's 6-3 behind against Ben Davies.
A little tricky shot here from Wayne, having to play dead weight to hold. Just so hard to do. He's really tried. I think he might have done it with it. Might need to touch aside on that one maybe, but
he is unlucky not to get a ball there. 2 reds, tried the 2 top bags. Now he's on the hill, Rob Dagnall. Matty Rowland needs to really play no mistake pool now from here.
yeah, he certainly does, and also hope that Rob doesn't get another chance. So he's played that well. He'd have liked to have stunned it so he could cue it well, but he's played a good shot, so he's in good position now to take these out.
Yeah, I think at this level, when I look at these kind of layouts, although you expect the guys to get them, the balls don't pot themselves. You have to obviously get your patterns. The table's reactive, the cloth and the balls, and there's always a tiny little element that can go wrong. But at this level, if you're going to go deep in these tournaments and going to win these type of tournaments, Dave, you really need to be getting these. Yeah,
you really do, and they're not 100% straightforward, but I think where the cue balls landed there, that's really helped, because exactly what he's done now, he's come across and they link up a lot better.
Yeah. I don't know if he's landed a little tiny bit off. Does he need to maybe play the yellow close to the right middle to the top now?
No, I think it's perfect, so he can go up towards the middle of the table.
Right. Just kind of
right
stunt.
middle and left middle, and
yeah, good shot.
Just liked a little bit more.
Yeah, I thought that.
Need to be up in line with the red maybe, just to leave the perfect angle. Or even if he was straight on the yellow, he could have bounced it over, but
screw off the top cushion.
See, this is what he didn't want to be doing, because he needed the cue ball the other side really. But this could work okay if he can come off the bottom cushion and then left hand side, that'll go naturally towards the 8 ball. Just a little soft touch on this. Yeah, got it perfect.
Yeah, good shot.
See that cue ball spinning on the brand new cloth.
And it is 7 frames to 6. Not a whole lot you can do. And your opponent goes and takes them out. I fancy them to get them.
Yeah.
But it's just so... It's not as easy as it looks. That's what I'm trying to say. It's never easy. I mean, it's never easy. That's... These guys at this level make it look easy. And if it was as easy as everyone watching... I mean, I know guys that... No disrespect to them. They don't play at the highest level. And they maybe... C, D, E, or whatever kind of level players you want to talk. I'll see them, well, that's a tap in, you can't miss that, and you think, you've never took one of the finishes in your life. But it's because players at that level, players like this, they make it look easy.
Yeah, but also the fact is that the top players see problems that other players don't, and that's why they take that extra care on certain shots, and the amount of times you can have people going, "What's he looking at?" But sometimes it's it looks easier, but like a line of a ball can just be in the wrong position with another one, and it means you've got to give it more thought than it first looks. It's important he got a ball off the break there.
Yeah, does he have a chance?
It's looking like yellows to me, but it's whether has he got a yellow? Can he get past the reds, cut the yellow in? So it might force him into reds.
Yeah, it looks like he's having to go reds. That was huge. But even at that, he's still got work to do.
I think it was making sure he got the red, but he was also trying to miss the clip on that yellow. But he still has a chance. I think the red into the top left, if he can screw that off the side cushion. For the red in the behind the baulk line, then the red on the left cushion. But this is shot with where the cue ball slides off the cushion.
Oh.
Yeah, and them shots are a bit harder on the new conditions. They play differently. But it's nice, but it's different.
Could he not have just dropped that in and just ran towards the yellow and then have the red to the
Oh, you
opposite
mean
left?
you mean like use the yellow as a stopper? Yeah, possibly. Unless the natural angle, you're worried about it just missing it, or hitting it the yellow too thin. At least with the shot he played, you'd get a proper strike on. But what a shot that is!
That is absolutely first class. Absolutely first class. Matty Rowland under pressure, got a little bit of luck. Cue ball could have dropped, maybe should have dropped. Wasn't a great shot he played, but he's pulled that out the hat.
So this is the shot now. It's not just the pot now. It's the cue ball. But I think he'll swing the cue ball off two cushions and use the yellow as a stopper.
Now, see, I look at this. Maybe this is my crazy commentator said, but I think this is a 10 times hard. This is a 10 times harder shot to run round and use the ball as a stopper than the last one was. And he's played that great, but I'm thinking the last one was quite natural and he's powered it in. But what do I know? I'm sitting here. He's at the table.
I think the thing is, if he overhit that one, he hit that yellow, and it'd be a good stopper. And if he went past it, he would still have a shot. Yeah. I think the worst thing was to underhit it or land right on that yellow. So, but he played it on the line. He underhit it, but he still had a shot because he was on line. So, a good finish. Yeah,
very good. Pulled it out in the end, and it did eventually make it to the decider.
Well,
you did say at the start.
I mean, yeah, but with the IPA, we do bring a lot of deciders, and here we have it, our very, very first match, and what do we have?
The thing is, some of the pool that these two guys have played has been class. They've lost a cue ball here and there, but remember, this is the very first match using the cloth, the balls, the table. Everything's brand spanking new. Supreme Pool, we cannot thank you enough. Send us 20 brand new tables once again, and because all the ones we had on the tour this year, they're away somewhere else now, and we've got 20 brand new. It's not like it's the ones we had have been recloth. Everything's brand new, but these guys are playing on it first. When you're on the outside tables from the other day and they're getting a little bit of play on them, this hasn't had a single game on it, and this set of balls has not been touched.
Exactly.
It makes a difference, Dave.
It does, and it's exactly what every player wants, but it is an adjustment, and you know it can catch you out, and the thing is, we might be getting all these again for the Worlds, which is the very next event after the Masters, which is well,
I can say from the knowledge I've got, these are already planned for somewhere else, and it'll be brand new tables again at the Worlds.
Wow, yeah. And that's what I thought with, like, you know, the World Championships being our flagship event. It's
just, but we're spoiled, and to have one of the biggest names in the world of pool, Supreme, looking after us and doing what they do, the appreciation that we have to show them. I mean, it goes without saying, but between all our support, all the backers that we've got from on board and 8 Ball Direct, Aramis Pro Cups and the Strachan 861, but the Supreme tables, without that table we can't have the balls on it, we can't have the cloth on it, so it's a collective, Dave.
Yeah,
it's a collective.
It really is. It's without any of that, this is not possible, and to get so much of it is incredible. So onto this decider. Rob's got a chance here, and These are tricky with the way the yellows are separated now. A good chance though, but got to be
Round
careful.
the back of it, round the back of it.
That's the shot to play, and he's played it well. He'll be hoping he's not just off angle though.
Yeah, it was one of them. He would have liked to be probably slightly on the other side, but I wonder if he's got just enough that he can kind of...
Is he going to have to run it through, or can he stun it out? Yeah, he can stun it out. So he should just underhit that a little, but he'll just be wary of the cue ball here. Pot's a little bit more difficult than he'd hoped, but yeah, he's played that well. And that's the difference in new conditions. So, you know, they cut better on an older table. They're much harder, them shots. There we have our first winner on the stream today.
Yeah, congratulations, Rob Dagnall. That was a good match, Dave. The two of them kind of couldn't shake each other off. Rob was kind of mostly always in front, but Matty didn't go anywhere.
No, it's a great match to start off with. Of course, there was mistakes from both players throughout as well, but also some great pool throughout, and yeah, it just goes to show. So yeah, it was a good match to start off the weekend here in the grand final on the Isle of Man. Plenty more of those matches to come. We will hopefully have some information on our next match coming up shortly. We will go to some live scores at the moment out in the outer arena. Jamie Burnett 7-5 ahead against Matt Murray. Elliot Gordon 6-1 up against Andy Neal from the Isle of Man. Pro match Greg Davis is 6-5 ahead against Greg McMillan. Some scores from the ladies.
Welcome back, guys, and I am delighted to be joined by the man that just won the first match on the mainstream table, Rob Dagnall. You got off to a really good start, Rob, and then he just wouldn't go away.
I know, that's it, yeah. I was just hoping for a dry break on one of his games, but he just kept clearing him. It was one of them where you think you're coming back every frame, and then he just takes him out.
Me and Dave Adenall were on commentary, and we were saying we couldn't get more than one ahead, and then all of a sudden you get to 7-5 and you think maybe that's it, and then he just can fire him back
that's
once
it,
again.
Yeah. I had a chance. I think I was 6-4, 6-5 up, and I messed up, and he got back level again. So I thought that might have been the thing that came back to curse me, but got there in the end.
Yeah, I think there was, from what we've seen, there was some fantastic pool, there was some great shots, there was some scrappy stuff in there as well. I had a little bit of everything, but just playing on the stream table, new balls, new cloth, it's a brand new table, but this is the only table in this building that's not been used this entire week so far. Does it make a difference?
Yeah, definitely. I was playing on the outside tables yesterday, and that play is completely different. I was trying to avoid the cushions, to be honest with you. I was just trying to keep everything simple, but yeah.
No, the finish you took to win it, you've ended up having to play a really delicate shot round the back of the yellow on the left-hand side, and then again, because you've landed just off angle, and we're thinking, can he get out? Does he have to maybe run round off too? And you've had to use the cushions. You didn't have a choice, but you played that. That was a great finish to win any match.
Yeah, I landed nasty on that second to last yellow. It was just off straight, so I had to punch it across, and I was scared of like hitting it too hard and going behind the reds or something.
No, you were first class, mate.
Cheers,
I mean, for the first match, we wanted a little bit of drama. We got a little bit of everything. So, congratulations, Rob. You're through to the next round. I think it's Craig Brown you play next. So, well done, mate.
Cheers, pal.
So, Rob Dagnall is through to the next round. He's played a fantastic match against Matty Rowland there. It did have a little bit of everything. Some fantastic finishes, some scrappy stuff. A big thanks to Dave Adenall who joined me there in the commentary booth. And we will be back very shortly with potentially Ben Davies and Mark Farnsworth, or Liam Dunster, Scott Gillespie, but we will have one of them. We'll be back very, very soon.
This is our isle. I'll rise.
Who you share 'em with.
I'll dive.
It's life. The point is enjoying who you share it with.
I'll breathe.
Joy is who you share it with.
I'll dream.
And the weeks,
I'll glide.
weekends, keep
I'll climb.
who you spend the week. And in time,
This is our calm.
the time is who you spend.
This is our wild.
Joy is
This is our past. This is our welcome.
who you share it with.
This is our story. Shore and Chinya Ai.
Who you share it.
This is our biosphere. This is our ordinary.
Who you share it with.
And this is your extraordinary isle.
When you travel to the Isle of Man with us, the action starts the moment you step on board. Get fueled up, arrive fresh, and raring to go. We take you there. Book now with steam-packet.com.
William Wallace, table 9. Table 5, Morgan Laurie, Steve Pickett. Morgan Laurie, Steve Pickett, table 5. On table 7, David, David Harris and Dan Fairway, table 7. David Harris and Dan Fairway, table 7. On table 1, Josh Collett and Ryan Hopkinson. Josh Collett and Ryan Hopkinson, table 1, please. In the professional event, please, on our second streaming table number 11, Ian Dunster, Scott Gillespie. Ian Dunster, Scott Gillespie, table 11. On table 12, Dave Lawrence and Ross Burney. Dave Lawrence and Ross Burney, table 12. Sorry, I meant table 10 for Ian and Scott, sorry, not table 11. On table 19, Craig Brown and Rob Dagnall. Craig Brown and Rob Dagnall, table 19, please. The next match on the streaming table at 4:55 will be Ben Davies and Mark Farnsworth. please. Table 3, please. Keith Robertson and Anthony Jeffers. Keith Robertson and Anthony Jeffers, table 3. 14. Greg Davis, Rob Wilson. Greg Davis, Rob Wilson, table 14. And on the streaming table, 20, Ben Davis and Mark Farnsworth. On table 16, the amateur bench, please, Daniel Frayne and Rob Ward. Daniel Frayne and Rob Ward, table 16.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be joined for this match between Ben Davies and Matt Farnsworth with the main man, the pint-sized powerhouse Lee Shepherd once again. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, it's a regular occurrence now, isn't it, me and you, Stevie?
Mate, this is a dream team.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think it's definitely going to be a feast on the eyes this game as well. Well, don't think there'll be much safety getting played, put that way.
No, just speaking there just before we came on, the pace at Ben has been, I don't know if he's always played at that pace. I mean, I know he's always been relatively quick, but the pace he's been playing at recently is frightening.
Yeah, when things go right, it looks unbelievable, but there's a couple of matches where I've seen where maybe he hasn't played that well, and to the naked eye, for people who don't know pool, watching think, I don't think he's very good, this guy, and not realise he's actually a former world champion.
Yeah, that's actually it in a nutshell. There was a few of the guys that were playing earlier in the outer tables, and that's the kind of thing that they were speaking about. Some guys that they're looking at and saying, I thought this guy was, as some of the locals for Isle of Man, I thought this guy was supposed to be unbelievable. And it's like in a moment you might make a mistake or you might not take a finish the right way, and they think, I don't understand the hype about this guy, but they don't realise how good the players actually are.
Yeah, I mean, when I first watched him, he had one of them games where it didn't go well, and to be honest, it didn't look pretty at all. But watched him since, and obviously I've watched I watched his world final obviously as well, and he was absolutely unbelievable. And you can't believe it. It can be the same guy from one thing to the other. But when you play that quick, and I think when things are going slightly wrong, it does look worse when you're that type of player. But when it goes right, he's very similar to people like Harry Peart and stuff. Yeah. Obviously, he's a better player than, well, in his past has been. Yeah, he sort of looks phenomenal when it works, and it just makes the game look easy. Like it's just point and poke, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Mentioning Harry, I seen Harry. I'm sure I seen him. He's here this weekend. He's due to. I see on maybe a bit later on as well. So be good to see young Harry doing his thing.
Yeah, it's, I'm not sure how the season's gone. I haven't seen a great deal of him. But I think he'll be, with the extra ranking points and stuff, he'll be wanting to make a bit of a dent in that this weekend, the same as majority players.
Yeah, it makes a difference. Extra ranking points, some extra money as well, a little bonus. I was going to ask you a moment ago what Matt was going to do with this black, and I was thinking he was going to maybe take it to the top right, but he's going to take it off a yellow.
Yeah, and he pace off the left hand side of the yellow turn, innit?
Yeah.
Nice.
Good finish, good start. 1-0 Matt Farnsworth.
Yeah, it's the sort of start you want, isn't it? Real little family affair in the crowd there, my brother and my dad sat in the background.
Yeah, that's bad. You're sitting there and I'm looking about and I'm going, I've seen him not long ago, where's he went? I went, I'll just text him. And then you kind of take the 10-yard walk.
Yeah, that's it.
right to me.
Yeah, I was lurking in the shadows, but looks like there's a couple of little results coming in. I think the last game, Rob Dagnall got over line against Matty Rowland. I think Matty will be disappointed with that. I think it was his debut on the TV.
Right.
But I think the chances he's had, he'll look back and maybe kick himself a little bit. But fair play to him. He dug in. I think it was 7-5 down. Took two finishes out, got it back to the decider. Yeah,
he didn't. I says to Rob in the interview, Matty just wouldn't go away. Matty couldn't really get himself in front, and he missed a couple of obviously chances that maybe he would take 90% of the time. But he stuck in there, wouldn't go away, didn't give up. And wow,
there's some slips in that corner. He's absolutely butchered that, hasn't he? It's not the absolute worst, I suppose, but you think Mark will find a little clever shot here to promote the other balls. I think it's quite hard to get all the yellows out in one shot.
He's going to just smash these.
Oh, it's Ben, sorry, not Mark. Oh, that was quite a generous pocket.
Yeah. That'll do it. I mean, that probably couldn't have come out any better.
Nah, dot to dot now. Played that well.
And Paul Hartness must have beat Johnny McDermott.
Yeah, he's another player that I haven't never really come across. Paul Harkness. Obviously, I know he's been on the tour for a lot of years, but I've never played him myself, and I've never seen a lot of him. But I've heard no offence, but I've heard he's a bit of a crafty old fox, like the old shots that he plays, and
yeah, he's
old school. Let's say that's a compliment, by the way.
He's very clever. If you're in a frame that you have to dig in against Paul, then you could be there. It could be a long night kind of thing. But
yeah,
he's been considering kind of walking away for the game, and he kind of spoke about it. He said to me, he was in my international team probably 18 months ago or something, and he'd said to me, mate, Stevie, I just don't know if I can compete anymore. He says, but we'll have a go this year and I'll see what happens. But some of the results he's had throughout the year, and even in Scotland, he's went to some of the tournaments obviously up.
Yeah.
And he's been fantastic, and he's probably, I don't know if I wouldn't say he's outdone himself, because he had a period of time where he didn't play any pool. He was looking after his wife and his family. There was a lot of things going on. So, but it's good to see him back, and I think he's a good addition to the pro ranks. He's been in it for a lot of years.
I'm a fan of like a lot of the different styles. Like say you go from the likes of like the extreme of sort of potentially Harry. Well, Harry's the main one for me. Like a bit of the most wild, but like good to watch. And then you go to the other extremes of like the older style players that maybe played like the older rules, and they try and turn the frames tactical. And I think that's the best thing about our game. We have got different styles, and same as boxing and stuff, like styles make fights, don't they? And it's the same in this sort of environment. I know the majorities are attacking players now.
Yeah, of course, but as you say, there's more than one way to skin a cat, as they would say, and the fact that I spoke to Dunster about it a wee while ago, and I said, Liam, for all the negative stuff you get about the way you play, I don't think I've ever seen you play a snooker or play a safety or a negative shot unless you really have to. He's really attacking. He goes for finishes. He dishes more than most, but he's another one that if he has to, he can dig in and hang with the best of them in that game.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you say, the majority of the best players are attacking, because that's the game, isn't it? But you do have the odd ones who he's just clever, isn't he? That's his main thing. But he's struggling a bit in a minute, isn't he? 2-0 down, looking like it could be 3. Looking at this, oh dear.
Oh,
commentator's curse. Looked like he played that a bit quick, didn't he?
Yeah, and it was one of them. I wonder if he had to play it. Looking at the table there,
it's like you said before about looking a gift horse in the mouth. Sometimes when you're there and you're on it.
Yeah,
do you think you're ever going to get back in that better spot? But yeah, the big fan of the hotel. Obviously, the first time we've played here, isn't it? To win from me, like all day long. I think maybe one of the rooms is a little slightly cold. The not the main room, the other one.
Yeah.
It is a bit cold in there, but only through good aircon, I suppose. And later on, as the day goes on, there'll be a bit more bodies in there. I think we'll be thankful for it.
I think that's probably. I've been here since early Wednesday, and most of the stuff that's been going on has been in the main room. So it's ended up that room's only maybe had 1 or 2 people getting in and practicing here and there. It's not been a lot of pool getting played, so it's been quite empty up until now. So it'll probably heat up.
Yeah, we arrived yesterday and I had to get a few frames in there last night before the fall rollers, and the temperature was absolutely perfect. So maybe just put it a little bit cooler just to try and adjust for the bodies coming in. But yeah, there's I would say that's the pick of the tie, the round, Gillespie and Dunster, and then this one's not too far behind either, is it? I mean, 2 great matches really, especially for the viewers.
Yeah, I think if Ben didn't get through his first round tie, the likelihood was it would have been Liam and Scott on this table, but quite chuffed that we've got this one. 2 cracking players, 2 of the best that's ever lifted a cue, so it doesn't get much better. And it's this, I'm looking at the table and thinking, Ben's just had a cracking break, but the black goes in and then he breaks dry.
I have been an advocate for trying to change that rule for just to respot the black. I think from a viewer's perspective as well.
I think of people,
it's just less like you don't really want to be just having to see the referee. I mean, I've had I've had 4 blacks in a row off the break, really like do reviewers want to just see the ref setting the balls?
No, I
don't
know.
think so. I know that's a bit of a freak situation, but
I think there's actually
isn't it that well?
a consensus. A lot of people that are in agreement with that. In fact, I would say most are in agreement with that. And the only question that was asked a while ago was, well, do you, if the 8 ball and the cue ball go in, is it a foul when it gets respotted? And I'm thinking, well, it has to be.
Yeah, that should be a foul. And the other player carries on.
Yeah.
Maybe one shot though. I think one shot off the break. I know you probably see a few less clearances, but I think you would see more sort of intricate clearances where it's not just a case of like when the old world rules, you used to clear it in a different way, trying to manoeuvre your balls out while you still have 2 shots.
Yeah.
I think you would kind of have to do that sort of thing with only having 1 shot from the break. Like, I suppose that was what world rules was, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's
if you go off the table, I think it should be 2. So you should be penalised for that. Yeah.
Mark Boyle, he I was going to say that, he said the same thing. If you go in off or whatever, then fair enough, but he says because there's 16 balls on the table, you're hoping to pot something, and the cue balls, it's in the firing line, so, but if you go off the table, he says that's a bad shot, you deserve to get punished. So
yeah, you do. I think, like you say, you can control the white as well, how often, and you still get kicked in off. It's just, sometimes when it's your day, and sometimes when it's not, but it would be nice that, like, the best players should win, really, and I think that would sort of help that happen more, let's say. But
there's another one that Mark, he doesn't think that when the table's open that you should be able to play a red onto a yellow to take a colour set. He thinks for the top players it's easy enough, and if there's a bag maybe covered and you want whatever the set is and it opens things up, he's like, I just think it adds a tiny degree of difficulty. And
I do agree, but I do like it.
Yeah, so
yeah, just for a case of, I think you're guaranteed sort of more attacking play by the way it is, I think, because otherwise people might think, well, I'll just take the set, they've got the colour over the bag.
No,
and then
exactly.
Not sort of try and promote it early doors. So yeah, I think I would leave that one, but obviously opinions are good, aren't there, and hopefully we can keep improving. Oof.
I think one of the big things for me is there probably needs to be more dialogue with the players that are playing at the top end, the players that are mixing at the top end of the game. Their opinions matter. These are the guys that are playing in some kind of consensus between a number of these guys, and if there is a couple of tweaks, then it's for the benefit of the players rather than...
I think even if maybe you had, like, say, a bit of a committee of 5 of the top players, let's say, and then they maybe come up with suggestions that is then spread.
Yeah.
Like realistic, or even like if they're listening to some of the other guys and things that we'll put forward, and then kind of think, right, are these realistic? If they are, right, well, we'll put them to a vote for the rest of the pros. Or, to be honest, I know the amateurs sort of come and go, so they're not really like, they don't always stay, whereas the pros do generally. I would be interested to maybe get them involved also, and the women, and just have a vote across the board.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just looking at some of the scores there. Craig Brown, one of my pals, it was 4-1 up. I think he's now 4-all against Rob Dagnall.
Yeah, I just said that to Rob when I spoke to him. I was sure it was Craig he was playing. That's 4-all.
Looks like he's playing a bit quicker today, Craig. Like, when I first walked, just been for some food, and I just walked in and watched the frame, and he's probably been renowned as being a relatively slow player, I would say, by quite a few, and he must clear the table in 30 seconds or less. It's a bit better break. Just seeing that Steve Wall managed to get over the line, the decider there against Connor Davison. Good result for Steve.
Yeah, he's got Corey Reese for his troubles after winning that one.
Are we likely to get a name out of you today, Steve, for who we think's taking it down?
I'm going to try and,
and you don't have to say me, just come sat here.
Do you know what? And this is probably, I keep saying things like an underdog story, and probably not saying underdog's the wrong kind of thing, because although there's the guys at the top that are serial winners, every single player that's kind of in and around it are more than capable of winning on any given day and going steamrolling through a tournament. That goes without saying, but
I would love to see you in it. I would absolutely love to see
Yeah,
you. Honestly, I would.
Not the only one. It's been a decent place, me, the Isle of Man as well. I've been twice. Obviously, I won as an amateur.
That's right.
In 2023, and then I got to the semi-final, beating Dunster in the quarters last year of the Open. And I lost in the, I think it was the quarters of the Pro last year to Fernie in a decider as well. So it's been a good place for me, to be honest. I've had some good results here. I enjoy coming. I feel like you're actually going away from home, whereas sometimes if you're a couple of hours down the road, it's actually more stressful driving on the day, I think, than coming here early and you're getting a bit more relaxed. Like we obviously got here yesterday, so I just think mentally I feel better prepared when I come here.
100%. We were on the ferry across. Rob Wilson, myself, Jake, Mark McAllister, and that's one of the things we were talking about, that you actually feel like you're going away to something big. Now it's a big event, the travel, everybody's getting in, whether it's flying, boat, there's a bit more of a buzz to it, and as you say, as much as you're going to big tournaments and playing against the very best players in Coventry, or even yourself in Newcastle, me in Glasgow, but it doesn't feel the same.
Nah, it's not. It's definitely not.
And Mark, I'm just about to go 3-1 up here. Oh, slightly. You should get this.
Yeah. Confident to get. The only chance you can miss it is if he gets a kick, I think. But I seem to think they're both using Tower chalk, so I think it's unlikely that he'll be getting any kicks. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I was some of the guys that were talking about Tam Chalk the other night, and they were saying there's so many players sponsor them, they send them the stuff, and I said I'll probably be the last guy they sponsor, because every time I'm on, I'm slaughtering, and I'm not slaughtering it, it's not like that, but I'm one of the guys that I take a lot of convincing on certain things, and I tried it and it wasn't for me. I miscued quite a lot, and then I'd mentioned that not long ago, and Dunster looked at me and he went, well, I've switched to it. He went, and I've never miscued as much as in my life, off the cushion or bridging over balls.
Right.
And a couple other people had said to me, and they were like, so what's the in between? But something I've ended up finding out is it's not very compatible with certain tips, probably the harder tips and stuff.
I have heard that, yeah. I mean, I've gone to a hard myself probably over maybe the last 8 months. And the main reason I went to hard is that I've always used a medium, but the Horo tips that 8 Ball Direct are a part distributor of, they have a certain colour and for each grade of tip, and the Horo medium was blue, so I was using blue V10, but the blue V10 I think marks the white ball a lot. Right. So just for the sake of going back to the
light
green
V10
V10
and stuff.
Yeah, I used the beast tip as they call it, which is it's green, and to be honest, it feels the same to me. Like there's not much difference between the grades in my opinion, but yeah, I think the green V10 is the best out of what's out there. But Dunster was using some blue Kamui chalk before. Well, we actually used it when I played him in the Isle of Man last year, and to be honest, I was twisting in my own mind thinking, because every it was like clay.
I know.
So every time he finished a visit, I asked ref to come over and clean the cue ball, but it didn't bother him.
No, that's the thing with Liam. He actually spoke about it, and he said he actually loved that chalk. He said it's the best chalk he's used for grip on the cue ball, and
it's like clay. That's why.
Yeah, playing the way he wants to play. But he did concede that he didn't like the mess it made of the cue ball and the table at the same time.
It's not good, is it?
So he was trying to find like a happy medium, and obviously he's ended up with the Talm stuff now, and he's.
I think that was ambitious, like trying to cut out of there, that angle. Yeah, it was no good, that stuff, to be fair.
No, that's...
The original reason that I changed to the blue tip to use was so I could use the blue V10, knowing that we're playing on blue tables. And
that makes sense.
Certain people who chalk the cue a lot, and then when they put the cue on the table, when they're setting the balls up, they end up with the green V10, the green chalk marks around like the balk line. So that was kind of why I started to use it, but it looks like the wheels have come off for Brownie there. Yeah. Craig Brownie was 4-1 up and he's 6-4 down now. I can almost imagine the stomping around the table.
That's some turnaround.
Yeah, hopefully Brownie can dig in a bit, but he's not happy with that one.
Mark trying to get to the top cushion there.
I think that was a little bit of a stamp of the cue, which you don't usually get from Mark. He doesn't give you anything. Got to say, as a professional, I think he's about as professional as it gets. His temperament and the way that he treats the game and respects the game is definitely up there.
Big shot. Didn't expect him to miss it.
He's going to have to play a double for the black, I think, isn't he? Put the one in the bark end, the yellow in the bark end last, and then double in the opposite middle.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of work still to be done here. Is he going downstairs now? He is.
Tough shot.
Yeah, you don't get these easy.
Straight into the rail.
What's Ben doing here?
He's going to have to try and close this yellow up over the bottom right, isn't he, somehow? Maybe put the red off the rail first into the yellow and push the yellow into the gap of the... It's risky, but I don't really see what else. He hasn't got a great deal else, has he? I just roll. I don't like the shot of just roll it over the bags. I think the skill shot's too easy.
Yeah. A lot of people thinking that it's pretty close. Brand new cloth, brand new balls. It's actually a lot easier than people would think. I didn't even think that went.
No, me either. I don't know if he did, because he doesn't look overly pleased with it.
He's more or less back where he started.
Is he going to have a go at these, or... It's not easy, like, is it? Slide. Yeah, that's one of them that people at home think, well, that was an absolutely terrible shot, but believe me, that you play that in your club and you're the other side of the red and you're absolutely perfect, but just with the clean balls and the slidey cloth, you get caught out on those.
Yeah, Rob Dagnall actually sat, he was speaking to me after his match, and he said, I was just trying my best not to get near the cushions. He went, it was just so slidey and catching me out, and
yeah.
But that's it when it's new, and that's why everybody says the TV table plays different. This table, Lee, hasn't been played on all week. The outer tables, we've had the Isle of Man Festival of Pool, we've had numerous singles tournaments, doubles, 3-man teams, we've had last man standings. Every other table's been played on, practiced on. This has not been touched till today.
To be honest, I think the outside tables have played perfect. The ones I've had a practice on, like, they're not sliding too much. Not sure about that shot. It's a result though. Got a free chance, I suppose, on it going to it. There's one on the back end now. See, on them sort of shots, I prefer to hit the red rather than the yellow. Because then you know that you know where the yellow's going to be, don't you? More often than not, it's going to stay where it is.
It's going to slide a bit here as well. And that's exactly what happened. Wow.
Yep. That's what I mean. Like, people look at that and think, well, that's a terrible shot, but it can become guesswork, can't it, to a degree.
It just catches you out, and you can only play the shot the way you know to play the shot. You can't
that's it.
adjust.
Yeah,
it's impossible.
It's like when you play a double and you think, oh, it's going to slide this, and then you just hit it so square, and you think, well, this one's going to slide as well. Like, there's no bite there, is there? Like, the worst thing you can do is play a ball with check side, because check side does nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But I think come towards the end of the weekend, it'll start to square up a little bit, won't it? It's just obviously ultra slidey now. Well, this is missable.
And that's probably one of the instances you just spoke about. He's ended up putting a little bit extra on it, scared of the slide, because he's had 2 shots in a row that slid away.
Yeah, he has.
And it ends up, you've hit it a little bit harder and it just squares up on you, and then...
Yeah, it's looking very bleak for Brownie now. 4-1 up, 7-4 down. I think he come through the gap between the yellow and black here, or does he have enough? He's got too much angle. If not, I think if he can get just past the middle, I think he would just slide down anywhere.
Oh wow! He's caught away with it.
Oh my god!
I was going to say, I think
That's one
this
for
is
the highlight reel, that.
that's one of the shots that it helps you, the slide, because you can get
Yeah.
a little bit more on it. But
As long as you get past the middle, like, you're going to slide down. Some result, that, though. Take your Madison here, don't you? On these, do you prefer to come back and like leave the black straight, or do you prefer it from a little touch of an angle?
oh wow, well, not that it matters, but I don't mind it there.
Yeah, I just would have put my eggs in one basket there. Just guarantee you pot the red, and then you got to back yourself potting the black, haven't you? Like, because the black's not that much easier from where it is now.
No, you're right.
On the reel.
You're right. The thing for me is he could have pushed over to the left hand side and took it to top right if he wasn't comfortable either. But
Nice solid pot.
yeah, you just get punished.
4-1 now. It's not the start that Ben was after.
Yeah, Rob Dagnall on the hill from 4-1 down against Craig Brown. What a turnaround in that one.
I feel like something has potentially gone wrong. Well, I was not stating the obvious, but I think maybe a bit of bad fortune or something, and yeah, that's game over. 8-4, 7 frames on the bounce from Rob Dagnall. See if I'll hear about what's gone on.
Yeah, maybe some breaking news from
Brownie
later.
Dunster's digging in there. Was 2-0, now 2-all.
He just doesn't go away, Liam.
No, he doesn't. Like we were saying last time, if your house had to go anywhere, you'd be putting him on it, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing with every tournament. It's like, right, who do you fancy? And it doesn't matter who's in it. And you see Dunster's name and you think, well, it's hard to see by Liam. And then, but a few people were saying to me the last time, it's not really fair on him because he's kind of tipped for every tournament. But
yeah,
he doesn't even
shock.
flinch.
It's more of a shock if he doesn't win it than if he does, innit? Like, if I see that he wins some, I just think, well, I'm not really surprised. But you feel like he maybe doesn't get the credit he deserves because of that. But I suppose that's the level that he's at, isn't it? And he's one of the best in the game, if not the best. The Farnsworth break. He has got quite a strong cup break, to be honest. Underrated. I mean, look how far that's bouncing. It's bouncing by the time it gets to the side rail, which obviously that's why he obviously put too much in the first one. That's why he went off the table.
There is the Dunster and Scott Gillespie game. Looks as if the two guys have vanished.
I think that'll be a tasty affair as well. Greg Davies against Rob Wilson. I think he, in the year that I had the good year in 2023 as an amateur, played Greg, and it was the only game all year where I just sat and watched. Really, it beat us 7-1, I think it was, in Coventry. And if you'd have told me he was the best player in the world, I would have definitely believed he was that good. His cue balls, and it wasn't because the finishes were easy, because they were actually, I think every finish he went for were tough, and he just made it. He just looked unbelievable.
And he beat Mark Boyle in Coventry 8-0.
Yeah, that made me feel a bit better about my 7-1.
Not so long ago, and I was speaking to him last night, and he said, he's like, I'm not as good as this guy and that guy and that guy, and I'm like,
he's downbeat about himself a lot. Yeah, when I was saying something to him before, like about like how good he was, and he was looking at me as if to say like as if you're saying this is like about me. And I'm like, mate, like the performances that you put in, they're as good as anybody in the world. So the only difference is obviously they do it a little bit more often.
That's
the level that you've played at is only the level that Boyle, Farnsworth, Hibbert, Clint. It's only the level that they play at, but they just do it more often. That's all.
That's it. That is exactly it. The consistency is the biggest thing, but he's definitely got an issue with self-confidence. I got that.
Yeah, I hope he can sort of deal with that, I think.
Oh.
So reactive, isn't it? But yeah, he's obviously got a tough game ahead there against Rob Wilson. Obviously Rob's had a great year. Again, another one who come up with me from the amateurs. I think he's got a pro title to his belt this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, he won the first one in Newcastle.
Yeah, to be honest, couldn't be happier for him. It was sort of in my mind that one of the lads that I'd gone up with would win one. And I'm glad that he did. And it was a very good performance as well. I think he beat Luke Sanchez in the final.
That's right. I spoke to
he's another one, isn't he, Luke? Luke's
Class.
had a great year.
He's had one of the years I spoke to him, not about, but just on the outside tables, just having a chat, and he's been one of my players of the year. Like, his consistency level's been good. He's always been in the mix. It's took people to play their very best to beat him, and he was like, nah, I don't think I've been anywhere near my best. And I said, I'm not saying your best.
Yeah,
I maybe don't know your best. I'm just
He probably feels like he's been the nail one a bit because he's lost in a few finals, hasn't he? But he got the semis of the Worlds, I think. He got to the final of 2 events, I think.
Yep.
First year back.
That's that.
I would be looking at the positives, to be fair. I mean, I know that you know in your own yourself what sort of levels you've got to go to, and whether you've been and whether you think that you still can kick on, which he obviously does. He's got the self-belief. He doesn't want runners-up titles, does he?
Exactly.
And I can't fault that attitude, to be honest.
Yeah, he's a good lad as well. I remember he was absolutely gutted. Obviously everybody gutted if they lose a final, but he just felt dead on his feet. He was a bit tired in the end, and Rob Wilson came through, but I think one of the finishes, it might have even been the finish to win it from Rob, was unbelievable. I think it was me and Scott Anderson were doing the comms. We watched it back a wee while ago. It was just different class, and it was well deserved.
Yeah, it's good to see the not always names in the final, and something different, and give the other lads belief that, hang on, like, because I know there'll be a lot of lads that are just below the top bracket where Rob is. I'll put myself in that sort of bracket, who Rob's actually gave inspiration to and belief to.
100%.
That, and not a case of, oh well, if he can do it, I can do it, but like you get where I'm going with that one. That somebody who's not, I mean, it must have been a big price. I mean, to win it, I think it'd probably been 30s, 33 maybe 28, somewhere around there. So that tells you all you need to know. But yeah, I'm buzzing for Robert. He's a great lad, and well, I didn't actually realise he'd won one about 52 years ago, because I said, oh, it must feel nice, like, to win your first pro title. He said, well, no, because I won one years ago. So I don't know if it's a bigger achievement to win one now or years ago, really, but you'd probably say now, even though the standard could have potentially maybe been a bit better years ago, but when you're a little bit older and you maybe think that you're not where you were, it's a bit nicer, isn't it, I suppose?
I think that's it, because he's coming back and the level is unbelievable. It's freaky good, and he's come back, won a title against all these guys. With no disrespect to him, he's probably not expected to. He's probably not expected to be in the mix so soon. I actually played him in the Scottish, it was Scottish doubles. The Scottish doubles. He was playing with Clint, and obviously he's moving to pro, and it was me and Johnny McDermott. They beat us in a penalty shootout, and I remember saying, how are we playing them? They're 2 pros. But I knew Rob was a pro before. I just didn't realise he had dropped off, and then they'd said, I spoke after, and I went to you, and he says, no, I'm back on the pro tour next year. He went, and I didn't even realise, because I'm playing on the amateur, and he was obviously on the amateur, but it didn't even cross my mind when I was seeing him that he wasn't a pro. But he's always been running about that level. And
don't think it's mad though, isn't it? Like, the level of some of the amateurs that came through the same year that I did,
unbelievable.
That they never won events that year. I mean, the ones that stick in my mind, Rob never won one. Jake Newell have never won one. And they're 2 lads, one's won an Open and one's won a Pro.
What a shot.
So you would think naturally that, but it's weird, isn't it? How
it is.
Nice finish of that.
I mean, you had one of the best years probably on the amateur tour that I've seen. It was pretty dominant. Would you win 3 tournaments?
2. One back-to-back events, and got to semis, quarters, and a last 16, I believe. But one of them, I think I lost to Matt Steeper in the semi-final. The last one I was going for 3 in a row. So
That's
I
right,
was actually
that's
I won the Coventry one, then the Isle of Man one, but the third event was put back to January, and I got lost to a decider. Steeper, he didn't fluke a ball, but he missed it and ended up going in off a ball night dollies to win it. And at that point I thought, I'm going to win 3 in a row here. Honestly, the way how good I felt, and I played great, but it was just one of them things wasn't meant to be. But yeah, the level of the players that come through that year was,
that was
Rob, Steve Ellis, Daz Cook, Harry Peart, just unbelievable really. And it goes to show Jake as well, goes to show how good the level was based on how well these lads are doing in the pro ranks.
Yeah, that was I was relatively new and didn't know many people. I knew loads, but I didn't know everybody. So whether someone was an amateur or a pro back then, someone could have been a pro that I didn't know. Someone could have been an amateur that I thought was a pro. Just watching them, it was just kind of. I was looking at my drawing, going playing who I was playing, and that was it. And
I think it was a tough year for the pros as well, especially the lower ranked pros, because they'll obviously be going in the open and think, oh well, I'm seeded, this will be nice. Then all of a sudden they're getting some of the top amateurs that year, which to be honest were as good as the majority of the pros, really, barring the top boys. But yeah, I think there's a definite strength in depth and going from strength to strength.
Yeah, it's great.
A few new young lads on the scene as well. It's good to see. I think it's in safe hands, Paul.
Yeah, some of the young talent. It's good to see them all pushing the boat. And one of the kids that's in this weekend, Callum Nichols.
I like that. Honestly, I really like him. I think he's got it all. His attitude's impeccable as well. And I seen him at the first event. Was in Coventry, I think it was. I said to one lad straight away, I said, he's going to be some of him. I said, you can just tell by the way he walks around the table. And I think he did. He won a big junior tournament, didn't he? And I think he did quite well in one of these. I'm sure he beat Mark White or somebody like that. Who, I don't know if you know Mark White, but he played a big challenge match against Craig Waddingham a lot of years ago.
Yeah.
Very, very good player. And from what I heard, he played unbelievable. But he's a bit of a baby-faced assassin. I think he's a little bit older than what he looks.
Yeah.
But yeah, nice kid as well, nice family.
Yeah, I was. I spoke to his dad in Newcastle and I asked him. I said, "Does the wee man play snooker?" And he went, "Nope, just pooling." I'm like, "Wow!" I said that me and Robert Stephen are watching from afar and saying he must be a wee young snooker player. And he said, "No, he's just playing pooling." I mean, well, he's different class. Looks brilliant. This weekend, or this week leading up to this, I ended up playing his dad in one of the singles tournaments, and we were just having a wee chat. And he mentioned you. He said Lee's been absolutely fantastic. He went just been an absolute diamond, full of positivity for Callum, and he's went out his way to me. And give you a.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. That's exactly what I want to try and do. For the young lads, he's asked me for practice one time, obviously, but he lives about 3 hours away. But I've said in January I've got quite a bit of free time in January, so I'm going to make the effort and drive down and spend a bit of time with him and hopefully give him a bit of help if I can. But yeah, he's a lovely lad, and he's actually got a good network of lads around by where he is that I'd like to hope are taking him under the wing as well. People like Jaden Billingham, they're not far from it. I think it's around about the same area.
Yeah, I think he says he practices with him quite a lot, so it's not bad practice partner.
Not at all. I do think that they will look after him because he's a good kid. Like he hasn't got an ounce of arrogance about him, and he's got every right to have that little air of arrogance because of how the potential he's got. But I think it makes me like him that little bit more.
Yeah.
I think he's more like I am now, and when I was his age, I was the complete opposite. Like bad attitude, just like cocky and brash, but I think he's more like I am now. So I've got a little soft spot for him. He's a good kid.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching his progress. Well, Mark progresses to potentially 5-2 here. Is there a danger that this gets away from Ben?
Evening, Dan Hemphill. Hope you're well, mate. Did I see that you hadn't been too well on Facebook the other week? Pretty sure that's the case, but hope you get better soon, mate.
Scott Gillespie. Ooh.
I feel like they are playing really new. They're sliding in a bit off the jaws, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I think my prediction is always sort of Dunster really, but I'm going to say Boyle in this event, just for the fact that when the tables play like this, I think somebody who plays with nice soft hands, who just manoeuvres a cue ball about nicely, who breaks well, it's just a recipe for success.
Yeah, the tables are, I mentioned it earlier, they're 20 brand new tables sent over from Supreme. The ones that we used throughout the tour, they're away elsewhere. Someone else has got them, some other tournaments using them, and so they sent us 20 brand new tables, and we're going to have more brand new ones for the World Championships as well. So,
do you know if they're going to be sort of different designs and stuff? Because I know years gone by, they used to change the. We've had like we used to have. There was like a black marble effect. There was a grey Italian slate, and it'd be good for them also to showcase what they've got available, wouldn't it?
I think the likelihood is there will be something slightly different at the Worlds, but I think the hope is by the time we get to the first tour event, there is something completely different, which is a little teaser out there.
Tell you what.
So that should be.
Turn your mic off.
That should be good.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
Yeah, listen, I couldn't praise Supreme enough for the deal that the guys have managed to do with them and the support they've given us. Same as Aramith and Strachan and obviously on board and the 8 Ball Direct guys. Everything's just, without these guys, Lee, that doesn't work.
No, they'll always be the best ball manufacturer for me. Aramith, I don't think they'll be. I know there's people always say but there's new things that come out and all that sort of stuff, but if it's not broke, don't fix it.
No, that's it.
And the fact that these are at the top of the game in snooker, they're at the top of the game in American pool. Exactly, that's
yeah. You sometimes
that tells you what you need to know, doesn't it?
Yeah, you get in every walk of life. There's always something that's kind of elite level, and when it comes to the manufacturing of Cuesports balls, Aramith are definitely at the top end of the pinnacle of the game.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Dan. One of the amateur lads has broken his arm, so that's why you haven't made it, mate. But hopefully you get well soon, pal. I suppose it'll be a bit of a tough recovery coming back to the pool scene with an injury like that.
Yeah, hope you're okay, mate. Cracking player as well. Played each other. I think it was Newcastle when we played each other. Brilliant player. He actually beat me in Newcastle, if I can remember correctly. I think he was lucky right enough. But yeah, keep well, mate.
Nathan Ashworth, evening. Hope you're well. Who's going to win the grand finals? Well,
good shot.
My prediction, I shouldn't really say because I'm in the event, so I should be backing myself, shouldn't I?
Exactly.
But yeah, I think it's
one of them you say, listen,
Boyle, aren't they?
if it can't be me and it's not going to be me, then I think.
Yeah, well, prediction's Boyle, but he's getting beat in the last 16 by me, so.
Oh, there you go.
So whoever beats me in the quarter final.
Mark Farnsworth, he's going to take a bit of stopping here. He's kicked on 6-2. Ben, to be fair, Ben's made quite a few mistakes in this match. It's not really been.
I think these are the games that you want the top boys. You want them, especially like if they've just come today, you want them sort of fresh off the ferry or fresh off the flight, where they haven't had much time to get any practice in on these tables, and you need to get them while the man's still potentially slightly elsewhere. But yeah, my predictions, Boyle. Who are you going with?
Right, okay.
Tell you what we'll do. You having a guess at like your normal guess, and then you can pick one out there player.
Right, okay. I'm kind of between the guy that's leading this one and Dunster is my outright. And then the outside bet. See, I've not even looked at the draw enough to see who all runs into each other, so it's like you've just said you'll play Mark. Was that in the last 16?
if I win my first, I don't really look too far generally, but if I win my first game against Liam Farrell, I would play Crowsdale, and the winner of me and Crowsdale then would get Gio or Boyle. So, to be honest, it's not a given that it would be Boyle, because I don't think Gio will have too bad a record against Mark.
The two of them are very similar.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, and Gio's obviously not. He doesn't really falter because of his opponent.
I love that. I mean, I think there's obviously underachievers like Ross Fernie. I think he's underachieved.
Yeah, for his ability. He's one of them where I do think he's overly attacking though, and he's class. He is class, but I think it's harder for the consistency of winning tournaments playing that style, innit?
No, he actually said to me he would rather get beat going for it and trying to win than, and I'm like, but sometimes you
just hold on.
Yeah, you need to just hang in there. And you're right, I think you're spot on with that. That's probably the reason why he's not consistently been winning, and he'll get the odd one because sometimes you get the run of the balls and you just take the big finishes and you get the little flicks and kicks when you need them.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he would be a popular winner as well, Fernie, because I don't know anyone who doesn't like him.
No.
And I only sort of got to know him. Obviously, I got to know him quite a bit through the tour, but then he lived in Newcastle, not too far from me, and we practiced quite a few times, and I introduced him to the Teesside delicacy, the parmo. Have you ever heard of parmo? So it's a breaded chicken which is deep fried, and then you've got like bechamel sauce, cheese on top, melted, and then you can have like different toppings like pepperoni, or you can have a hot shot and all that sort of thing. But it's our local delicacy. You get it from every takeaway.
Right.
So when you're up our neck of the woods, I'll introduce you to one that's unbelievable. Might not sound that great, but believe me, it is.
No, but I'm actually Dale Malarkey he's wanting me to come down. He's having something in the new year. I don't know when exactly, but he said he would let me know. But he's like, I would love it if you came down. And I went, well, I'm the kind of guy, if I get invited somewhere, I'll go. So just let me know when it is. And then when I'm down that neck of the woods, then I would rather go and do some catching up. So,
well, yeah. I'll come up. That's a club that I'm, Dale personally sponsored me. But Ballers, is that where he was on about in Benwell? Yeah. So yeah, I'll have a run up.
Yeah.
And I'll bring you a palm up.
Yeah, sounds
it's only
good to
probably
me.
about an hour for me.
Yeah, it sounds good. Sounds like my kind of food. Yeah, 7-2. This has been.
I don't feel like Ben's done an awful lot wrong, really. I missed one down on this bottom rail when he was trying to punch it out for the black, but just seems like it's been all marked, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's been the odd moment. You know, Ben's maybe, I don't even want to say forced the issue because it's probably doing him a disservice, but it doesn't seem to be getting anything easy.
No, you're right. I agree. One of my not necessarily out there because he's a former world champion, but prediction: Adam Davies. He's very, very good. I don't know how much he plays. I know he's got his own club now, but I think he would be sort of my relatively outsider sort of selection.
I would like to see Marshy do well, but I just think he's just too mad.
Yeah.
If he takes it serious, and I'm not saying he doesn't, because that's again.
Well, when he's on the table, he definitely does. But sometimes it's where your mind's at for the full weekend, isn't it, I suppose. And
it's probably one of the reasons why one of the amateurs, who I think will be in the professional ranks next year, I hope he accepts it, because he will 100% be offered it. Scott Higgins,
right?
He's at the top end of the rankings. I think it might be number 4 or something right now in the amateurs. But it's no surprise to me. I mean, me and Scott have played loads of times against each other, with each other. He's a class act, but when he's coming to these league, he comes, plays his match, goes to his room. Plays his match, goes to his room. Because in the past, he was like everybody else. It was a weekend away, let's enjoy it.
Yeah, you do that after the pool.
Yeah, so he's all about the pool right now, and I'm looking at him and I'm saying it reminds me of certain players that have had major success, but he was speaking to me the other night and he said, I just don't know, Stevie, do you think if I get offered it and they say I need to go into the pros, I don't know if I'm ready for it. And I'm thinking, screw them up, mate. You
got to do it while you're here, haven't you? At the end of the day, when are you ever going to be ready? Exactly. You don't take it when you... Yeah, I just think like granted, you might take it now and it might not necessarily work the first year, but you take a bit of adjusting and then you take the second year, third year, the fourth year, then you start attacking it.
100%.
It's time spent. I wouldn't. I mean, my wife is a prime example. She finished, I think, third or fourth in the women's rankings. Realistically, she probably wasn't ready. Didn't have enough experience and enough belief, maybe. But I said, no, you've earned it. Let's have a go at it, and even if it doesn't work out, you can say that you've been a women's professional, which that's a big enough achievement in itself. So
that's Greg McMillan said to me last year. He's like, I think I need to take it, Stevie, and I went, 100% you take it. I went, why were you playing in the amateur to get to the top end of the rankings to say no?
What are you trying to achieve?
I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it's a no-brainer.
Even if you just have your 2-year card and then you think, I'm not at that level, but you've done it.
Exactly.
And how are you going to know you're not at that level unless you have a go? It was never really in my mind whether I was or I wasn't. I was taking it because that was why I was on it.
No, mate, I started this year. That was my sole goal. And getting into Glasgow a few events ago, I was 19th, and I'm saying, right, I only need a couple of good events here, and I'm well in the mix. But then everything changed, as you know. Mark Pickworth went on his way, and it left just me here. So all of a sudden, there's the TV duty, and there was a lot of stuff that went into it, and then little chat with the guys, and it was right. Okay, I don't mind. I'm at the start of the year I had that goal. Now we've got to kind of take the ball and run with it, and that's.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm all right with that because at the end of the day, it's to me. If I was offered it and I was in that position, I would be grabbing it with both hands because to me, it's just a game of pool.
Can you imagine, right? I know it obviously sounds extreme, but say you get yourself into the top 8 and you get the opportunity to go pro and you think, I'm not really ready. Next thing, you have some illness or whatever it is, and then you don't do it, and then 3 years down the line, you might say, well, I could have done it, but I didn't because whatever. Well, just do it. You're here now. Just have a go. If it doesn't work out, so what? Like, I mean, people say about boxers and stuff like daring to be brave. I'm of that ilk myself. Like, I'd rather go down trying than just say, well, I'm not good enough. Like, you're never going to be good enough if you don't put yourself in the ring.
See, talking to Renzi a wee while ago, and it was one of the tournaments. I think it was maybe one of the Grand Prix. It was in Scotland, and one of the local guys, very, very good player, had beat me, and they were playing Clint next. He's beat me in a decider, and Renzi said, here's the thing, Stevie, he's going to go and play Clint knowing that he can't beat him, whereas you'd be saying, come ahead, mate.
Yeah, you want the challenge.
Yeah, and sure enough, Clint won 7-0 or 8-0, whatever it was, in about 20 minutes, and it was like...
frustrating, isn't it?
And it's just one of the... But there's a lot of people like that. They go and maybe just don't believe in themselves. Maybe that's a big issue, Lee, but at the end of the day, why are you playing the game if it's not to get to the top?
Yeah. Like I say, I agree completely. I'm playing it because I want to get to the top, whether I will or not's another story, but you're never going to, are you, if you're just lurking in the shadows.
No, but you didn't come into the pro ranks to come here and sit and watch Ben Davies and Matt Farnsworth with me. You've came here, you'll help out doing this, but you came here hoping that it's going to be 2 other people sitting here doing you in one of the biggest finals winning it.
Absolutely, I've got every ambition to be winning these titles, and like I say, it won't be through, if I don't, it won't be through lack of belief or lack of trying.
Now Ben is off his seat and this match is over.
Yep, it is. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, Matt Farnsworth, just too good.
Yeah, I think Ben looked a little bit rusty, to be honest, and it shows when you play the level of Mark. It just seemed like it was all Mark, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I want to go and get a few words with Matt Farnsworth, so cheers Lee Shepherd for joining me. And we'll get you tuned in to the next match. He's coming soon. But thank you very much, and we'll see you in a wee minute, guys.
Farnsworth. It was a bit of a strange game at the start, but then you just seemed to motor on.
Yeah, I've been playing really well the last few weeks, to be honest, full of confidence and stuff. The tables obviously they've just been done and stuff else, so there's a lot of slide. I just struggle a bit with the bottom cushion. I don't know if it needs looked at. It's a bit clunky, but the rest of them, obviously the table's superb. Just the new conditions. I've been playing on a table that's a little bit worn, but just the so slidey, just it takes a bit of getting used to. And there's some shots you literally can't play on.
There was a few shots. Lee Shepherd was in obviously in the comms, and we were talking about that, and Lee said a few times, he went, people watching sometimes think, oh, what's he done there? But it does catch you out, no matter how and what level you're playing at, it can be tough.
Yeah, Ben, obviously he's got a lot of things going on. He's like really successful with the on-board stuff and like that. So like hats off to him how great he's done with that business, and it's great to see the partnership with the IPA and stuff. But he doesn't put as much time as he used to with the game. But he's still got a lot of knowledge. You know, he's still even though he wasn't at his best tonight today, he's still a hard player to beat. But even him, like Ben, he's played on new cloths like all his career and stuff, and the catch out because sometimes the more pace, it's hard to somebody who doesn't play on the equipment sort of thing. Sometimes the harder you actually play the shot to get a reaction, the worse it is, because you don't actually get the reaction off the cushion that you want, and plus the cloth's so reactive, it counteracts what you're actually trying to do, you know. So sometimes you've got to play a shot slower to try and get more reaction. It's weird to get your head around sometimes.
There was actually a double you played, and it looked to me like you only had enough of the yellow. It was basically into the opposite bag, but it kind of checked on you.
Is that early on in the match?
The red and yellow were close to each other.
I tried to give it a little bit for a bit of slide. I didn't. Normally, if you hit them firmer, they straighten up. But I didn't hit it too hard, thinking that it wouldn't straighten. I was trying to allow a little bit for the slide. It just didn't. It just came off more or less a straight line. I missed it by a mile.
It didn't look like you could even get that angle, because me and Lee went kind of back in our chairs and thought it didn't look like you could get that. And again, that's trying to find that kind of balance in between. It is really tough, and I think the viewers at home probably don't realise how tough it is.
Yeah, I think I've always been, if I've got a match coming, I try to play on a table that's maybe 4 to 6 weeks old or something like that. You've been getting time to get used to it, but the equipment's being done when they're brand new. The cloth is so reactive. It's not, people think of like cloths like lightning, but I genuinely don't think it is. I think it's a pretty quick cloth, but what sets it apart is the reaction.
It's the reaction.
Balls, especially the balls are brand new, or they've been cleaned. They're actually pristine there, so that they want to separate any sort of reaction sort of thing when you cannot, even when you're potting balls, they're springing apart. So and plus when you go into the cushions, it just everything goes wider.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sometimes it's really, really difficult to judge what's going to happen.
Well, we are actually quite blessed, Mark, because it is 20 brand new Supreme tables. We've got brand new cloth and brand new balls. The other tables we had on the tour, they're away somewhere else. We're pretty spoiled here.
Yeah, to be honest, I've apart from like it's a bit of I had one bad crossing a few years ago and it was horrendous. But it's obviously very either fly or you get the ferry across. But every year I've came across, the people couldn't do enough for, you know. So it's a pleasure to come across, because I think when you speak to the locals, apart from the TT and stuff like that, they don't get a lot of other things going on. I think pool's a really, really high participant sport over here, you know. So you get the locals coming out and stuff like that. And Dagnall, Davies, obviously,
that's right.
He's a very good player. And he's a good for the Isle of Man in general. But it is a pleasure to come over, and then the equipment, like you say, everything's been replaced, and it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to play on. Just sometimes the cloth finds out that little bit at the beginning, but plus I think the stream lights as well. It's a lot warmer in the arena, so that makes it with the new lights and stuff as well. You actually feel the heat on the tail, so that again adds to the reaction of the cloth, the balls, and whatever else.
Absolutely,
so it does make
Mate,
a huge difference.
I love the fact that every pro comes in and says it's different, and people say, but it's the same table, how can it be different? And that's the explanations that's what they need to hear.
Yeah, it's just the heat as well. Like the heat makes a massive difference. If you're practicing in a club which is freezing cold overnight and stuff like that, it takes a lot of the reaction out of the cushions and whatever else, even the cloth itself. You know, you come into a arena like this where it's warm in general, and you've got the table lights on it. You can actually feel the heat when you've got your hand on the slate. You know, so it does make a huge difference on the different shots you play. And like I said earlier, some shots you can't play.
Yeah.
Another shot you can't play if it's a cloth mate 1-1. Sometimes you just got to use a bit of knowledge and experience to try and navigate through the pitfalls, you know.
Well, congratulations, Mark. You're in the next round, mate. And next up for us here, we're going to have Gio Edgar and Eddie Roberts, guys. So we're going to be back very, very soon.
Cheers, thank you.
This is our aisle. I'll rise.
who you share 'em with.
I'll dive.
It's life. The point is enjoying who you share it with.
I'll breathe.
Joy is who you share it with.
I'll dream.
And the weeks,
I'll glide.
weekends, keep
I'll climb.
who you spend the week. In time,
This is our calm.
the time is who you spend.
This is our wild.
Joy is
This is our past. This is our welcome.
who you share it with.
This is our story. Shaw and Chinya I.
Who you share it.
This is our biosphere. This is our ordinary.
Who you share it with.
And this is your extraordinary isle.
When you travel to the Isle of Man with us, the action starts the moment you step on board. Get fueled up, arrive fresh and raring to go. We take you there. Book now with steam-packet.com.
Well, previous match winner, and the guy I just spoke to is joining me in the comms, Mark Farnsworth. What a guy. Cheers, mate.
No problem, mate. Who do I make the invoice out to?
So, Gio Edgar, Eddie Roberts. Two of the kind of new kids on the block, but Gio feels as if he's been about forever, Mark.
Yeah, Gio's one of the players on the tour that I really rate highly. The technique side of things, he plays a bit of snooker, and obviously I had a snooker background, so you watch players who time the ball well. I think Gio's one of those players that he's got a really good technique. He hits the ball really clean, and he's got a good head on his shoulders as well. He picks the right shots and stuff like that. He plays a nice pace. So he's still a young kid, like you say, he's been around a long time, but I think he's got a huge future in the game. But again, Eddie, he's sort of like obviously the Welsh lad, and obviously he's a talented player. You know, he's capable. I think Gio starts a match on paper favourite, but Eddie's had some good results recently. So, how do you say it?
Yeah, I mean, from I started playing in the IPA, Eddie was one of the guys I got to know early. We got on like a house on fire. He's an absolute class act, but he's a brilliant player. And probably over maybe the last 18 months, probably beat himself up a wee bit too much since he went into the pro ranks. Didn't really feel like he was, in his words, doing as good as he should. And my mind saying to him, it was in commentary, I went, well, there's nobody that should do good. Yeah, it's just one of the things you need to work at. And
I think he's one of those people that's probably, without being disrespectful, he's probably too nice for his own good. Hasn't got that killer instinct, that nastiness he wants to, like, even though he probably want to win matches, he doesn't want to drill somebody to the floor, you know. So he's probably too self-critical as well, because he's just that. I think that's just in his nature. As well, sometimes you need to have that little bit of a nasty streak to improve your own game as well as your results, I think.
No, that's actually a good point. It wasn't Eddie, but it was a conversation not so long ago, and someone actually lost a game. I think they were 6-0 up, and they said, felt sorry for my opponent, so I let them win a frame. Then they lost the match 8-7 from 6-0 up, and I'm not saying Eddie would do that, but I get that kind of.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just it's in your mind a little bit as well. Sometimes it wouldn't be one of my thoughts. Obviously, I'd rather win the match. Yeah, and I think even in that match I played there, I think Ben was really unlucky in a couple of incidents which you hold your hands up and say, oh, you're unlucky there, but in deep down you think, I'm pleased that's happening.
Oh, of course.
You know, so did he get a ball? I didn't actually. So, did it red?
Yeah, I think one went in. Did it fall in the right middle?
I seen the initial split, but I didn't actually see one drop in.
Yeah, I think that's actually a good point that you make there, because the late Mick McGoldrick, I don't know if you knew Mick well, but
I didn't actually. I've heard a lot about him over the years, but unfortunately I never had the chance to meet him. You know.
So all of us in and around Glasgow, and probably most of Scottish pool, but mostly Glasgow, if he ever seen you getting even a tiniest little bit of fortune, a slice of luck, and put your hand up, he would go through you like a ton of bricks. And it wasn't being disrespectful. He would say, listen, you're not sorry, so don't pretend to be. I find that more disrespectful. After the game, tell your opponent, listen, I had a slice there, a little bit of fortune, but now be sincere about it. But he hated that, because he's like, well, you don't have to jump about and celebrate it. Like, he hated it, Mark.
Yeah, I get the point. I would always put my hand out just that's the way I am, but I totally get the principle behind it, because if you get a bit of luck at your opponent's unfortunate, it's for your benefit, isn't it? So
exactly.
Like you say, I suppose it's a bit of a false putting your hand up, because like you say, you're not sorry, are you? Bit of a quick one there. I think he tried to force the yellow, but you could see in his back arm, he just pushed her through a little bit too quick. Probably at the end of the day, you play on the stream table. Yeah. It's a big event. First frame, there's a bit of tension there, and I think that just showed a little bit there with Eddie's the way he cued that ball.
See, that's one of the instances I talk about yourself, Mark Boyle, Gareth Hibbert. I'm not saying if you're bang on something to kick it out, you will. Fair enough. But a lot of these, that ball had a pocket, probably a good connector for the black.
Yeah.
But Eddie's thinking, I need to get it out. And
I think it was just because the angle on it. He didn't really have to do a lot with it, so he thought he'd just punch through it to bring it out anyway. But I know what you're saying. Obviously, I'd rather leave something, if I don't have to move it. Like you say, if it's got a pocket, you can play a decent positional shot to get on it, you know. So, but I think that the angle was there, but I think he just rushed it a little bit anyway.
And is that maybe something, I know Eddie, he's maybe played on TV a couple of times, but the shot clock,
it's massive. It's still catching me out all the time. You try to take a bit of composure, and you think yourself early on the frame, you think yourself, I'll try not to use the extension early if you can help it. But then you're looking at the pattern and you think, I'm not sure what this and that before. You know it's 10 seconds, and you think, well, I might as well use the extension now rather than rush something. Yeah. So you use the extension early when you probably don't need to, and then it comes late in the frame, you think,
I could be doing with that.
And then it's in your head a little bit, you know. So it's it's definitely a good rule, but it still doesn't matter how many times. I think Liam's probably the best judge of the shot clock, the actual beeps and stuff like that. But it still takes a lot of getting used to.
Well, that's something I've noticed, that even the very best, when that buzzer goes, it's like I need to hurry up. Whereas Liam uses it as a trigger.
Yeah, he sort of knows what he's doing in his own mind, but then he just still takes probably that extra few seconds till he waits till the 10 seconds, and then he sort of doesn't approach the table till maybe 5.
That's right.
In his own mind, he's playing most of his shots on probably 2 or 3, isn't he? So, but like it's saying, it's a bit of just his methodical train of thought, isn't it?
Yeah, he kind of. I suppose he makes 30 seconds look like a couple of minutes the way he goes about it, but.
Yeah. I think he gets a bit of unfair criticism.
Of course he does.
He is a fantastic talented player, and he uses the rules to his advantage a lot of the times, which is fair enough. But like you say, because I think a lot of his shots, the vast majority of his shots will be 28, 29 seconds, which makes him look like a slow player. But he's just using the 30 seconds for. Do you know what I mean? That's how he's comfortable with his technique and whatever else.
Oh, gee, word, yeah. Not messing about here.
Yeah, it's a smooth finish. The first, I think it was the second ball in the bottom right corner. It had a bit of a wobble, but he cued it firm, and it obviously took it in. The rest of it's been pretty good. He's getting through the white cue ball very clean. You can see he's playing well.
Yeah, he started to knock in some centuries on the snooker table lately as well, and I actually said to him, "Do you think you could be the next Mark Selby?" And he went, Stevie, I'm not good enough at that. I went, you've no long started really putting in a bit of time on it. And
Did he come from a snooker background initially, or has he just been predominantly pool and then went to snooker?
Yeah, so he didn't. I was actually speaking to his dad about it ages ago. It was just, I wasn't speaking to him. I think I'd messaged him and asked him if he'd played snooker, and I don't think he did.
Right.
And then over the last while, he's been absolutely flying.
I'm a bit surprised at that, because when you look at his technique, he's got that sort of snooker profile to a certain extent.
I think it's quite Boyle-like. It's really smooth, but I could be wrong. I might have mixed that up with somebody else. But
I think he's quite tall as well, so you notice obviously when he goes down, he cues the ball. He's got a good technique. The way he goes down on the shots, he goes down a straight line, and he cues through the ball really well.
I'm sure it was either I'd messaged or his dad had put it on one of the Facebook posts or something. Maybe I'd said to him, obviously playing a bit of snooker, and I think he said that he didn't play a lot of snooker at all. But recently he's getting into the leagues, but he's knocking in tons for fun. Which
doesn't surprise at all. Yeah. It's just Liam gives us for 5. Was it 3-0? Scott, I think, was possibly that.
Scott was in front, and then he made a kind of slight mistake on I tried to play a snooker, and let Liam in, and then it kind of turned a little bit from there. But
I've never really followed any of the results earlier on. Has there been any big shocks? Has there been any good?
I mean, it's probably not a shock. Craig Brown was 4-0 or 4-1 up on Rob Dagnall, and lost 8-4 from there, lost every frame. And
Rob can play as well. He's a good player. Plus, I think Craig's been concentrating on the Chinese quite a bit as well. So it's difficult when we were just talking about that before, because I was speaking to Dean Shields, and he's contemplating doing a bit more with the 9-ball. He says he finds it difficult swapping disciplines, because it's completely different.
Oh, 100%.
Completely different technique when it comes to the 9-ball compared to 8-ball, But I think he's still in two minds. There's a lot of travelling involved, but.
That was one of the guys plays in McGoldrick's Big Chick McCaig, brilliant player. Played a lot of 9-ball, and then he would play 8-ball, and he would play some shots, and we would be like, "Chick, what were you doing there?" And he's like, "I don't know." I said, "I'm thinking I'm on an American pool table and just playing." So it is totally different, but you wouldn't imagine it, but it really is.
Yeah, well, I've played a little bit, and it's one game, it's one Cuesports I literally just can't stand. I used to play. My granddad used to take us down to the snooker club, and obviously he used to have a few games of snooker. When I started getting the better of him at quite a young age, he used to get the billiards balls out. He used to just have his he'd have his wrapped up in nuts or billiards. So and then obviously I played a little bit of Chinese game and stuff like that. But when it comes to 9-ball, I just can't get through my head how bad the technique is. But obviously they're very, very good players, but they need that loop.
Yeah, that's
the cue action, because they don't want to be straight or anything. I think Jason's a perfect example. When Jason used to play the 8-ball, whereas now you watch him, he's got a very big arc. But that's what you need at the 9-ball, So it's just completely different discipline altogether.
That was I was never really that guy for that as well, and I was told it's because I'm too into I play too much like this. And you're trying to screw and stun everything, when in that game you're running off angles and loads aside.
You want nothing straight, basically. You want everything with as much, because the balls are so heavy, you want as much angle as possible. I think, does that red go on the right side next to black there? I think he's...
I think he would love to be on it right now if it does, but
it definitely doesn't go on the left centre, so it's probably only got the one pocket on the right centre. It looks a bit tight from where he must be on it. If he's on it, it's a relatively easy finish. If it's not, it's a bit tricky.
Is he going to?
Yeah, I think just pull it back to the one in the right corner.
Yeah, good shot.
Cued it well. How did you travel over on the?
Yeah, we got the ferry at Heysham, the middle of the night, Tuesday into Wednesday, and it was. I mean, I know a lot of ferries were cancelled because of the weather.
I think it was Mondays was off, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then early Tuesday because Rob Wilson and Jake Dillon-Newell, they ended up on ours at night because their day one was cancelled. But honestly, it was like we floated over. It was spot on. So we got a bit of luck. I
got a really bad crossing about probably 2 years ago. It was on the other boat, the smaller boat, and I love the water, but it was scary. It was just horrendous, the journey. I think I don't want to go into the details, but it wasn't pretty. But that one gets on last night, and the captain straight on, he was saying, we received a text anyway, the schedule's been brought forward half an hour due to adverse weather conditions, so that doesn't set you with any confidence. And then the captain comes on, he says, it's going to be on the Beaufort scale or something, number 7, which I googled it straight away, gale force winds, so you think, oh my god. And to be fair, it was relatively smooth all the way across.
Yeah, I was asking some of the guys here yesterday, because there was the captain said we're going to activate the stabilisers because we've got slightly high winds, but to me I'm thinking, right, okay, but it didn't feel to me like there was a couple of times when we stood up we staggered a wee bit, but yeah, on the whole it was okay. But I'm glad of that, because I don't mind being on boats. I've went cruises with my missus and stuff like that, but I would rather it was nice and smooth than crazy.
Yeah, some of them waves, like you see stuff on the TV and whatever else, and then some of them waves on that smaller boat, they're crashing against the windows, and you're up and down, and I'm terrible. Like at fairground, I've never been on a roller coaster in my life, and I'm just there going like, you think, what's going to happen here?
No, that's white knuckle ride stuff. So no, that's not for me. I did years ago. I was in the Caribbean. I worked in the Caribbean a couple of times, and we went out on the boats. You do all these different boat trips and stuff, obviously in the Caribbean Sea, and there was the guy's captain, and it wasn't a big boat, and he says, listen, we're going to need to head in soon because there's some big swells coming. I didn't even know what that meant, Mark, until I was basically standing in the back of the boat, and the wall of water was facing me, and I'm like, I couldn't see the sky, I couldn't see land, and I'm like, this is what they mean with the swells, the way it went up and down, and I'm thinking, we need to get in quick. And it was frightening, to be honest. But
the only thing I remember that trip, and I'd get up early, and I'd had a bit of breakfast, which I shouldn't have done, so my stomach hadn't really settled. So while we're going through this, I thought it was absolutely chaos. It was like tables and that moving, and glasses and whatever else, and you look at the staff and they're just wandering about as if it's normal. So like that sort of gives you a bit of confidence that it's not as bad as probably you think it is.
Yeah, that is actually, I get that sometimes when I'm on flights and you feel that bang and you go, oh wait a minute here, but the staff are just floating up and down as if
still not I'm thinking, right,
we're okay here, they're still serving drinks, so yeah, it's
sorry to see the captain wander down to go to the toilet and just having a big crack with us.
Yeah, Eddie Roberts breaking off frame number 2.
3, isn't it? Ones each?
No, frame number 3, sorry, yes, one each.
I'll keep you right.
Yeah, cheers mate, I'm falling asleep here.
Dry. I don't know if I mentioned it was one of the last events. I think I was in the commentary box. I was about Gio always wearing long sleeves. Is there anything in it, or is it like super?
I don't actually know so here's the kicker. He was actually told to take it off in the event in the Players' Lounge, if you remember the Scottish Grand Prix.
Right, I wasn't aware.
So it was, I think, I don't know where it came from. In fact, I'm a liar. It wasn't at the IPA. He actually had that top on playing in a Scottish event, and he was told to take it off because it's not technically a polo shirt. Right. And he said, well, it looks like a long sleeve polo shirt. It's the same design. Everything's the same. It's got that, and I think it's quite smart. I've not got a problem with it, but he was told to take it off, and I think Sean McGiff and a couple other people had similar tops on. But yeah, he does wear that long sleeve top all the time. So I don't know if it's a comfort thing. I can't wear long sleeves, Mark. I don't know about you.
To be honest, I grew up playing a bit of snooker and stuff, and even the pool was you had to wear like shirts and waistcoats, and it was dead uncomfortable. And I was over the moon when they relaxed the dress code and stuff like that. But I sort of don't mind wearing the stuff that Gio's on go wearing, but I would hate to go back to having to wear long sleeve shirts and do waistcoats. You just feel like you feel horrendous. I always remember the Worlds used to be the original Worlds used to be at Blackpool in July.
That's right. Yep.
And there was the hotel. It wasn't the Hilton. I can't remember the name of the hotel anyway. But it was always July time, and the aircon never used to work. And honestly, it was torture.
You get waistcoat and shirt on,
and sticky balls as well. It was horrendous.
Actually, I didn't start. I played snooker when I was young, and then because I played football, I was nowhere near any Cuesports for a long time. And then when I started playing in my mid to late 20s, it was John Kerr Tiger that got me. He got me playing, and I was watching them at the international events with the waistcoats and the shirt, and I thought, I loved snooker growing up, and I went, oh, that looks amazing. My first time going playing for Scotland, and it was changed to t-shirts, and I was gutted. But obviously all you guys, yeah, that's it, because I'd never worn it to know that every single player was saying, oh, I hope they never bring them back. But that's obviously that comfort thing, when I just thought it looked good. But
clever little shot by Eddie there. A lot of players might have been tempted to go for the double and a crazy finish there. We just took control of the right corner pocket there, but not just that, he sort of hid the white a little bit for the first shot. So it's all well and good blocking the pocket, but sometimes you've got to think about the white as well, because if you're leaving easy combinations, because still you're not really getting any benefit for it. I didn't realise. I thought he couldn't put that on the corner. So he's played that clever shot, forced a mistake. Really, it's an uncharacteristic mistake by Gio, but clever little shot by Eddie, just taking control of the frame, which is obviously it's so important.
That's something that maybe a lot of people don't at the lower level of the game. They'll think, right, I'll just get the pocket and that's me.
Yeah,
but if you can
sometimes
play,
the worst thing you can do.
If you can get two shots in one, or even get the bag, but then cover some other things at the same time, it's.
Yeah, because you think I take the pot to give us some sort of control, but then you might lead to something else to leave a skill shot or various other things, So you've got to look at the bigger picture sometimes. And don't get us wrong, at times if you're struggling in a frame, rather than go for a crazy finish, you can go in defence mode sort of thing and take a pocket, or just even if you just try and put the black safe, it just gives you a lifeline. Do you know what I mean? But there's a lot more to just covering a pocket than what it looks like. Do
you find, Mark, if you're playing an outer table, that there's more chance of having scrappier frames than on the TV table? And would you say that's the shot clock or change of mentality?
I think there's a lot more shots rushed on the shot clock, because you sort of think you're on the TV table. And I think players' perception is you either you want to play well, but you've got to play well on the TV table. So I think you get drawn into, because of the shot clock, I think you sort of panic a little bit. I think everybody does it, probably apart from Liam's probably the exception, But I've found myself loads of times drawn into a finish I don't want to be going for. Even in practice I probably wouldn't be going, but you sort of run out of time, so you think, I better pop that one, and before you know it, your feet's in the bucket sort of thing. You see, you've got to keep swinging. Whereas I think the outer tables, I don't think the pressure's on to play it well. You sort of want to win the match, that's the important thing.
Yeah,
anyway.
Exactly.
And you sort of probably may play the better percentage shot and take a bit more time on the important stuff, So I think that on the TV table, it does obviously probably lacks the quality at times because of the rushiness, but obviously I think from a spectator point of view, it's a huge positive, having the shot clock. Yeah, that's because it was one of the questions I've asked a few people, and I don't see, I've sat here now for a couple of years doing this, and I don't see a lot of tactical scrappy frames. Well, I don't see them as often as I would if I'm standing watching one of the outer tables and watching some match, and you go, there was a few scrappy ones there, or got really tactical, the match lasted 2 hours, and I've always thought to myself, would you play a different shot if you had 2 minutes over the shot you played in 30 seconds? Shot back. I'm sure that red pot's in the left centre. I don't even know why he came round that side. It's just, I think he's more or less killed the finisher. Do you think that red goes? It mustn't. Surely you wouldn't have went in the black there if it does. Do you know what? It looks if it flies him. Yeah, I thought it did, because the shot he played before in the plant, I thought he could have played that. He was on it into the right middle to start with. So and it's a right and wrong clip in the black, but he shouldn't have been anywhere near it. So not only is the red a bit tricky now, the black's more or less dead. So he's got a lot of work to do now, which did look like a relatively easy finish. Again, he might have a little bit of the worst case scenario, you can top this soon, play the double on the red, but again, the black's in no man's land, really. Yeah, that was
You
And
can
the
see
red
the angle
definitely
there.
goes. I
Yeah,
can't understand the shot at all, because I thought, I'll drop this in, play the red in the centre, the black goes. It's a relatively easy finish. Is he going to play the cross double into the black here? I think it's the only shot. Play the cross double, trying to screw it in the black, leave the red in the middle. Oh, what a shot!
Yeah, that's fantastic.
What a shot. I think the black passes the yellow on the bottom right. If he wants to play it in the top left.
Oh, he's going to play it to the. So he's going to play it to the middle now.
I'd be surprised if he plays that in the centre, because it did look relatively tight. Surely he just plays it in the top left, in the yellow pocket. No, he's got his mind set on it.
He's going to play it off the yellow, then the black. But it's surprising me, Mark. That's the first I've seen him actually look to see if that red went.
Yeah.
So I don't think
to be honest, I thought it flew in. So when he went down the previous shot before, when he went in the black, I was just expecting he's going to take it off the yellow. It obviously doesn't pot. He's going to take it off the yellow. This is trickier than it looks.
Yeah, yellow's a bit higher than it looks on the camera.
That's a good finish, to be fair. It's one of those not on the textbook. Yeah, that finish before, it looked like ABC, and obviously I didn't really comment on it, because I just thought, it's just going to trickle him through. And I see him getting a bit low on the white. I was thinking, and then when he pulled it around the other side, it was strange, but he's a good shot maker, and probably that finish will hurt Gio more than the little plops that we initially thought he had.
I was going to ask you that there. So, even at the very top of the game, where you've been marked for a long time.
Dagger in the heart.
Yeah, it still hurts.
Yeah, Ben, obviously I know he wasn't at his best there, but he fluked the ball in one of the early frames, and he got a bit fortunate position shot, but then he's forced the one along the bottom rail. He's missed the next ball.
That's right.
But that would have been so. When you think he's missed the pot, he's fluked, and then he's also getting position as well. You sort of want to rewind and think, well, just get the easy one.
No, that shot that Ben played, we were surprised he tried to hammer it in, because he could have topped through, played the black to the opposite top bag, even just took his medicine and given himself a shot. But
in the centre, he's thinking probably couldn't miss. He just wanted to try and make that a little bit easier. Again, probably the confidence factor, not playing as well as he used to. I think in years gone by, he'd just, like you say, just popped in, I'm going to get the black.
Now, Gio, breaking on fear, needs to hit back now. But Eddie's showing he's playing quite well here, potting well.
Didn't get through them as well as he usually does. It was a bit of a soft break. Is he getting away with it? Oh, he has, yeah. He didn't drive through them as well as normal. He's managed to get a ball, and they've opened up lovely, haven't they?
Yeah, it's a good chance here.
I think you've got to be looking at reds, because that yellow possibly looks a bit tricky down the bottom below where the triangle goes. I think the reds are relatively... I can't see any major issues with the reds. Possibly the one on the left-hand side next to the yellow, but I think it still pots, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to find a problem there, and I think he's sure this one in bottom right.
As long as you get an angle on this next one. He looks a little bit, he's got enough to work with, I think. The last thing you want is to leave this next, not this shot, the one after straight. Any sort of angle, even if you can screw onto some on the bottom cushion to give yourself a little bit of angle that way. And he doesn't want to leave himself hampered behind the yellow, behind the yellow either.
Would you be wanting to get that red
This
out
is
of the way as early as possible?
probably the main shot of the finish, to be fair. He's played it really
good
well.
shot.
Yeah, that's all you need, that little bit of half an inch. It's enough to work an angle with a bit of side as well. Thinking about stunning him behind to play the right in the right centre. The bottom right, sorry.
That's what I was going to ask you, because I'm thinking he's going to play that, but maybe
I'd
stun between
have
the two.
stun the middle. It looks as if he's got enough angle to stop at the centre, but he mustn't have enough to work with. That's what I thought he would have done there. I thought he would have just, because you can basically play for 3 or 4 there.
You can play the one now bottom right, then maybe.
The only tricky thing is if he's not straight on the red, it's whether he can get in behind the red to the left hand side. Can he get behind the yellow? Can he screw in front of it?
Yeah.
I think that's only a little bit of trouble. He doesn't look straight as if he can. He's got a little angle, so he can possibly, he leaves a bit more angle. He can go behind it with a bit of side. I think you'll see him stun this. Yeah. Just play this with a trace right hand side.
Yeah, although
it looks relatively tight there, but I think it's deceiving on the camera angle. I think there's plenty of space there just to trickle it in. Bit of right hand side, back towards just after the blue spot.
These are the kind of finishes on a new cloth with the new balls and stuff. They might look easy, but there's still little intricacy here and there. If you land just slightly off before you know it, you're chasing the cue ball. He's took these well. I think that was one of the things in a couple of the times Ben's visits, he was just losing it a little bit, and
that's the thing. You can obviously, especially if you haven't, your touch play's not really. If you're not playing much, plus you're going to different conditions, you can be like half an inch out if you're going on a finish. But then that inch can become like 2 or 3.
Exactly.
Before you know it, you're in no man's land.
Yeah, just
took
like
them
that.
out well.
Nice finish. 2 frames out. Some scores right now. Corey Reese's 5-3 up against Steve Wall.
Liam and Scott still 5-4. That wasn't looked like there's end of the frame there. I don't know if that's been.
Yeah, it must be.
They looked as if.
Must be a bit of a tight frame there, innit?
Shot clock. Corey was 5-1 up against Steve's pulled a couple of 1 frames back there, 5-3. Is that the next match? Or I repeat, Adam Davies. That'll be a good match. Harry's from up our ways. He's very young, natural potter.
He's
very attacking.
I don't know if it was the game when me and you commentated in the race course in Newcastle when
he
Harry
played Mark.
Yeah,
he played Boyle. He was well. Was he 4-5-1?
He was flying. But I seen enough that weekend to know that he
just needs that little bit of composure. He's such a natural talent. He's full of confidence. I get a breather now. Oh, you want a break, like, Tony? No, I'm all right. I'll pop back in later on if he's I'll just go in a shower.
Well, we've just made a substitution there, and the main man, Mr. Dan Fairway, who's absolutely buzzing in this event this week.
I mean, if this was a match, that'd be the worst substitution of all time, wouldn't it? Farnsworth for Fairway, no one wants that.
Maybe we're wasting some time at the end. No, that's Mark was obviously doing us a big favour coming in to help, and he's obviously offered to do it again throughout the week, mate, so that'll be good for us.
Yeah, absolutely. He's it's really interesting to get Mark's thoughts. You know, it's lovely to get one of those top players in here.
It's actually hard not to interview him while you're trying to commentate, because you just want to hear everything he's got to say about the game.
Yeah, I've found that as well, yeah. So what have I missed?
Well, Eddie's playing great. Gio's playing great. Eddie took a finish to go 2-1 up, which he made a couple of mistakes in it, but some of the pots and some of the shots he pulled off were just kind of gave us a little bit of, wow. That's the curse and a half, that, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that one.
Yeah, that is incredible. He really did. A couple of finishes he's taken, especially that one, was just sensational. A couple of highlight reel kind of shots that he played, and then Gio's just been Gio to an extent. He's just breaking and dishing and looks very composed. So, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking to myself it could go all the way, because Eddie's looking good and Gio seems to be the young man in form.
Well, it still might yet. But you'd have to say Gio is heavy favourite for this frame now. Got his free shot to open up presumably that bottom left pocket. And no real issues after that, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, it looks... It's one of the things, I actually hate saying it, it looks pretty straightforward, but it never is. And the table has been spoken about in the first couple of games. Lee Shepherd obviously joined me for Dave Dagnall in, and they're like, it looks so slidey, so and that's what Mark said there. He went, it's not really the slide, it's the reaction. He said it's so reactive with the new balls and the new cloth, and that's the thing that's kind of hard to get used to.
Yeah, it's the grippiness. And I've seen a lot of that this weekend, because we've got fresh cloths and fresh balls absolutely everywhere. And I think all of the tables this weekend are playing more like the stream table normally does.
I think the only thing the stream table, this is its first couple of games, whereas we've had the wonderful Isle of Man Festival.
Yes.
And we've had the luxury of playing on some of the outside ones. So I think a lot of the players that have done the same maybe got a little... Well, Rob Dagnall said to me, he went, got a little bit of a shock to the system going on it. He says, but it's playing great. And he's had a couple of very good ones. He was 4-1 down to Craig Brown and won 8-4.
Wow. That is quite a result.
Yeah, some turnaround, and
Craig obviously won't be too chuffed with that, but he's playing some other disciplines these days as well, isn't he? So it's hard when you're not putting the time in, because some of these guys are just, when they're on it, Dan, they're absolutely first class.
Yeah, Craig's actually been getting some great results in the Hayball circuit, hasn't he? He's really flown the flag.
Yeah, it's been good to see some of our guys go and do some damage. Clint and Big Stephen Ellis and guys like that, and
yeah, Stephen Ellis was number 1, wasn't he, before coming into this tournament?
I remember I was kind of tossed under the bus here last year when Mark Pickworth handed me the microphones and said, right, on you go, you're interviewing Stephen, and I'm like, I don't do interviews, I'm commentary, mate. And he's like, no, on you go. And then I'm ending up telling Stephen, listen, I think you can go and win this, mate, go on you. And he looked at me and he went, I love your confidence, because I don't feel like I can go. And I'm away on one, and I knew at that time he was kind of struggling a wee bit with his confidence, but he had started doing the work with, I think it's Noel Flannery and the Q Hub or something it's called. I'm loving seeing the success he's having, because I seen a guy that was maybe just missing that tiny bit of belief in himself, and now I'm watching him flying.
Yep.
And he's one of our guys, do you know what I mean? So it's good to see.
Fractionally underdone there from Gio. Slightly trickier pot this than he would have liked.
Yeah, he actually had me thinking for a moment, did it go in the middle, because he was so short on it. You know, I never expect him to miss these.
No. And positionally, it was better to overdo than underdo.
I'm better shutting up. These two guys will be coming after me after this.
Yeah. You're going to find a horse's head in your bed in the morning. Now, what can Eddie do here? Does that yellow drop into the centre, or does he have to get on it down the rail? It's hard to see from here.
Yeah. I watched him play a shot in the first frame where he couldn't stop himself from going for a pot kick because it looked as if it was bang on. So I wonder,
trying to move it.
Yeah, if he'll try it again. Probably slightly fortunate to land where he's landed, but he might have to. I mean, drop on at last. Oh, no, he doesn't like it. He's going to try and get over and play it down the cushion.
I was going to say he's got quite a nice angle here to stun across. Probably a bit straighter than he'd have liked, but he'll take that.
And that's one of the questions I asked Mark, the likes of him and Gareth Hibbett and Mark Boyle and Liam's. And if the balls go, if they've got a pocket, they won't go and force them. They won't go and kick them out. They'll just play on them. And this is one of these situations. Eddie's ended up making the right decision after probably the wrong decision to start with.
Yeah, played that one nicely. It's a lovely pop down the rail.
Yeah, so chance to go in front again. He made a mistake in this frame, uncharacteristic one from Gio. It could be back on serve, or on break, should I say.
Ooh, bit under. Nah, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm talking about the hotel with Lee Shepherd earlier. Absolutely fantastic, Dana.
I think it might be the best one we've ever been to be honest. Facilities wise, and you know, the rooms, and it's just lovely. Have you had a dip in the pool yet?
No, I actually haven't, which you've just remembered me the pool's there. Honestly, it's from right over my head, but I just think, as you said, over the piece, when you're looking to tick some boxes going to any hotel, it kind of ticks a lot of them.
Yeah, hugely, yeah. The only thing is the location isn't as central as perhaps you'd like. It's nice to be in a place where you can walk out of the hotel and do things and see things. But with that said, the hotel is so good that you don't need to, and we don't get a lot of time. Certainly, you know, we don't get a lot of time to do that. Some players do.
Yeah.
But if it was a really long tournament, you might get a bit of cabin fever, I suppose. But the hotel as a whole is magnificent. I think it's my favourite of the ones we've been to.
Yeah, one of the first things when I walked into my room, the fact that I'm a tiler, I sometimes look at the bathrooms and think, but as much as someone said to me, but it's as good as I said, listen, but let's not have a stupid conversation. The tiles are nice. Is the workmanship as good as mine? Come on, let's be serious. But I was well impressed. The 4x4 marbles all the way around, the big baths. I was just like, this is a bit of me. This is the comfort. And
are you one of those guys who sort of will walk past a building with their significant other and go, "You see that? I worked on that."
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me not to. I've probably done work in most airports in the UK. I've done the full north of England and the whole of Scotland's McDonald's.
Wow.
And it was basically my mate had the contract for them all, and so I kind of struggle to drive by one or get into one and say, yeah, it was me that done this.
Well, there you go. The next time you miss the urinal in McDonald's, it's Stevie's work.
Yeah, it was me that messed it up. Guaranteed I get someone sending a picture now going, 100%. Look at the state of this.
100%.
I'll go, that was one I didn't do. Need to find an excuse somewhere.
For exactly that reason, I'm not going to tell everyone where I've put the electrics in. What a chance this is for Eddie.
Yeah, but a day like when you're playing someone like Gio, often gets down quite well, so I wonder if the two reds go to the bottom left, and the bottom one does.
Yeah.
He could slide it in off the yellow.
I think the other one will go cushion first.
Yeah.
Oh, he's underdone that a little bit. It's okay. Still take the one in the middle first, but yeah, actually it works out nicely. I thought he might want to leave this one here, but
yeah, that was my thinking as well, but
in actual fact he doesn't need to. That's surprising. Yeah. I thought he was just going to drop that in and take the red just below the yellow into the bottom right.
Yeah, and leave this one that he's going to play now to last maybe.
Yeah.
So he's going to leave the one below the yellow into the left middle to last.
I mean, I get it, but to me it just makes it slightly more difficult.
Yeah, he's needs to get this right.
If the top one of those two reds doesn't pass, he's a little bit betwixt and between here. If it does, then he can just drop the other one in first. But I think he'd like to flick the yellow out of the way with this shot.
Yeah, cushion first maybe. Oh, he's tried to go straight and off it. That's one of the reasons why if you're right behind it, fair enough. But he's got the same shot here. But I might have just went cushion first just to guarantee it.
Yeah, there was a bit of a grimace on his face after he got up from that one, so it definitely was. He definitely was attempting to move the yellow. Does he fancy this?
Does it go clean? It didn't look like it on the camera.
It's clearly very tight, isn't it? I don't think it goes clean, I have to say.
Oh, massive shot. Eddie Roberts here.
Oh, it does. Flew in.
Yeah, he's milked that. I need to have a word about that. Come on, Eddie. We did see on the camera it was pretty tight, but it didn't even touch the sides, Dan. 4 frames to 2. Eddie Roberts. But a day like now, that Liam Dunster, Scott Gillespie match, 5 each. It felt to me like it was 4 each in that match about an hour ago. I know I'm exaggerating a bit, but it was a while.
What a match that is for a first round, by the way.
Unbelievable.
That is ridiculous. Both of them can feel a bit hard done by the draw.
Yeah, Scott, he's been in pretty good form this year. I think coming back to blackball and back to the IPA and stuff has really actually spoke to him. I didn't ask him, I was just saying, you're playing some good stuff this year, and they said, I think coming back to the rule set that always suited me, the rule set that got me to the levels that I've got to and all these kind of things, he went, I just feel more at home, and
yeah,
it's definitely made a difference to his pool. He's had some smashing wins this year. I'm pretty sure he'd love to top it off with a grand final victory. And Liam, obviously, I think him and Mark Boyle are quite close. I know Liam's number 1, but there's not much between them.
What a surprise.
Well, Liam will want to finish off number 1. And I've mentioned it to the guys as well, I think we need to start celebrating that a bit more, whether it's with some kind of plaque, or I don't know what it is, but I just think
No, agreed.
if we're not going to celebrate the person and the people that finish number one at the end of the year, then the rankings are only really used then to find your new pros, and that's it.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. There needs to be some sort of roll of honour.
Yeah, 100%. And if we can go, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to go back as far as possible, but I think people should be, even if you get some kind of memento for yourself for that year, and then even, I don't know what it would be, but there's got to be something.
I mean, yeah, in truth, it's not something that I'd ever really considered before, but I couldn't agree more. I think we can certainly get the results going back to the sort of Q score era.
Yeah.
I think prior to that, I'm not entirely sure how well the records were kept.
Yeah, we could ask the pros, and some of them will go, "I was number one. It was me. It
exactly.
was me."
Yeah, yeah. Need to be a bit careful there. But yeah, there's certainly a point at which we can say, okay, here is the beginning. We'll just have to. That's going to take a lot of research and work, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I just think even if we had some kind of shield with so many spots on it, and each year that gets updated and you get a little personal memento for that year. Every other sport has something similar, do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And it would also make these, like the grand final, tour championship type thing at the end, really, if there's a few people chasing that spot, it adds a little bit of spice to it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so much you can do once you've got that sort of thing in place, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of ideas floating around. Most of them good. Some of them are mine, so probably not so good.
Probably the biggest percentage, but yeah, I think it's getting the good ones and putting them into practice. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of chasing of the cue ball here, Gio. You want to take the highest one of these yellows and go up.
It's awkward, isn't it? You can't really see a way he can get up to that sort of top right corner from here. So he'll be taking this yellow first. I mean, that's better, but it's not great.
Yeah.
So he's looking at taking the cue ball down table and off the right hand side of that yellow on the rail. But I'm not 100% convinced he's got the angle. To me, it looks like he might just catch the sort of full ball at best. We'll find out. Loading out with top.
Yeah.
Oh, he just got to the right hand side. That's a very good shot. He'd have liked it thinner so the cue ball came back out, but he's done well to get it that high, to be honest.
Yeah, because if he double kisses that, he's basically on absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So, although it's not great, he's given himself a shot.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, exactly. He's got a shot.
He's cutting his back. I thought he might have played it to the right hand middle, but
oh, okay. He's lucky not to knock the red in, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he's tried to play it off the red.
Well, yeah, I mean, when he lined it up, I thought he was going bottom left with it. And then when he played it, but if he was trying to go off the red, he's missed that by whichever way he's gone, he's missed it by a foot. Yeah. So a chance for Eddie to go 5-2 up.
What an opportunity this is.
One big problem, that 8 ball. Do you move it? Do you land on it?
I think
the red closest to the black spot will go to the bottom left, so it's a nice last ball. And then, depending on the angle you've got, you can sort of pick your poison, really, can't you?
Now, I wonder, as I say, there's a couple of occasions now, 2 of them, where Eddie has opted to try and move something that already did go somewhere. Now, granted, the 8 ball goes in the bottom left, it'll go in the left middle, the top pocket as well, if you can land on it. I just wonder.
There's an argument for... he's overscrewed that. I was going to say there's an argument for doing it now, because had he got the angle, he could have potted this red and gone into the yellow, and he just still had the red in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
He can still move the 8 ball here. Don't think he can move the yellow anymore.
I would play this nice and soft. Just try and get it to the side cushion.
Oh, perfect.
That'll do lovely.
That's a great shot.
Eddie Roberts, he started the match well. Like I said, he took an unbelievable finish, and as I say, he got a little bit of fortune in the sense of he made a couple of mistakes in the frame, but he addressed them with some fantastic shots, some amazing shots. He looked like he was on it. He's got a chance to go 5-2 in front of Gio Edgar here. And Gio's been like a man possessed on many occasions this year. Eddie showing how good he is. And to top it off, he's an absolute class act of a lad as well.
Yeah, he really is. One of the friendliest of the newer professionals. Yeah.
Mark Farnsworth actually said he thought he was a bit too nice, and maybe the reason why his ability hasn't shown through is he lacks a killer instinct.
That's what people say about me as well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, we're not in the octagon, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think he just plays his pool. You know,
yeah,
I don't think he thinks too much about that kind of thing.
No.
And maybe Mark's right. Maybe he should. You know, maybe that's the difference between the good and the great sort of thing. But there's one of our sponsors for the weekend, the Isle of Man Steam Packet Company. All of our tables and all of our equipment arrived over here on the beautiful Isle of Man, thanks to the boats. Did you come over by boat? Or
yes.
You were on. Oh, you did. I've never done it.
Oh, have you not?
No.
Yeah, I did, and as I said that to Mark, it was actually one of the smoothest boat journeys I've ever had, and apparently it was something to do with some stabilisers, so that's fine with me.
Oh, there you go. I had no idea, no.
And as you've seen there, guys, all our other partners and sponsors, Supreme, Strachan, Aramis, 8 Ball Direct, Onboard Sportswear, you see the halo and the I-beam lights, the smart rack. We are very much spoiled here, and we are very much appreciative of all the help and all the equipment that these people spoil us with.
Yeah, absolutely. Now here's Gio breaking off in frame number 8.
Yes, so he's changed from the cut break and went to the front.
It's not worked. Oh, and look at them. Look at them.
Wow.
Oh, it's a beauty. And Gio is sinking fast here, to be honest.
Yeah, this is going from bad to worse.
There's one slightly awkward red or yellow, really, on the right-hand side. Yeah. But the red will drop in the middle.
And he's going to go for it right now, I think. He's going to pop this red in and try and play towards it. That'll do.
He will. Oh, that's a dream. That'll do nicely. Wow.
Yeah, well, Eddie Roberts has pounced on the dry break from Gio.
That couldn't have come out any better.
And I think that's the big thing with what Eddie's done there. Eddie's just get the cue ball into an area. If I hit the red, great. If I hit the yellow, great. There's a good chance I'm going to at least open it up for something. He's played it fantastic. He was always going to be on something. So
it was exactly what you teach someone to do. You go into your bad ball early. You know, we sat here and identified the bad ball, and then he went into it.
Yeah, that first shot.
Yeah. Obviously, it doesn't always work like that, but when it does, it's lovely.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you can go and try and kick a ball out or try and hammer into something, and I actually say sometimes when it's the top guys, they always seem to land on something. And I actually asked Mark Boyle years ago, and he went, maybe we just play it a bit more control, Stevie. He went, I honestly don't know, maybe we're just lucky. And I'm like, that the laws of averages would say, well, you're going to have a few that don't come out, but most of the time they play them so well. That to me there with Eddie was a pretty experienced way he played it. Wasn't too hard, it was really controlled, and he deserved a little bit of luck he got.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, it was a little bit lucky, but it was a shot played for a bit of luck, and it couldn't go wrong.
See, for me, it would have been really unlucky not to have a shot.
Exactly.
The way all the Reds were sitting.
Precisely.
It just so happened to land perfect.
Yep. And it's why you go early. It's why you go early, so there's options on the table.
Oh, Gio changed his break. It hasn't been going well for him, and it's not worked out. And Eddie Roberts about to go 6-2 in front.
Tell you what, that shot there shows how softly you can hit the ball and get movement on it. He's hardly hit that. Lovely bit of cueing from Eddie Roberts. And Gio Edgar is staring right down the barrel here. Eddie 6-2 up. Gio needing to win 6-1 from here to get through to the next round.
Now Corey Reese 7-3 in front against Steve Wall. I think it was 3-0 in that. Steve Wall came flying back. Corey's kicked on. Paul Hartness, he beat Johnny McDermott in his first match. He's 5-0 with Christian Phillips right now. And we actually spoke, myself and Lee Shepherd, about Paul. Paul, I'm kind of hoping that he stays on the tour. He was tempted to kind of give it one more year and then, but I think he's shown that he can still compete with these guys. He wasn't playing a lot in the previous years. He had a lot of family issues. But I really do hope he stays, because he's an asset, and he's a different type of player as well. He's got that methodical approach, but he can obviously mix with the best.
Yeah, he's one of those players for me that will play a great match, but just in recent years at least hasn't had the consistency to play 2 or 3 great matches in a row. But he's still very capable of beating anyone at any time. Let's pop over to table 10. Liam Dunster, 6-all. That has gone with Scott Gillespie. And Liam breaking off.
Ooh.
And Liam breaking dry. Chance for Scott. Good chance as well, actually, on reds, if he can cut that one back.
I wonder if the yellow goes through the gap to the top right as well. Well, he's got a chance anyway, Scott. Red, was it yellows? I don't know. Lost my chain of thought there.
Mr. Magic's in the building, sitting behind Santa. Real Scottish contingent in the crowd for this one. It's like a great and good of Scottish pool, except yourself, of course.
Yeah, the man right in the middle, Paul Buchan.
Yep.
He is obviously an Isle of Man native now, but when you hear him talking, you wouldn't know that.
No, that's absolutely true.
He's been here about 20 years, I think, and he's still got the roughest Scottish accent you've probably ever heard. I heard it the other day when I played him in the first singles flyer, when he told me how lucky I was. He's a good guy, Paul.
So lucky that you won the team event together, so, you know, there is that.
It. Yeah, I also won the last man standing. You forgot to tell them that.
Oh, my apologies. I'm so sorry. And you knocked me out of both. Cheers.
That's right.
Essentially the semi-final of the last man and the first round in the team.
That's right.
It was such fun. It was such a fun event. The whole festival was just nice vibes, friendly.
Think it's absolutely brilliant, Dan. The idea that it's random, you're getting to play with people you normally wouldn't, and learn a little bit about each other and have some fun. And probably the only thing, when I was talking to some of the guys yesterday about it, that I was hearing loads of people saying, maybe have 2 pots and maybe 1 from pot 1 and 2 from pot 2 rather than 3 pros ending up together. But at the end of the day, it was good fun anyway. I'm not having a dig at it. It was just some of the guys in the building. It was Morgan that said, he went, I know we've got some team, and we actually beat them in the final.
Yeah.
But he said maybe it could have been like a seed and 2 non-seeds and something like that, because there's like more amateurs and stuff than there is the top guys.
It's tricky because it sort of depends how many you've got and how many enter, and
yeah, of course, of course.
Once you get outside the pros, say you got 16 teams to do, and there's only 10 pros. So how did you? That's the thing.
Then you need to start going, right, well, maybe Dan's a seed and maybe Stevie's before you know it, you're kind of I know.
You know, and at the end of the day, it's a fun event. There's not a huge amount of money involved.
No,
it's not. It would be an interesting format to do on a bigger scale.
Oh,
like that would be fun. You know, you get your 64 pros, say, and then you allow 128 amateurs, and then you can do when you can control the numbers in that way. That might be a fun event. I'd be interested to watch that. That's for sure. But does that yellow pass? Yeah, Gio's comfortably down on it.
I think this is something Gio desperately needed. He needed a dry break. He needed a chance to get back in, get a frame kind of for free from Eddie, because Eddie up to now has been pretty faultless. And Gio's break has been letting him down, and it is Gio to break next. He's going to need it to start working for him pretty soon.
Yeah, that would be the key, because I have to say, since I've walked in here, I've seen a lot of dry breaks, and a lot of them were nice.
Yeah. We're back at the table.
That's interesting, because Scott had the first shot there, and I was sort of expecting to take that red over the bottom left corner, so although it was thin, so evidently he hasn't, but he is still at the table.
Yeah, I was talking about the red just up from it to the top right, but I don't think it passes the yellow, so I wonder what he played. I can't remember how the balls were sitting, but he's obviously popped a red in.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
I'm assuming though he was trying to go as high as he could to have that red to the top right, and he might still play that just now, but he's likely going to be get into that yellow and where he ends up from there.
I think that's got to be the shot.
I think it's one of the gift horse in the mouth moments. When are you going to get better on it? And I'm not saying he's great on it, but he's on it.
Agreed. It is difficult to get the cue ball back out for anything. You know, if you top it through, you're running into the yellow. You've no idea where it's going. Anyway, can Gio make a ball?
Down the middle again.
Big moment.
He's got
God,
one this
he's hit
time.
those well. Wow, he's hit those sweet.
Well, he's got one. Cue ball just stopped moving. Well, could have landed better.
I mean, he's kind of got to go yellows. And that yellow on the right-hand side, sort of, there's the line of 3 reds, the one to the left of those. That is a problem. And the yellow on the side rail as well, actually. I thought that went in the middle, but from this angle, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think that yellow's pretty much welded to the cushion. Tiny wee gap, you can see the shadow.
And the thing is, if you don't get something here, the reds aren't that bad for Eddie.
No. Oh,
he's missed.
And he's knocked another yellow dead.
Has he left a red on? Has he left an easy red on then? He's left a red on up the rail.
I think he can get to the one over the middle.
If he can, then it's a massive result for Eddie.
So Eddie looking at dropping that and then maybe playing a plant, but for me, if he drops that in, he's got the red to the opposite middle, and he should be able to then just cut the red into the bottom right, then go over to the one to the top. I mean, it's not easy.
It's not an easy finish, this, no.
I don't blame him for playing the plant, but
I quite like it as long as you can stop the first red in time. Or do you play it hard enough that it definitely pops out to the left-hand side of the table? But then the more pace you put into this, the harder it gets.
So this pocket has probably played tightest out of the 6 of them. Quite a lot of pots being missed in it.
Well, that was nowhere near really, but it's not a bad result. Gio is, I would say, still second favourite for this frame.
Yeah. He's obviously got the 2 problem balls.
It's tricky to see any sort of positive safety shot here as well. I feel like Gio might just be forced to have a go at him. But then he's got to find a breakout for those 2 yellows, because there's no other way to do it. You've got to break them out.
And he's not got much time.
Trying it now. What a shot that is. Oh, wow.
Gio Edgar.
That's a peach.
Yeah, but has that yellow gone slightly dead at the red?
I've got a horrible feeling it might have done. From that overhead, it looks like it almost couldn't be worse. Like it doesn't go to either centre. I'm not even sure it goes top left.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Is he getting a skill shot here, or does it? No,
I
it
think
must squeeze past.
Yeah.
Oh, don't sit on top of that as well. Oh, does that still go, that yellow? I don't know. I don't think it does, you know.
No, I don't think it does.
I don't think you can squeeze that in off the red.
Wow.
Well, when it's not your day, it's really hard to see how he gets out from here.
He's got a slight angle. Needs to kind of open everything in one go here. This is like when you go to the 10-pin bowling and you get one at each side and you need to try and get the 2 pins.
Yeah, the 7-10 split of the full world. See, I don't think he can get right behind the yellow next to the red in the middle of the table and play it as a skill shot. I just don't think it's possible.
Oh, there's one.
Tell you what, that needs to stop. So, can he squeeze that yellow in off the red? because it's the only way I can see him getting out from here. Unless he plays this with tons of right-hand side and actually arcs the cue ball back.
This is a really, really tough shot to be playing on a... Can he sneak this
It's
in?
either that or it's easy, and if this goes in, then, you know... No, didn't think so. It's a good safety, actually. I think that's what he's played.
Yeah. He had me thinking for a minute he was playing the double kiss run through kind of thing, but yeah, that's a good shot.
It's very clever. It's the sort of shot that some players wouldn't see.
Yeah.
You know, when you're that deep into a finish, it's really hard to convince yourself to play a safety.
He needs to judge this pace perfect. He's going to try and get to the bottom right. Definitely not easy. Yeah, that's what he's looking at, but...
Oh, that's so tough.
Such a tough shot to get the pace right.
There is no room for error here either. Needs to run, and it's not going to. It's a decent effort.
Yeah, it was. At first I thought he was going to get there,
Yeah,
but
same.
then it was one of the quicksand moments. It just seemed to slow down quick, so...
It's the cushions as well, isn't it? They sort of, when they're fresh, the slide actually kills the cue ball.
Yeah.
Sometimes you think it's going to speed it up, but it doesn't. Loading this up with left-hand side to hold the cue ball.
Yeah, making sure none of the reds are going to be a problem. He's going to have to go back up and down again. Maybe just run 2 cushions between the 2 reds. Could go 3.
Yeah, I think 2 is probably the shot. Yeah, there we go. Oh, this needs to slow down.
Oh, he's fortunate.
Wow. See, that was the opposite, wasn't it? That came off the cushion and seemed to speed up.
I wonder if that was just that little trace of left-hand side, because it just seemed to... It was as if it was running downhill.
Tricky little cutback now, this for Gio. This isn't in.
Yeah, nice black. Tapping the leg from Eddie Roberts. That could have been an absolute nightmare for Gio if that cue ball didn't just slow down in the end.
Quick look at around the grounds. Here is Liam Dunster at the table against Scott Gillespie, but the scoreline that's caught my eye is table 13. Corey Rees and Steve Wall. You mentioned it 2 or 3 frames ago at 7-3 to Corey Rees. It is now 7-6 in a race to 8. And there will be some nerves jangling in the Welsh camp on table 13, I should think.
Yeah, that's twice in the match. Cody has been a few in front and Steve has come back. Can he turn it right round and manage to catch Corey and maybe even turn it on its head completely and win that one?
There's a really interesting match just getting underway as well on table 1 in the amateur section. Paul Buchan, you mentioned him earlier, the Isle of Man's resident Scot, up against former professional snooker player Jamie Burnett. So it's an all-Scottish battle on table 1. Two veterans of the game, really.
I was actually wondering where Paul went because he was right in the heart of the screen, and then the next time it went up he was gone, so now we know where he's went.
There's your answer. Yep.
Oh, there's the match we were just talking about there. Steve at the table.
Well, Steve at the table, and these look...
Should be 7-all.
A professional shouldn't really not get those, yeah. Now, can Eddie find a bit of luck off the break? He can. He's made a red.
Reds aren't bad.
They're not, no.
In fact, reds are pretty good.
Do you play a plant? Those 2 reds underneath the 8 ball there. Do you land on that? It's easier to land on it as a plant.
Yeah, I quite like the plant. I mean, I was always taught never to leave a plant to last, but if he gets it right, then he's popping in the last red and just having the 8 ball in the opposite corner. But
it's difficult, isn't it? Because those 2 are so isolated from the rest. It's hard to get the cue ball down there early.
Exactly.
He's kind of got to take the 4 at the top of the table out first.
Totally agree.
You know, he doesn't have an angle to get down there now. That's nice. That's very nicely judged.
That was a good shot there, and a tap in the leg from Gio. And that's another thing I spoke to. I mean, I've known Gio now a long time, but he's for me, he's well beyond his years in the respect. I know everyone gives the respect. Some people just shake hands. They won't give you it. They'll talk to you after the game. They're kind of gutted at getting beat. But Gio he's beyond his years for me. He's just so respectful. If you play well, if you win, even if you get lucky, it doesn't matter. He'll come and he'll congratulate you, and off he goes. And I just think he's a credit to all of us in Scottish Pool, but a credit to his family as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He's just got class in buckets.
Yeah.
You know, both on and off the table. He's been here for this whole festival. You know, not too many of the pros were. Certainly not too many of the top pros. There was a few, but he's one of them. Now Eddie's overdone that. And Eddie, well, is he in a bit of trouble?
He's got a shot to play. He's going to have to.
Do you play it a bit firmer so that the cue ball runs into the 8 ball?
Yeah, maybe. He would love to play it, slide off it, and then have it in the opposite. No, he's jacking up. He's jacking up a bit far from me.
So tough.
Class.
What a fabulous shot that is.
No.
He's made that look so easy. He's still got a shot to play.
Just a small matter of the number 8.
I mean, what do you actually do from here? Do you lots and lots of right hand side to try and come back round it?
Yeah, he's going to have to just try and leave the cue ball at the top end of the table. Oh, he's went heavy here.
Oh, not a flick off the yellow.
Oh,
wow. Oh, has he made it? I think he has, you know. Oh, he doesn't.
I don't know. I think he can get this.
But the thing is, if he just can't get it, then can he get it thin enough to play it off the yellow?
Yeah, that's my thinking.
My word, this is close.
I think he can get it. Oh, he's jacking up a bit much for me.
It's a little swerve, I think, this. No, he sort of died on that one, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He didn't, in the end, play it with any confidence at all. I don't know whether the shot clock got a little bit lower than he'd have liked.
The smallest of margins is the difference here. Now, I'm struggling to see how Gio loses this frame out with making some serious mistakes.
Yeah, it's either going to be some serious mistakes or the shot of the century from Eddie Roberts. I think.
Do you know what? It could, if he's got a chance to go cushion first here, this could go off the yellow and the.
Yeah,
this is what he's looking at.
Do you know what? It could even go off that yellow, off the other yellow.
Yeah, that's a bad shot from Gio.
I mean,
he's obviously not tried to get the cue ball to go through. He's trying to make sure he stops any kind of one cushion shot. But
yeah. But the question here, do you play this hard? Do you give it pace, or do you aim for the shot?
I think you'll wary this.
Oh, it was a good effort.
Wasn't far away. He actually get too much of it. He get into it too much. A little bit more. A little bit higher, and he might have had a chance there.
You'd think this will be 6-5 though. From 6-2, Gio Edgar looked down and out, but he is nothing if not a fighter.
Steve Wall did win that frame. It's 7-all. And the next frame one, we all know who's going through in that, but Steve was behind by a fair distance twice.
Yep. I mean, 7-3 back, you've got to win 5-1. And you know, he's 4-0, 5-0, sorry. And he's 4-0 up from then, so.
First class.
50-50.
Yeah, Gio in prime position here to get back within one, and he will break next. Will that make the difference in this match? But Eddie, if it does go 7-all, we'll get the chance to break off in the decider. We're still a little bit away from that yet. He's had a couple of chances you just cannot miss at this level. He's been slightly unfortunate as well.
Yeah, agreed. But then I think that's true for both players, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely spot on.
I think Eddie deserved his lead, and I think Gio has deserved this comeback. I don't think anything's really happened that's
nothing
gone horribly against one or the other.
Yeah, so should be 6-5. I just caught my eye there. Jake Dillon Newlove 6-1 in front against Callum Jackson. Although I'm never really surprised when Jake is miles in front against anyone. He's just
Again, he's another one that's been here all the whole time.
Yeah, he was actually on the boat coming over when with myself, Rob Wilson, Mark McAllister, a few others were on it. Yeah.
Be interesting to see if that helps them out. It's not often you get the chance to play on the tables a couple of days before.
No, that's true. It's normally the night before you maybe get a fly on a little bit of practice, but then it's all go. Whereas the guys have been here all week. Oh, Steve almost going in off there, and there is Jake.
What is Corey on here?
Yellows.
Oh, it's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, Steve slid off the highest of the reds and then went towards that top pocket, but yeah, Corey's got a bit of thinking, so that frame could be a bit away. Gio to break down the front again, slightly to the side.
His last one was monstrous. This one is monstrous as well.
Yeah, it's like Moses has parted the Red Sea here. Reds and yellows couldn't be further away from each other. Yeah, this is a big chance to square this match up. And he's changed his break. Got one dry, but the last two have been absolutely epic. And all of a sudden, Gio Edgar, chance to square this match. Eddie's going to need to kick on again.
Ultimately as well, Eddie had a couple of chances. It's not like this has been entirely one-way traffic. It has in terms of the scoreline in the last 3 or 4 frames, but Eddie's had opportunities, and maybe that goes back to what Mark Farnsworth said earlier. About just not quite having that killer instinct.
That was a very, very good shot from Gio there. Just cushioned the red out the way. Opens up things for the black. This made things a little bit easier. I think it went in the right middle, but I think it now goes in the right middle and the bottom left, so I think for Gio's sake, I'll be hoping it does.
Yes. Yeah, you'd imagine it does.
He's going to play on it into the corner anyway, so
okay. Well, perhaps it doesn't then, because there'd be no need to play on it into the corner if it did. Is that a fraction straight?
Yeah, he's getting to that a bit much.
So reactive, these cloths.
So it's slightly tight to the middle. He's going to have to kind of force it a little bit.
It's going to get there. It's a good shot.
So no drama from Gio. Just straightforward breaking and finishing. And it's 6 frames all. Eddie to break next. Can't help but feel he needs a big one.
Yeah, the tide has turned against Eddie here. And you're right. Huge amount of pressure now on his break cue in the next frame. Just a quick look at the scores. Here's Steve Wall, obviously, but Paul Harkness as well, hanging in there against Christian Phillips. Was 7-5 down, back to 7-6. You wouldn't bet against it going to a decider.
Yeah, Paul is the type of professional. Oh,
That's twice now, isn't it?
Wow.
That's twice now he's done that.
He's actually played the pot kick. He's didn't get a pot. He's left it in the heart of the pocket, got the kick, left the cue ball.
How's it stayed up?
Yeah. For Corey there, he's hoping the red goes, the cue ball goes, and then it's game over. Instead, he's in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, he's in a world of hurt here, is Corey Reese.
And wait till I see Steve. He actually he told me yesterday that I was lucky because I've not nailed it, I've just kind of slow rolled it, but it wiped its feet a bit.
Yeah.
And he went, oh, you were lucky there. Wait till I have words with him.
Now, Eddie Roberts, well, if he's on the yellow to the left centre first up, that's a magnificent break. It's still a good break. But he'd love to be on that now.
Yeah, if he's on that, it's a great opportunity, I think.
2 yellows closest to the cue ball still aren't easy, even if he is on that one.
I wonder if he is on it, if he could just slide round the back of the red, just to the left-hand cushion and then have the yellow to the opposite side.
Yeah, I agree. I just think he's a fraction straight.
Yeah, I think so.
He could always come down the table first, take this one to the bottom left, and then go up and get that angle, because that yellow to the right centre is in quite a nice position to end up there.
I think that's exactly what.
He's underdone this.
He's going to play the plant with the looks of it.
That's a bold move, having set himself up for a plant a couple of frames ago and not got it. There's also no guarantee this comes out nicely.
No, because the yellow's going to be pushing towards the left cushion at the same time. Okay, this is massive. Absolutely massive.
It's magnificent. It's what it is.
And he's perfect.
It's absolutely brilliant. What a shot from Eddie Roberts.
He's been under the cosh. And as you say, Danny had a couple of kind of opportunities that he would have hoped to take. Didn't get them. Pressure on. Gio gets back to 6-all. This is huge.
Now, can he really dig into the cue ball here and hold the cue ball on the red above the yellow? Or is it going to slide off?
Yeah, I think it might slide behind.
That's what he'd like to do. That's worked out.
That'll do. Little slide off it.
It's just got a bit more angle now than you'd like. You know, if you played this plain ball, the middle pocket's coming into play. So you've got to punch it in a little bit. You can end up coming a bit too far down the table. It's not over yet, this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he needs to dig into this. I think he needs to just take his medicine, go round the... Oh, he's played that well. I'm thinking 2 cushions round the back of the black, but he could hold. I did not think he could hold, but that's a great shot.
Yeah, he's done very well there. Again, it's still not perfect.
I think if he gets to the left-hand side, he'll be happy enough to just pop it in the right middle and then go top and back down. Yeah, that's perfect. Well, it's not perfect, but it's...
I think that's the plan, yeah. Yeah, stun this in and out of balk. You know, as long as you get anywhere really back past the balk line, you're going to be fine.
Just doesn't want to overcook it. He's controlled that very, very well indeed. There's been 1 or 2 shots in the opening matches where they've just get into it a bit much, and the reaction has ended up leaving them in an area of the table nowhere near where they were hoping to be. But that was kind of take your medicine stuff, nice and easy. Eddie Roberts, fantastic break. He could have been... He's a wee bit hard done by not to be perfect in the finish from the start, but he made it look... Didn't make it look easy, but he did it well.
I mean, ultimately, the plant was the shot that won that frame. It was a great shot, because it wasn't just the plant, which was tricky in itself. It was the control with the plant.
Now, what has happened here? Steve Walt had a red in that bottom right corner. There's now a yellow there.
Yeah, is that a failed skill shot attempt, perhaps, from Corey?
Has he got 2 shots? Is this the free shot?
We're about to find out. You'd imagine so, surely. Gone the double. Has it gone in? Has it? No, it hasn't.
And it wasn't.
And Corey's back to the table.
Wow, what happened that we did not see?
Well, ultimately, it looks like Corey is going to fall over the line.
Absolutely. Incredible drama on the outer tables. Steve Wall, after battling his way back, he's had some kind of opportunity. To be honest, I would love to know, and I'm going to need to ask them, what happened? How did that yellow end up there? Where did the red go?
Yeah, I mean, it would have been one of the all-time comebacks, to be honest. 7-3 down, you do not see many games won from that. Although Corey Reese has form being involved in games with great comebacks. I remember a couple of years ago he was 7-1 up. Sorry, he was 7-1 down to Matt Steeper, and he won 8-7.
Wow.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, I think he was, if I'm right, he was 3-0 in front, and then it was 3-all, and then he went 7-3, and then...
Tell you what, has that yellow just gone to the cushion? Has that made it a bit trickier?
Yeah, looks like he's going to have to...
Looking straight over Jake.
Yeah, kind of offset.
Oh no, it flew. Yeah. It's finished a bit straight. See, well, it's not a great angle. This is it.
Oh. Well. Still a little bit of work to do. You have to fancy him to get it.
I think there's a bit more angle there than perhaps it looks.
Just power off the cushion. Yeah. Needs to go.
Just far enough.
Yeah.
That should be game over. Here's Gio Edgar trying to avoid game over. He trails by 7 frames to 6.
And another creamer.
It's an unbelievable break. And there's Corey finishing Steve Wall off at the 5th and final opportunity.
Yeah, well, you have to give some credit to Steve for fighting all the way, and he must have had some... Well, he did have a... We've seen him having... If he gets that double, he probably finishes up himself, so
yep.
He had a chance to win it, Dan, but you're going to have to take some positives from the fight back against someone of Corey's kind of calibre.
Ultimately, as well, after a comeback like that, certainly when you get to Hill, the pressure flips so much. You know, all of a sudden, you were down and out, and now you're the one who's almost expected to win because of that momentum shift. And I think that can work against you sometimes. Where's that 8 ball going to end up? It's okay. I had visions of that landing on top of the red. Paul Harkness's tournament is over. Christian Phillips fights his way through by 8 frames to 6.
Now this looks pretty straightforward to me.
Yep, he's played a good first couple of shots there, and now you feel like Hill is essentially already on the scorecard.
Yeah, and is having the break going to be the biggest part of this match. Both of them have broke well, both of them have made some mistakes, both of them have taken some fantastic finishes, so they've given us a little bit of everything. And maybe a decider was just what we deserved.
It's always what we deserve.
Of course it is.
We love a decider.
We got it in the first match. Rob Dagnall and Matty Rowland. It looks like we're going to get it in the third one.
It's incredible how many we get, actually.
Yeah, Liam Dunster 7-6 in front against Scott Gillespie as well. That one could go somewhere close. Dylan Cox 7-5 in front of Bobby George. Gio Edgar does square it up, and it's going to boil down to the Eddie Roberts break. Oh, he could break and everything could just end up clustered. And
would you be surprised? Would you at all be surprised?
Well, Liam Dunster, it looked to me like he just moved the cue ball there, but I think he was just trying to see if he can get his hands in, yeah. Well, Liam on yellows here. Is he going to try and cross double this up inside the gap?
Nah, he's just playing safety, isn't he?
He's tried to get it up
a bit
there.
Of both. Has he left the thin edge of that red? I'll tell you what, I think he has.
I think you're right, Dan. I think he's got that slightly wrong. He's trying to play kind of 2 shots in one, get the yellow up there, cause some havoc, and then get over to the right hand side using the 2 yellows as cover, but it's not come out. And for some fortunate reason, Scott might be able to just nick that red. Still needs a little bit of fortune, but his tournament life is on the line. He's 7-6 down. Keep you posted there, guys, but here we are in the main match decider. Eddie Roberts to break. It's been some match, Dan.
Yeah, and the breaks have been so inconsistent. There's really no way to know how this is going. He's caught it well. He's controlled the cue ball. He's kept it on the table, and he's made a ball.
Has he got a chance? Reds.
Oh, yes, he's got a chance.
Reds all day, every day. And, you know, even if he pops the one in the top, the other one then goes, they all go. They've all got a bag.
Yeah. It's exactly what you want. It's exactly what you want. You couldn't ask for better.
These kind of map themselves out. It's top left, top right, top left, bottom right.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like...
It is.
It's the dream break.
Yeah. It's just painting by numbers, isn't it? But you have still got to get them.
Yeah.
And there is no greater pressure than the decider.
Mark Boyle sat in this chair next to me a couple of events ago, and he said, Stevie, I keep hearing people talking about the break being the biggest shot in the game. He says, and I'm not disagreeing. He says, I do dislike the fact that it's always getting spoke about. Oh, his break was poor and yours was great. And he says, but the balls don't pot themselves.
No, absolutely right.
And I was kind of like, that's actually a very good point. The patterns don't pot themselves out. The balls don't pot themselves.
There are plenty of very good amateurs here with great breaks, but they're not professionals for a reason.
Exactly.
And it's because they don't finish the frames in the same way that the pros do. You know, they just don't have that consistency of finishing.
Nope. Oh. Yeah, he put his hand up there. He was so worried about that yellow.
Yeah.
I understand playing it as wide as that. Quite fortunate he got the pace right, but...
Yeah, ultimately, on another couple of days on this cloth, and that does not drop in.
That might not go on the outer tables.
Yeah. There's a little bit of angle on this, so it's a delicate shot, this.
Yeah, he needs to kind of drag it in nice and...
Do you drag it, or do you play it with just a touch of running side and just play it that bit more positively? That's what he's done. A little bit straight.
Oh, he's going to have to screw back with a little bit of reverse side.
I think he can.
Oh, can he push through and just take... Yeah, that's fine. I thought he was really, really straight.
Yeah, no, I think he's okay. I know what you're saying, because if you're dead straight, then you can't risk it.
Oh, I can play off a bottom cushion.
Yep, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's... That to me shows the little bit of pressure, because as much as they were straightforward, it's not easy winning any match.
No, absolutely not. Terrific game though, and a terrific exhibition from both of these players. But it is Eddie Roberts ultimately who will make his way through to the next round. Gio Edgar will lick his wounds and be back for the Open, I'm sure. Now a quick look over to table 10. This one of 3 stream games we have on for you. Table 11, we've got a dedicated ladies stream. Table 10 will be professionals still. You are watching Liam Dunster versus Scott Gillespie at the moment. So this is available on our YouTube channel. If you don't fancy watching the main table, or if you've got a couple of screens, feel free to pop over there. But just for now, we'll hand back over to the studio, and I'm sure in a moment or two Eddie Roberts will be talking to Stephen Walker.
Welcome back, guys, and I am now joined by the victor there, Eddie Roberts. Eddie, that game had a little bit of everything in it, mate, and you got there in the end.
Yeah, that's exactly how I felt about it. I came into it obviously a little bit nervous, first time properly on the main table as a pro. Feeling good, no reason why I shouldn't play not well, but yeah, I started really well. And as per usual with Joe, you can't really let him get back into the match because he'll take the chances. So I was just chuffed in the end just to get over the line, to be honest.
Yeah, there was a finish in particular. Mark Farnsworth was in for the start of the match, and you played a shot, there was a little cluster, and you screwed back and you flicked the black kind of dead, and then you managed to find 2 or 3 unbelievable shots to then get yourself back in again, and you finished it. And Mark said at that moment, even though you kind of put yourself in trouble, you had the sound kind of state of mind to then go and solve the problem. And at that moment I thought, right, okay, we're going to see a really good Eddie Roberts here, and that was the case.
Yeah, I think that was the second frame. I think I remember sort of getting caught out slightly by the table. The table's immaculate, so you kind of like, you're not guessing, but you're trying to adjust for the side, but then your brain tells you to play a shot as you really want to play it, and then when it doesn't go that way, you're like, oh god. So then I felt like I was chasing, and the problem is at this level, sometimes you've just got to make something happen because you think you're safe, you're not.
No, that's it.
That's the problem. So yeah, I think I just sort of managed to just find a double to clear the black, and then pot the ball in the middle, and then just find the black off the ball, and yeah, I was just over the moon really, just to get that, because that was early on and it felt big. It felt really nice at the time. So yeah, things just started going my way a little bit, I think.
Yeah, your break was actually quite good, and there was a couple of shots. There's actually one shot, I can't remember exactly, but if you watch it back, you'll hear me kind of cursing you, because I say Eddie's been absolutely on, but then you throw in a wee mistake, and I went, oh, that's me, that's on me. But over the piece, I thought you were fantastic, and you were breaking pretty well, especially towards the end. You had to, because Gio changed his break from the cut break, started going down the middle. He broke dry the first one, you finished, and then the next ones he was creaming them, and all of a sudden you're thinking, right, you had I think you had a half chance to get. Were you maybe 6-4 and you had a half chance, and then he got back to 6 each, and it was kind of like, oh, this could end up going break for break. And I actually mentioned, I wonder if this is going to get down to who ends up breaking in the decider, which is going to be Eddie, and it ended up the case.
It did, yeah. I know. When I got to 7-all, I actually thought, weirdly, what goes through your mind, but I actually thought, oh god, it's actually massive that I won the lag, because neither of us actually particularly lagged very well either. And yeah, I was looking at it thinking, well, I've got the breaker, I've just got to make a ball and just see what happens. And luckily, they were really nice, to be fair. I mean, that ball maybe shouldn't have gone in down the corner.
No, I know.
Maybe shouldn't have. I was so relieved that it did, because I just waited for it to hang, and then it dropped. I thought, oh, relief. But then that relief almost added more pressure to me, because I knew then that was the chance.
That's it. You've got to get him.
Now, yeah, I got to get him. So, yeah, to be honest, as far as the first match goes on the stream, I can't really ask for much better.
Well, Eddie, listen, I thought you played great. As I say, there's the odd moment, but there's been Mark Farnsworth, Ben Davies, these guys have been on this table already. They say how different it is, but it's not just the table, it's the lights, the cameras, the shot clock. There's so much that's going on. I thought you were first class, mate. Congratulations, and you're in the next round, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much. Didn't get much easy in playing Mark next.
Well done, mate.
Thank you, Steve. Eddie. Thank you.
So, guys, Eddie Roberts is into the next round, but the next match on the stream is going to be Tom Barley and Clint Iansson, so don't go anywhere.
This is our aisle. I'll rise. I'll dive. I'll breathe. I'll dream. I'll glide. I'll climb. This is our calm. This is our wild. This is our past. This is our welcome. This is our story. Shaw and Chinya I. is our biosphere. This is our ordinary. And this is your extraordinary isle.
When you travel to the Isle of Man with us, the action starts the moment you step on board. Get fueled up, arrive fresh, and raring to go. We take you there. Book now with steam-packet.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of the grand finals of the IPA Tour here on the Isle of Man. We are just taking a look at this pivotal frame between Liam Dunster and Scott Gillespie before the action gets underway back on the mainstream table. We will have Clint Iansson and Tom Barley for you coming up soon. This match is 7-6 to Liam Dunster at the moment. Well, he's left a bit of a tempter there for Scott Gillespie. Does have a shot down to the bottom right corner, but it's going to be a very tough finish from there. Now then, getting underway then on the main table. Tom Barley breaking first and splitting the balls open like a dream. The only question is over that yellow, or the two yellows rather, that have gone close together. Do they plant? The overhead looked tricky, but from here, looks like they will. That said, Tom's got a perfect angle to just bump them out. First up, And finishes don't come much easier than this, to be honest. I think Tom would like to skill these two. Love to pot them both. That's exactly what he's done. Just keeps that cue ball control that a little bit easier for the next couple of shots. And he is not a player that will be hanging about for very long. It's going to be 1-0 in a matter of seconds. Not convinced this one's taken him a minute. And it's the perfect start for the banger. Tom Barley leads by 1 frame to 0. Absolutely zero issues there for him. So Clint Iansson will have the chance to respond. And here's the state of play on table 10. In the time that it took Tom Barley to break dish, there has been a grand total of 1 shot played on this table. Of course, it is without the shot clock, but even then I'm not convinced that would have made too much of a difference. Liam is in full control of this frame. And here's Clint Iansson attempting to emulate Tom Barley. He would like to start the match with a break dish of his own. It's certainly a trickier chance than Tom had, but these are gettable as long as that red on the left hand side cushion passes the yellow to the top left. It looks very much like it will. As a result, I'd say this is a decent chance, but it's certainly not as easy as Tom's. Oh, we didn't want to flick the 8 ball there. Now it's getting very tricky. It's only got 1 pot on, and it's the one on the rail, so it needs to skip the cue ball through the gap between the yellows and land on the red to the top right. That's a lovely shot. It's still on this finish, but it hasn't gone entirely to plan so far. Left himself very awkward here. Going to be properly bridging over that yellow. Oh, but that is spot on. Nice and straight on this red. Can just drag this one in, hold the cue ball for the red to the top right. And this really should be frame over. Probably would have liked maybe another half an inch to an inch on the cue ball there. As a result, he's going to punch this in and play the black to the left centre. There were always options available. The perfect start then from both players. Tom Barley's rapid break dish, followed by one of his own by Clint Iansson. And essentially, a race to 8 has become a race to 7. Now, who's at the table here? Looks like Scott Gillespie to me. In all sorts of trouble, but fighting for his tournament. The problem is, when you're in a situation like this, against Liam Dunster, is you're essentially relying on your opponent making a mistake, and in these situations Liam is so deadly. Tom Barley breaking off in frame 3. Cue ball's gone close and has been kicked back into the pocket. That is harsh. And Clint Iansson out of his seat like a whippet, looking at a pretty open table. Just that one cluster, red and yellow together on that racking line. So I think the plan here will be to manoeuvre the red into a possible position. Because of that red covering the top left corner, reds are a clear favourite. Oh, he's going to pop the yellow over the centre pocket and try and do the same, is he? Nope. I can only assume then that either does the red go? If not, I'd be amazed that he didn't get rid of the red over the top pocket first. It does. Question asked and answered. I think Clint caught that a little thinner than he wanted to. Tried to slow roll it in. I don't know whether the cue ball just deviated, but it looked mighty close to missing that red to me. Now what sort of angles Clint got here? Looks quite straight, so I should just be able to push the cue ball through. Okay, he's going to take the red on the blue spot, down past the 8 ball, and then from there should be game over. Little unlucky for Tom Barley that. He didn't control the break all that well, but nevertheless the cue ball was running safe until it got kicked back towards the pocket. Clint just throwing that cue ball wide to get as close to the 8 ball as possible, because he can get as close as he'd like. But it shouldn't matter, and it doesn't. So Clint Iansson leads 2-1 after 3. Every single frame so far, a dish of some variety. Here's table 10 again. So hard to tell exactly what's going on in this match, but I do feel like things look slightly better for Scott Gillespie than they did in some ways. However, with Liam at the table, will he pounce? These yellows are on, but how much of that yellow next to the 8 ball can he see? It looks to me like he's got enough to pot it. do think this frame is heading towards a conclusion of some description at the very least. Now here's Clint breaking off. A little bit of a jump on the cue ball. And not the best split ever. Didn't quite time that break as well as he'd have liked. So Tom with a chance to respond in kind, but this time with a reverse dish. Actually quite nice, these yellows. Just wonder if he'd like a bit less angle on this next one. Or can he just top this through and land on the yellow above the 8 ball to the left centre? That's the question for me. Or does it go now into the right centre? Oh, it does. That makes things easier. That's well controlled, but it's getting tricky now for Tom. He's got the wrong angle here, really. So I feel like he's going to have to leave that one that's deepest in the balk area as his last yellow. But it's not easy to navigate the cue ball past the 2 reds that are there. However, that could not be a better angle, I don't think. Just top this past that red. Don't flick it. Or use it. Bit of a stretch this last shot. But nicely played. And break dish followed break dish. As sure as reverse dish follows reverse dish. 2 apiece. Barely a mistake has been made yet. Quick look at the latest scores. Table 14, Mark McAllister up against Ethan Parry Williams. 5 each in that one. That one is going to the wire by the looks of things. Cian Monaghan, Conor Treacy is an interesting first round matchup as well. And that one 2-1 to young Cian at the moment. So much pool to be played this weekend. So much has already been played in our festival, but we are now down to the real nitty gritty, the business end of the tournament, if you like. Tom Barley this time, well, that in-off is unforgivable. The first one was unlucky, but to go straight in-off in the centre like that, it's not good news at all. It's especially not good news when Clint Iansson is approaching the table with ball in hand and a free shot to open everything up. Looking to make short work of these yellows. Now Clint's got a bit of angle here, so he can't hold this for the centre pocket, but you can see there's a beautiful window between the two reds that the 8 ball will comfortably pass through. And that's 5 dishes in a row. 2 off the break, 3 reverse. And that one will be tough for Tom Barley to take. Ultimately, a big mistake made by the Englishman. Now there is, I think, the ferry that brought most of the players to the tournament, run by the Isle of Man Steam Packet Company. If you are visiting the Isle of Man, it is the method of transport of choice, especially if you need to bring your car. We are so lucky to get to come here every year. It really is one of the most stunning places I've ever been. Beautiful, beautiful countryside everywhere you look, and we are smack bang in the middle of it here at the wonderful Comis Hotel. Now this time it's Clint Iansson's turn to screw straight and off. Just neither player, since those first couple of frames, can find a bit of luck from the break. And again, it's just a monstrous layout. It's just a lovely layout. There are no issues on the table here for Tom Barley at all. He's going to pop this red in, but I'm certain he's going yellows. Just using that opportunity to get the cue ball down the table. And now he is right in amongst them. Prime position. Pop a couple of yellows into the left centre, one down to the bottom right. Or this way, it makes no difference. A genuinely easy finish left by the foul break of Clint. Probably a fraction more angle than Tom would like on this. Going to have to dig into it to keep the cue ball away from the 8 ball, but it was easy enough. And yet again, we're back on serve. 3 apiece. It's been quick fire stuff, this match, from both players. Extraordinarily quick game, really. The IPA Masters, the curtain closer, if you like, for the season at McGoldrick's in Glasgow between the 5th and the 7th of December. I believe entries are still open, and they're definitely still open for this one. The World Championships back in Bradford for yet another year in February. Thoroughly looking forward to that one. There are all the winners from the last event. And entries open also, I believe, for the IPA Tour, although I very much doubt there are many places left, if any. But there are the dates for your calendars. If you want to enter, please check out the website, ipapool.com. I'll just write down the dates if you're planning to come and spectate, or even just to keep the weekend free so that you can watch us here live on the IPA stream. Now, the first successful break for a little while from Tom Barley, and yet again, it's left a decent finish. But my word, what has he done there? He just jabbed at it a little bit. And that's the first miss of the match, and you can't believe that's... I can't believe he's missed it. Was hanging over the centre pocket to start with, and it didn't even touch a cushion. What a mistake to make. Well, it's the first frame of the match that won't be a dish, but essentially it might as well be. It's another one visit finish. This time for Clint Iansson, you would think, but this 8-ball isn't down just yet. It's an awkward one. I imagine he's leaving it to the top left at this point. It does look a little tight going past that red on the top half of the table. Oh, he's tried to come round. He's tried to come round. Has he come round enough? Oh, I don't know. He might just have done enough there. I think he has. It's so hard to play those top shots because the cue ball seems to lose pace off the first cushion, but he's just got enough on it. And he's nailed the 8-ball. And he takes the lead once again, 4-3, Clint Iansson. And the first missed opportunity of the match. And it was a big one as well. Tom Barley bows his head. Looking into the outer arena, certainly one of them anyway. We've got 2 rooms here in the Isle of Man. Lee Shepherd at the table there. He's just got underway against Liam Farrell. Liam leading that one by 1-0. I can see Mark McAllister racking up in the background as well. He leads Ethan Parry-Williams by 7-6, and that one really is going to the wire on table 14 in the distance. Luke Sanges and Nathan Bridges out there as well. That one's 2-2 after the first 4. And Clint Iansson in what seems to be the story of the match. He got himself a frame ahead, broke off, and left an opportunity for his opponent. Slightly trickier one than normal, given the context of the match, this one. But Tom's got his eyes on a breakout shot first up. That's interesting. I thought he was going to send the red into the yellows, but he's spotted that the 2 closest to the centre pocket are a plant. It's not come out too badly, although the remaining yellow in that area is slightly awkward to get onto now. I don't think it passes up to the top right. I'm pretty sure it only goes in the right centre. You can see there it definitely can get on it to the right centre. Oh, and bridging, he's fluffed it. No other word for it. And things have started to turn from bad to worse for Tom Barley. He looked so in the zone at the start of this match, but that's 2 fairly basic errors in the last couple of frames. And that makes such a huge difference. Assuming Clint takes these reds out, and well, why wouldn't you assume that he would? This is looking like 5-3, and really Tom will think it should be 5-3 the other way had he taken his chances. It's a nice shot from Clint. Doesn't want to be straight, and that looks pretty straight to me. Might have to leave a long pot next. There is a gap between the 8-ball and the yellow just above it he could play on. Instead, he screwed on and off and into the 8 ball. That's come out pretty well. Oh, and that's a delightful touch. Off the cushion into the back of the red. Couldn't have been much more perfect for Clint. Lovely, lovely shot. And it is Clint Iansson who takes the 2-frame lead. He leads by 5 frames to 3. Tom Barley has missed a couple of very good chances in the previous 2 frames. Let's have a look at the scores. Pick out your favourite players. Caitlin Kennedy in the ladies event up against Ashley O'Neill. That one's on table 11. That is our ladies stream table. So if that is what floats your boat, then head to the IPA YouTube channel and switch on to our dedicated ladies stream. A humdinger of a match coming up on table 10 as well. That says Friday 9 PM, but that will be starting fairly shortly, I would think. Maybe 8:30. Between Jake Newlove and Gareth Hibbert, a repeat, of course, of that memorable World Championship final a couple of seasons ago. Now, the last thing Tom Barley would have wanted to see was Clint Iansson back at the table. So it's good for him that he's not. But you feel like this is quite a vital visit for Tom. He's watched a couple of chances slip away from him. 6-3 would be a long, long way to come back from. 5-4 on the other hand. And it's very much all to play for still. Just a fraction under hit that one. Would have loved to have taken those 2 yellows closest to the top rail out first. Is he going to try? That's a long way to reach. I think he's got to go middle first now. In fact, those 2 yellows may end up being his last 2. I think he might have to play the one furthest left into the bottom left corner as his last ball. Unless he leaves them as a plant, but I can't see him doing that. That would be a huge risk. Oh, this needs to slow up. It's just okay. If that cue ball had made it to the cushion, I think Tom would have been in trouble there. But as it turns out, he's not. And he knocks the yellow in down the rail. And all he's got to do now is negotiate the reds. Which he has done just about. So Tom Barley back in it at 5-4. Yet another quick frame. Not a huge amount of movement on the outer tables. Although that is Ethan Parry Williams racking up the balls, so that tells me that that game has gone to a decider between himself and Mark McAllister. So we'll keep a beady eye on that one from the commentary box. Table 14. Connor Treacy at the table. On the table next door, table 13, up against Cian Monaghan. Cian is 4-1 up in that one. And Luke Sandys, you can see, one further table along. He's at the table. He leads Nathan Bridges by 3 frames to 2. Here's Clint Iansson breaking off, and breaking off nicely. It's another really good opportunity off the break. I feel like I've said that in almost every frame. I have rarely seen a table breaking this open in recent memory, to be honest. I always feel like the TV table, at the last couple of events at least, was leaving quite a lot of scrappy frames. But this match is the absolute antithesis of that. Every single frame has left a really good opportunity for one player or another. This time it's Clint Iansson's turn to benefit, but he's not going to benefit because that's gone horribly wrong. That's the first real mistake from Clint in this match, and it's a big one. He's going to really struggle to open up those 2 yellows now, and you can't really see any safety on the table. Just going to push this over the pocket, I think, and let Tom have a go. Oh, not even that. He tried to screw into the yellow, did he? Either way, it's a chance. Tom really just the one problem ball on the right there, but that is not a difficult double. He's got the perfect ball to land on it as well, with the red next to the 8 ball. Wouldn't be surprised if he took that now and then took the double on, just to keep some options open in the top half of the table. Yep, that's exactly the play. It's got a little bit more angle than maybe he'd like. Might have to pop the cue ball on and off the cushion past the yellow here. Doesn't want to underhit it. That's good. Betwixt and between here. Gonna have to run into that red on the cushion now, I think. Judge the cannon. Judged it nicely. Been a great match, this. Both players now have thrown in the odd mistake. I think the scoreline is relatively fair. I say that. I was assuming it was going to be 5-all, but Tom Barley did miss one where he was bridging a couple of shots ago. This is a little easier. And he has comfortably knocked in the 8 ball, so it is 5-all. Liam Farrell, closest to your screen, racking up. He was 1-0 up against Lee Shepherd. And it must have been a quick fire double from Lee, because he now trails by 2 frames to 1. But here is the match that all eyes are on at the moment. Table 14, Mark McAllister against Evan Parry Williams. The tablets are reading, it's telling me it's 7-6, but I'm sure this is 7-all. I'm sure this is a decider. And if it is, it's a brilliant chance for Evan Parry Williams. He is not a player that hangs about. Very much a shade of Tom Barley about Ivan as well. Even in a pressure cooker situation like this at 7-all, he doesn't tend to take a huge amount of time around the table. Talking of Tom Barley, he's absolutely welted those. What a break that is. Reds and yellows have split far and wide. And there just isn't a problem on the table on yellows. There's hardly one on reds, but on yellows there's just nothing. Just get these down in the right order, and Tom Barley will lead the match. And it'll be a lead that he hasn't held for a little while. In actual fact, it looked like the opposite was happening. Just a couple of frames ago, Tom had made a couple of mistakes. Clint had punished them. Now it's turned around completely. Clint with a mistake in the previous frame. Tom cleared up and followed that with that. Again, rapid break dish. And we're finished on table 14, and I can tell you it's Ethan Parry-Williams who made it through in a final frame decider against Mark McAllister. Commiserations to him, congratulations to Ethan. Look forward to seeing him in the next round. Just have a look down the list and see who he will face while we wait for the balls to be racked up for the next frame. So he's going to face David Dagnall, and I can tell you we will see him later because I believe that's going to be our last stream match of the evening. So that match follows this one. So he will be playing the home hero in David Dagnall. As we turn our attention back to Clint Iansson, who's just underhit that one slightly, has he? These last three reds are not easy. Particularly that one next to the 8 ball. Well, does it pass the 8 to the right corner? It must do. It looks tight. He's tried to move it. How's it come out? I don't know if he can see it or not. Past the yellow. That's so tight. It looked like he was going to get down and knock it, but he's got back up himself. I don't think he's on this red. I think that couldn't have gone much worse for Clint. I think he's been a tad unlucky there. Oh, is it going to make the cushion? It's not. And that's a hammer blow for Clint Iansson. Especially if that yellow still passes the red as well. Well, Tom's played on it straight away, you'd think. I mean, if not, he could play on it now to the bottom right anyway. No, he's going to save that till last. Sensible choice. So from 5-3 up, Clint Iansson hasn't been able to take advantage of the odd bit of play from Tom Barley, but Tom Barley has taken advantage of the opposite. And he now leads by 7 frames to 5. There is potentially just 1 frame left in this match. It's been a complete reversal of fortunes since about the halfway stage. Tom has won 4 unanswered frames to move within 1 of a place in the next round. It's been a fantastic match, this.
Frame 13. Break. 7 frames to 5. Time ready.
Tom Barley would like a big break here. And my, hasn't he got it? Now the 8 ball is a little safe, and as a result, he can't really go reds either. The 8 ball's not actually that bad. It still goes, but what's he got in the line of opening yellows here? That's the real question. Don't think he can get past the one he's closest to pot the one in the corner. That's a terrific plant. There's still a bit of work to do though. This isn't a great angle on this. 8 ball to the centre. Is he trying to screw through the gap between the reds? Probably going to flick off one or both of them. So trusting to luck a little here maybe. And he dug in a bit deep. He dug in too deep. What's he left himself? There's a risky double on. Up to the top left. If he gets it, you'd think it's frame over and match over. But it's not. He doesn't make it. So Clint Iansson can breathe a small sigh of relief. He is still well behind in this match. And he tried to open up that red on the cushion there, but just misjudged the throw on the cue ball. The position of that 8 ball is making things really tough here for Clint. He wanted to get it out nice and early. He couldn't. But the way he's going about this suggests he's going game here. There are going to be precious few opportunities. Oh my word. I was going to say there will be precious few opportunities to put the brakes on. Well, he nearly threw the whole match away. But now, looking at the position of that yellow, he's in pole position. He's going to go for the back double here, but if he doesn't get it, Tom Barley's still going to be in a bit of trouble. And he hasn't got it. What he has left is the skill shot. Or the double. It's a big pocket for the double. Up to the top left. He's going for it. He's double kissed it. He's going to knock the red in. Oh, he isn't going to knock the red in. Somehow. But nonetheless, you would think that that's going to be frame over. And barring the most unlikely miss of all time, it's going to be 6-7 rather. The 7 still going to Tom Barley. He's still one frame away. But he'll be sat in that seat thinking he should now really be doing his post-match interview and getting ready for his next match. Played a lovely plant first off to get into that frame, but he just couldn't get out. Lee Shepherd stalking the table, as confident as ever. He leads by 3 frames to 2 over Liam Farrell, and on the table above that one, Luke Sanji's 5-3 up on Nathan Bridges. Connor Treacy's come back well. He trailed Keenan Monaghan by 4 frames to 1. He now leads by 5 frames to 4. So 4 unanswered frames there for Connor. But it is Kean at the table. Over there on table 13. And next to them, that empty table there, you can see just at the top of your screen, Mr. Magic getting ready. He will take on the winner of our last stream match, Eddie Roberts. That should be a cracker. It looks as well as if we are either underway or about to get underway on our second stream table, table 10, for a clash of the titans between Gareth Hibbert and Jake Dillon Newlove. Clint Iansson has kept the cue ball on the table. He's made a ball. He looks like we may be going to a decider, but is there a spanner in the works? Does that red pass the yellow to the bottom right? If it doesn't, then this isn't over. I think it probably does, just about. The yellow is quite a long way into the pocket. Tough positional shot this as well. Would probably like a bit more angle on this. To come down past the back of those 2 yellows next to the left centre. Has he got enough that he can still do that? Nope, had to top it on and off. How's your luck? That's not great. A wry shake of the head. Clint's in trouble here. He does have a thin snick still. To the bottom left. And he's overcut it. He loaded that up with side to try and hold the cue ball. I think it threw the cue ball offline, and he's just barely grazed the red in the end. One good shot here, you feel, from Tom Barley. He's going to have to take that yellow. Closest to the cue ball, I would think. But if this goes in, shouldn't be any problems here. Wonder whether he'll choose to try and nudge that yellow away, just like that. Don't know if that's actually made things easier for him, to be honest. Doesn't pass into the centre pocket anymore. So he's going to have to play it in the same pocket he would have anyway, up to the top right. I suppose it is marginally easier now than it was. Left himself a nice angle here where he can play for a choice of either the one over the corner pocket, or if he lands nice and straight on the one up to the top right, I think he'll be taking that now. So this is the moment for Tom Barley. And this is the match. Tom Barley through to the next round by a scoreline of 8 frames to 6 over Clint Iansson. It was a terrific match. Absolutely breakneck speed from both players, particularly from Tom. Nobody really hung about at all. But in the end, it was Tom who got, probably you'd have to say, the lion's share of the first chances, but he also took the lion's share of them. And in the end, that is a deserving victory for Tom Barley. Not really anything of note to let you know about on the outer tables. Lots of matches just getting underway. So for now, I will leave the commentary box and hand over, hopefully shortly, to Stephen Walker, who will be with the winner of that match, Tom Barley.
Welcome back, guys, and I'm delighted to be joined by the winner of that match, Tom Barley, who, I have to say, looked like you were bang on it, mate.
I played really well there. There was that little patch in the middle where I tried to swerve behind the ball and caught it, and I think I missed one just after it, but after that, perfect, happy with that, very happy.
Yeah, it was quite a quick game, good tempo game, both you and Clint. I mean, you're not the slowest players anyway, but there was actually a point, I nicked out for 10 minutes, came back in, and about 5 frames had gone by, and I'm like, have I missed something here? But, then when I'm here, I'm watching it was like dish, dry break, dish. It was absolutely fantastic. But some of the finishes you took there were top draw, and probably more than deserved your win.
Yeah, I'd have been a bit gutted when he went into the black rattle there.
Yeah.
It'd have been a bit of a signal to lose from there, but yeah, part of the game. But yeah, I think I broke really well. I played really well. Just a bit in the middle, let me down, but can't be fussy all the time.
No, I mean, so everybody that's played on this table so far has came off and said, Steve, it's really slidey, it's playing a bit dead, it's reactive, it's everything that the TV table normally is. How did you feel on it?
Yeah, there was a little slide on it, but you get used to it, and the more you obviously get through it. I mean, it's a new cloth in it, isn't it? New cloth and everything.
It's brand new tables.
You expect it, you got to adapt to it. But I mean, the table itself's beautiful, like very touch and everything like that. Very good.
Even the shot you played at the end there to get on the black, that's maybe me and Rob Wilson over there is maybe forgiven for sliding cushion first and going round, but that's a shot you can play.
Yeah, probably normally a normal ball shot like that, but because it's sliding, but you have to play it with a bit of check to try and check up when you wouldn't normally. You just drop it off the cushion and normally land straight. But yeah, I mean, I've got no faults with the table. Yeah, a little slidey, but they all are at this stage.
Yeah, the tables are fantastic, and you played fantastic, Tom. So you're through to the next round, mate. So congratulations.
Appreciate that, mate.
Well done, Tom Barley. Cheers, mate. Tom is through to the next round. I thought he was absolutely fantastic there. He played at a pace that was comfortable and suited him, but Clint Iansson is the man put to the sword. Unlucky to Clint, he'll still have the Open to play in. But next up we're going to have Dave Dagnall, Isle of Man's favourite son, against Evan Parry Williams. Dave opened the show with me yesterday. In fact, it was this morning. What am I talking about this morning? And here he is right now, going to go head to head and close the show. I think this is the last match of the night. So guys, please stay tuned. Dave deserves a bit of our support, and this should be a cracker.
This is our aisle.
Times
I'll rise.
all in who you share 'em with.
I'll dive.
It's life. The point is enjoying who you share it with.
I'll breathe.
Joy is who you share it with.
I'll dream.
And the weeks,
I'll glide.
weekends, keep
I'll climb.
who you spend in time.
This is our calm.
The time is who you spend.
This is our wild.
Joy is
This is our past. This is our welcome.
who you share it with.
This is our story. Shaw and Chinya I.
Who you share it.
This is our biosphere. This is our ordinary.
Who you share it with.
And this is your extraordinary aisle.
When you travel to the Isle of Man with us, the action starts the moment you step on board. Get fueled up, arrive fresh and raring to go. We take you there. Book now with steam-packet.com.
Egg wasn't even going to. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and absolutely ecstatic, buzzing to be joined by the one and only Morgan McInnes. Cheers, mate.
Good evening, Stevie. How are we?
I am absolutely brilliant. A wee bit hungry right enough, so
I'm starving.
Hope this gets done quick.
Right beside the kitchen, they can't even rustle us up anything.
See that? I'm no joking. The amount of food that was on a big tray out there, and I just didn't even take the chance of grabbing it. I should have.
They would have just made another one, so yeah, totally.
A big cheese and ham quiche. Do you like a quiche? Never had one, ain't you know?
No, I've never.
Not even heard it.
It's not like a cheesy thing.
It's egg with cheese and it's like in a big pie kind of thing.
Yeah, no, it is. I can see it if you know what I mean, but not my type of gig.
It's kind of like an omelette within a crust.
Yeah, I can see that. But no quiche for us. It's weird, they were lagging and now we're away back to the...
I wonder if
to the pro room, I'd call it. Or not pro room, you know what I mean, but the main room, would you call this?
I think somebody's got an injury there. There we go, we're back.
He's not doing his weird side break anyway.
Mate, he's turned up with about 8 cues.
Why?
I says to him there, I went, have you got a golf bag with him? And he looked at me and laughed, and I'm like, he must have one for screw back, one for top spin, one for...
Wow.
To be fair, I think that's where the game's going.
I mean, look at this. 2 balls in the bottom half of the table.
Wow. And it's dry.
Yeah. Crazy. Funny you said that about the cues. I remember Liam Dunster and Alan Reynolds talking about that, because you could have different cues for different tip sizes for different shots, and it would make sense. I mean, you're completely going down the Mad Hatter route.
No, I know, but
you're losing your marbles. But
I just think that ever since the break cue came in, and I'm not saying but it's kind of opened the door to this kind of stuff, and Dave's kind of the first guy that's kind of pushing it a wee bit. He has got things there. He said if he's not getting the right feeling, he'll change to a different cue, and if it's like...
He's lost his marbles then.
Completely.
Evan's going all out attack here. Oh, nice.
Oh, is that red went inside? That's alright.
Looks fine to me.
I don't know a whole lot about Evan.
I've played him a few times. He's very attacking, quite quick. But yeah, he's good. Had a good few results, I believe, this season. I remember he beat Gio in an open. But yeah, very, very good attacking player.
Yeah, that kind of shot to open things up.
I was so hoping he didn't jinx me there.
Is he going to need to play this off a yellow? Or can he go all the way around behind the black? No, I don't think so. I think he's in a bit of bother here.
I think I'd be playing off yellow.
Yeah.
Good result we had against Mark McAllister though, because Mark was playing well and then just couldn't get over the line. Held himself together to take out a few nice finishes. Yeah, he's definitely playing off the yellow here. It's quite difficult this, because as you can see how high the yellow is, you only need a nice slight touch from it. Beautiful.
Yeah, very good. Now, if you need an indication of how attacking he is, that shows you how reactive the cloth
that's
is.
the stream cloth catching out. Did you commentate on the last match?
No,
you didn't.
I was out there watching it, but Dan Fairway did the last match with Tom Barley and Clint.
The Godfather. Light work. Made that look so easy, didn't he? Like, he made that.
I just never expect him to miss them.
No. Yeah, he made that look so easy.
Yeah, just as if it was 4 inches for the pocket. Nice and easy. Andy Lucas 7-2 in front against Craig Ingman.
Marshy versus Adam Davis. That's another very good game.
That was just getting started, am I right?
Yeah, 2-0, table 18.
Yeah. Lee Shepherd, I was watching a bit of his match. That's just...
Oh, it's almost like he's bridging a little bit here with this break.
Wow. Oh, he's quite unfortunate there that yellow and red came together at the bottom.
You could just play it right now.
I think he should. I think reds are the balls. Surely he's not going to play that red in the middle.
I mean, you're either playing the plant in the bottom or you're potting the red you're closest to and like taking the top right bag and just kind of taking control. But if you don't take this, yeah, as you can see, he is a very attacking human being.
I was expecting him to come running round two there, and he's...
I think you had to hit it quite straight, if you know what I mean. You couldn't,
just because
it wasn't
off.
Yeah, it wasn't straight, yeah. Just take the top right hand bag here, I think.
Oh, he's running into these here.
That's what a negative player like myself would do.
The bag would already be covered, mate, if it was you.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, totally. He might be able to. I don't know if that red top left goes. I'd imagine it would do. Oh, he's playing double.
Playing the double, and then leaving an angle to kick.
Maybe. Yeah. Well, does that red pot straight? I guess we're going to find out. Well, the came up. We'll just leave it. Let's just not guess his shots because we're going to fail all match, aren't we?
Has he got a big enough angle here? I mean, it will slide
off the knuckle. Yeah. Oh,
he's missed it.
That red doesn't go, does it? The mum nailed to the yellow. No. This is self-explanatory from David now.
Yeah, he needs to just mind his work a wee bit with the two at the top. Would you want to be close to the top cushion or even an angle to come off the cushion?
An angle to pot kick, yeah.
So he's tried to leave it.
He might be playing it long, I'd imagine.
Okay.
I think I'm 0 out of 5 for shots called so far. Just it goes in the middle. It's hard to see from that the first angle of the full table. It doesn't look like it goes to the middle there, does it?
Looks okay.
It's perfect on it long.
Just a little drop through. We have a yellow to the middle bag.
Just need to be careful not to hit the cue ball once it hits the object ball, because you're topping it right through. Nice.
Good shot. That bottom right pocket has not been friendly to almost every player today.
Really?
Yeah, even if you just slightly catch one of the jaws of the pocket, it just will not fall. So he's played a good shot there. In fact, it was Matty Rowland's kind of arch enemy. He just...
Yeah, just a pocket just not being kind to him. I've actually noticed that on my table. For some reason, not one tight, one is just an absolute hole. It's just a bucket. And I don't know what it is, but then I got a table reclothed and now another pocket's in a bucket. I can't work it out. Stream table looks to be playing fantastic. Conditions this weekend are absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I've quite enjoyed playing the first few days when we had the festival type stuff. I thought the tables were class, and I mean every table's got brand new balls. The tables are all brand new.
Oh, the tables are brand new?
They're brand new, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The tour tables, after the last tour event, someone was getting them for another event or whatever, so... But somebody else, if I'm right in what I've heard, is these tables are already going to somebody else straight for this as well. So it'll be new tables again at the Worlds. But they sent 20 brand new tables, yeah.
Can't ask for much more than that, can you?
Oh, definitely. Did you come on the boat?
I did not.
You flew, didn't
I
you?
did not. I am not going. I'm not getting on that boat.
Oh, they brought me safe and sound. See, to be honest, we had quite a smooth journey, but in the space of the 3 days, the one that we get over, there was other ones cancelled left and right because of how bad the weather was. So we get a wee bit of luck.
I mean, I was on a little tiny flight, and it's a bit scary, but no, it was smooth sailing. It wasn't. It was actually that small that on one side of the plane there was one seat.
Tiny flight that was smooth sailing.
Smooth flying, sorry. On one half of the plane there was one seat, so I had a seat like by myself, and then the other there was 2 seats. So there's only
It's
3
like a minibus,
seats
isn't it?
in a row. Yeah, mental. No, I'd imagine that's David's break, wasn't it? Yeah, because Evan had that slightly different break where he was kind of bridging a little bit,
That's
queuing
right.
down on it.
Yeah, because Dave's first one, mind all the balls went up there.
Oh, of course.
The other side.
So what do you think here?
I'm assuming if he sticks true to his kind of mantra, he'll try and pop in a. I'm saying that he could go the long red, but I think he'll go yellows.
I think he's going to play this. Oh, he's going yellows. I think I'd be going reds here. Because the 8 ball's a little bit tricky. I mean, you've got balls to obviously open it up, but you could just play the yellow onto the red and go reds. You must have a plan.
I'm looking at the yellow just above the red and black to the left hand side.
Yeah.
I don't even
Can
think-
into that top
Yeah.
red. The yellow to the left, well, it's hard to describe this, to the left of where you kind of set the balls up, it doesn't really go in many pockets.
No.
It doesn't go bottom left from what I can see, so you need to get kind of low on that. It's just, nah, it's not going to go. Maybe that was his plan all along.
Yeah, because I'm looking at his cue ball. I think he's played
Yeah,
that.
very good point. Unless he was playing for the for the gap, yeah.
He might have been playing to cut the yellow into the right middle and smash into them. He could pot, the black doing that. Saying that. The yellow in front of that bag. I don't know. Maybe he was playing that.
A little bit of a safety exchange here. Lovely.
I was in one of the local pubs in my area maybe about 5-6 weeks ago, and guy saying to me, Steve, I used to love watching all the pool, and he says, I've seen this guy a wee while ago, I don't know if you know him, but he does this break where he plays the cue ball into the side of the cushion and into it, and I went, that's Dave Adenall. I went, he's got about 3 or 4 mental breaks, and that's what he went, the ball split amazing, and I still can't figure out how he can.
Is it a foul?
Well, I've heard people argue that it should be a foul, but the only thing I can think of is if it's a foul, is it because it's a push?
Well, it depends. I need to see it again how close it is to the cushion.
Because I think your tip would be on
Nice,
it quite.
nice party trick, I suppose.
Aye, he does it in matches.
Don't know. You wouldn't be doing it in my game without a ref anyway.
Can just imagine. Can we watch that back to see how long the tip was on the cue ball?
Oh,
there?
totally. So Dave's turn to be a bit aggressive.
Yeah, because I think they're the 2 reds together. The highest one might go in the middle.
Oh, very aggressive. He gave that a lot of
I
action.
don't know why you wouldn't top into the. I don't know.
He wanted to maybe get into it very early.
Yeah.
I thought he'd maybe pot that one to the middle left and then use the one right on the blue spot to go into them.
Yeah.
But it looked like he was casting a bit of a spell the way his cue went after it. Went right into the sky.
Well,
not the way I like to play pool this. I mean, he's guaranteed absolutely 0 after this.
This is the. You get to a stage sometimes. Let's assume it's you here. This is where you've ended up. Is there a way to rein it in? Is there a way to
Not
go right?
here.
Enough's enough.
Not here. No, he needs to go. He needs to go and try and cannon this yellow full in the face. Oh, to obviously pot this one to the bottom right. He might even be on the combo. He's got awkward queuing on the combo, but this cut is very tough as well.
I don't think he can hold the cue ball if he cuts this. So
no way. He might be going 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions.
Yeah. This is one of the bonsai moments all around the table.
He's playing look at the side he's playing on that. He actually just played a bit of bottom left just to try and hold. He really did an okay job, but he would have lost it if he actually got the cue in the pot.
I was waiting on him getting a different cue out for that shot. That would have just been class.
Yeah.
Is he on that? Must be.
He's swerving.
Well.
Need a bit of magic here. Cutting it back maybe into the middle left. Off the yellow to the middle left.
Some kind of skill shot after that. Double cocked hearts.
They tell you what, they're doing their best to give entertainment to the people watching. Nah.
Ooh. No, that should be that.
Tell you what, see the way both players have played. See, when you're playing good, you must feel like Mick Hill every time. Every time you play, like you play well. You know what I mean?
Aye, that's that. Tom Barley had a few moments like that in that last match, and I said to him, I went, "You look like you were just bang on it," and he went, "I felt amazing." There was a couple of wee kind of minor things that.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of bad ones.
Aye, and but it was like I think he maybe had 3 dishes, 2 or 3 dishes at the start, 3 at the end, or something like that, and it was the pace he was playing. He actually,
he likes to play with rhythm. You need to slow him down a little bit. So
he asked for an extension and played the shot in 9 seconds. He had 51 seconds left.
Really?
And I'm like, why did he just?
He just needed a couple extra seconds. That's all he needed.
That's it, just to make sure. And oh no,
He's okay. It's a big stretch though.
I don't like these shots.
Extension. Time out. Yeah, I've seen a couple of shockers from him. I think he tried to put one into the middle left and it didn't even hit a cushion.
That's right, in the middle.
Yeah,
the middle
and then
of the
there was
match.
another one where he was bridging. Oh, total snooker. That's quite poor.
The thing for me there, I didn't think he could play that shot with anything other than loads of check side.
Yeah, you play it with right hand side. Yeah, to check it 100%. And it kills the pace and and it also. I'll let him play the shot first. So it's called total. Nah, he's not
going to get there.
So when you play with check side in that situation, it actually kicks the ball wide, so you're not going to foul with
that's it.
Yeah, so it made a lot of sense to do that. He had a nice line there, but pace was off. That's the thing. Brand new tables, the cushions are playing a bit soft, so you're not getting much reaction from them. So it should be 2-1 to David. In the taxi yesterday, and taxi driver knew who David was.
Would you play like this?
I would not be playing this. He's played for it in the top right.
Absolutely baffled.
Oh my god! Gives me. How do people sleep like playing pool like this? He nearly went off.
I don't even. I mean, yeah,
we're getting pranked here. That's what it is.
I don't even know why I had to touch the yellow.
You didn't at all.
Pick it right up and away you go. He's going to screw on and off a cushion, surely.
Oh my god! Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I thought he was going to go a bit higher. I like it. I'm a bit entertained. I'm gripped here.
Kamikaze pool at its finest, as the rest of the pros do battle on the outside tables.
What's the score?
Liam Farrell, he's 6-3 down to Lee Shepherd.
I feel for Eddie Roberts. What a draw that is. He's just beat Gio, top player obviously, and he's straight into the number 1, number 2.
Number 2. Dunster's 1 and out. They two are quite close, so it's a battle for top spot over this weekend.
Oh, is it? Oh, double point? No, it's not double. It's just slightly inflated.
It's at times and a half or something like that. Like an extra third or something on top, but... Oh, bad miss there from Liam. Although he's got the 2 bottom bags covered. It's a pretty straightforward skill shot at the bottom. A chance for Sheppy here.
This break's working. Slightly different. All depends if these balls at the bottom right go. I'd imagine the red definitely does, but that red to the towards the top left doesn't look great. You could try and get into it now. Yellows aren't great either, but Evan's going for them.
Yeah, he's on it right away.
Could play a nice shot here, Stevie, where you hang the bag and you weld them to the yellow. Oh, he's just going to get down and play this red top left, isn't he? That doesn't go, does it?
It looks so tight to me, but...
Nah, he's looking like on the line. No way he's going to scream this in. Nah.
I'm not liking that.
Nah, he's actually. I mean, I'm assuming the yellow bottom right doesn't go. because then David's got a shot to play.
He could get down right now. Pop that in the middle.
Yeah, I think it's a bit wide. He'd maybe have to play it with running side to move it. It looks like he's going slightly below the middle bag. But yeah, you're right. And now both those balls to the top left go, whereas they didn't previously. That yellow goes off. The yellow to the right hand side goes off the red ball.
A cute little snooker here, I suppose.
Oh, here we go. I like it. Safety shots. Oh, I mean, it's probably an easy out, isn't it?
Should be straightforward, one cushion, but it's refreshing to see a snooker.
I know.
It looks like he can only play out in one direction. Or he'll hit either yellow, so he still hope this doesn't slide. Might be playing for the one on the side, yep. And it's not going to get there.
Misjudged two of them now, or is he? Yeah, I think he has. Going by his body language.
Yeah, it ended up a good shot for Dave because it did. It meant he could only play out and hope to get to that one, but he can't underhit it. Even though he's trying to just land on it. I don't know what difference it makes because the likelihood is he's going to be on one of the yellows to the left hand side regardless. So, and off these. Good shot.
Don't mind it, yeah. You had to move that some way.
Yeah, I like
Answers
it.
our question that it didn't go.
I love it when I see someone try and play more than one shot with a free shot and try and get a couple of things opening.
New pockets taking them. I don't think that yellow goes to the middle, does it? The one he's closest to right now.
No, well, don't think so.
You could play a plant and then he's kind of leaving himself on the one down the rail. He's just got to pot this.
Aye.
No. I was going to say he's going to be looking empty. Yeah, he's fine now. Just roll this through. This is, in my opinion, the money ball, as I'd call it. Just roll this through and then it's just, you can't go wrong. Oh, did that move? I think it was always wide that way, but
it was as if it was wide straight away, but
yeah,
it looked weird.
It did look a
little trace aside or something and just kicked it out because it was never in.
No, I think it was definitely wide to that knuckle. Evan's not even giving us a chance to. He's like, I know how I'm getting on this ball.
Yeah,
but yeah, it was definitely wide to that pocket. I think maybe because when you're looking at these streams, you're always expecting balls to go in. Don't know why he's not trying to get on the top cushion there.
Yeah, exactly. That's my thinking. And then just a little slide down, screwing off a cush, loads aside and off. Oh, he's flicked the black.
Oh,
and he snookered anyway. Wow. If it doesn't hit the black, he's in off. So at least it's not a foul yet.
Yeah, true. 1-2 cushions. He loves that 8 ball.
Ah, well.
4. I don't know why he just didn't try and get the cue ball on the top cushion and then pot the red to the top left.
Yeah,
just
side, drift down the side.
Use the side cushion just before the middle, and then you should be okay. As long as you don't hit the cushion quite thick. Oh, he's doing it again.
Is he going to slide off that into the... Why?
8 ball. And then cushion white off the 2 cushions to knock the yellow out. We said it thick. He's fine. I mean, it makes the yellow bottom left a little bit awkward. I think it's more... It's okay off the cushion, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But he can just pot this to the middle left and leave himself a cut. Playing for the fans.
Yeah. Well, a bit of splash on the cue ball there, but when you play with that much side on the new tables, the new cloth, it tends to slide and die on you, so you kind of lose the pace that you've got on it. Oh, did that roll the bag or did he just miss it?
And so see with those shots, he's kind of like dragged it in a little bit, but because you see because the cloth is so new and slidey, it's like almost sliding before it hits it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's kind of like playing on an ice rink a little bit. So I can understand why he's missed that, and it looks like he's missed it really bad. But I think the cue ball's just slid before it's hit the object ball. Oh. Dave should not have lost his frame from where I think he's had 2 shots twice.
He has.
He has.
That's better. But you said knocking that black over there made it slightly awkward.
I think you can pot this quite easily from here. You don't even need to actually. You can just pot the one to the middle right. Just
just go up to round.
Just look at the line.
Yeah,
you'll be fine. That's fine. Just a little bit of run inside. It's looking like 3-1.
It looks like we're going to get another bit of entertainment here,
What?
guys.
Don't do this to me. What are you?
I'm doing this with just a little drag side and just holding it.
What?
I mean, he did call it.
He did. He's actually played it perfect. But surely, you know what I mean?
I'm playing with the opposite side,
Yeah.
opposite and just coming and then.
Totally. I wonder what he's.
That's class.
Maybe. I'm not even going to try. And fair enough. He's actually, he's looked at, called it, and he played it great. So fair play to him. What do we know?
Brilliant. 3 frames to 1. Dave, I don't know. We've had a little bit of everything in the first few frames. Are you not entertained? Bad miss there from Lee. Oh, must have had a free shot. Jake Dillanulov is 5-2 in front.
Was he? Anytime I've looked at the, we've seen the stream, it's been
Gareth at the table.
Must have just seen the 2 frames.
Lewis McCool 3-2 in front against Gerard Boyle. Lewis battling like a bear to end the year as the amateur number 1.
Is he? I've only seen him at the bar.
Same.
Oh, he's hitting good. What's going to happen at the bottom? Oh, that doesn't look nice.
No, that does the red go? That goes in the opposite bag.
Yeah, the thing is, the angle's just to see if you don't. We could talk for 5-10 minutes here on what they're going to do, and it doesn't really matter because we don't even know if they go. You know what I mean? But yeah, you're right. The red goes to the middle right, bottom right.
Yeah, I
think it does go. You know, based on what he's kind of.
Just nice and easy. See, I would have been kind of jabbing that there so that I'm at least trying to bring the cue ball down.
He's actually got nothing here now.
You know, I think he can just play this in and run into the yellow and red and be on the one to the right middle.
What, you think he can cut this one to the middle right?
Yeah. But the cue ball is going to be doing a bit of dancing.
Correct. That's a really thin cut because he's cutting it back a long way. I don't think he's even going to try it. You don't think he knows what he's going to do? Yeah. Middle right, bottom right pocket, you're right.
Yeah, they don't fall in there. They come
Now,
back out the way.
Evan's going to check if this yellow goes. Kenny's playing a shot within 10 seconds. So I think it might do.
Yeah, he's not messing about. From the overhead it looked like they were welded, but if even there's a tiniest gap, as you say.
Struggling to get onto it. Unless he plays with loads of reverse side here.
The thing is, that ball there that he's just potted,
an
inch back.
Yeah, I in my head I seen that.
So he's going to end up trying to get himself in the same position that he could have been in from that shot.
Yeah,
but
I thought he was going to play the ball. He's literally just spotted to the top left, to then play bottom left to stun off the one in the middle of the table down for the yellow. But yeah, if that yellow goes out, he's definitely taking the wrong route there.
he was playing like it did, because from what I've seen early in this match, if he's got to get into something, he's going to go and
do it early.
And yeah,
that's what he's done. Especially like the first frame, he went into all his bad balls very, very early.
He's maybe just decelled on the one down the cushion. You know yourself, if you do that, you end up kind of dragging it a wee bit rather, and you're trying to just kill the cue ball. And it's one of the shots I love the most when the table's on you and the ball's on you. You can actually do it full length of the table, like a delicate kind of screw, and it just kills the cue ball, comes back out. And it's, see, when you go into a table, if my table kind of plays, I've got the blackball elite with the 861, right, and but it plays like that most of the time. And then if I go into one and I try it, and next thing the cue ball's,
it's all about the claw forward, because if it's really worn, it'll decel by the time, and then you're going straight and off.
It's impossible.
Yeah, you need to judge the cloth well.
Oh, this has been mad. He's just landed slightly awkward there, but again, I believe he could have played that shot a whole lot softer and still killed the cue ball.
Yeah, I think it doesn't look he's tried to kill the cue ball, but like, if he just focused on the pot, he's going to have to cut the red back, and he's fine. But sometimes you can lose track of, oh my word, sometimes you can lose track of those things when you're on the shot clock, you know what I mean? It just kind of baffles you a little bit. Played it lovely. Making us look silly here. What, he's played it perfect.
Absolutely plumb.
Lovely.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of everything here. Tom Barley in the background, Rob Wilson. There we have. Got a number of people sitting tuning into this one. I wonder how many. The Isle of Man's finest. Support him, Dave Adenau. Like Sanji's at the table. Connor Tracy in the background. What's the score bill look? Let's have a look. Keane Monaghan 7-6 down to Connor Tracy. I can tell you that. Oh, this is 7 each.
Was it?
Luke Sanji's, Nathan Bridges. And it looks
wow.
like
Nathan's last pro event. I believe he said in the group chat he's not playing next year.
Right.
What Sanji's on? Is he on yellows?
Looks like it.
He must be. He looks to me to be in a bit of bother. Evans' break's been working very well.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, reds every day. Wow.
Well, the way this match has gone, they might.
I know, he might go reds. Wow. Yeah, what a chance to square this match up. That is the grand finals and the Isle of Man, and these two are giving us a little bit of entertainment, that's for sure.
It went a bit awkward there, didn't it? Like, it wasn't a dead set plant or anything. No, but it's one of those finishes where you can go wrong 3 or 4 times and you'll still get out, and it's nothing worse than sitting at a table when your opponent is just trying to do one thing and just doesn't work, but he still gets out because they're just that easy. Gonna have to play some sort of plant here.
Has he tried to land shot? He's got to play the plant anyway, as you said. That'll do.
That'll do. He's not on it.
No, he's not on the one to the right.
Yeah, he's not on it.
I thought he was on the gap.
You just well, I mean,
why is he not just drop it?
Because it might just slid past the red, but this just comes down to to poor position, poor patterns. You should never have to play that plant, especially the way they came out. I suppose he had to play that kind of a ball off ball, and it made it a little bit trickier, but
This, I think you want to go 2 cushions to get this right. He's gone 2. That's too wide.
This what's 2 shots?
Yeah, it's a foul.
You can't do that at this level. Miss those. You just can't. Because what tends to happen now is, I mean, we're very far from the winning line, but it'll just be dish, and then the last chance that you made an effort on was that. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he nearly hit the ball. Was Q.
And he's managed to pop the yellows in, and they weren't looking good.
No, they weren't at all, were they? It might be a little bit of a fist bump. If Craig, you can hear me, can we please go back to that table? He plays the most maddest shots ever. I like that shot. I'd never seen it.
No, neither did I didn't even want to guess. Me and Dave will probably be having some words after this regardless. Because he is... Listen, I actually think he's absolutely class, but he's opened my eyes to a whole new way of aggression on the pool table. Here we go. Oh, he's missed it.
Now Nathan Bridges, I mean, it's not easy, 2 balls on cushions.
Adam Davis is 6-3 up on Craig Marsh. I do apologise there, guys. Morgan just accidentally pulled all the wires out while we're on Alexandra's table. I'm going to do it once again. A massive thanks to Supreme, Strachan, Aramis, all the guys at back is on board. 8 Ball Direct, but these brand new Supreme tables, without them we can't have the wonderful Strachan 861 cloth and the Aramis Pro Cups. I've just made a substitution once again. And now, joining me to finish up, Mr. Greg Davis.
Good evening.
Turn it on, mate. Just push your button up.
Good evening.
This has been a very entertaining match, Greg, to say the least.
I've not seen any of it, I'm not going to lie.
Myself and Morgan have we've not really called many shots correct, but it's been...
That suits me then.
It's been so entertaining. Both of the guys have played some great stuff, some mad stuff, but it's made a good watch.
Yeah, well, sometimes that's what you need.
It's good for the viewer.
Absolutely. It's a little bit of a messy table.
It's probably the first time, Greg, that it's ended up this way, because they've been breaking quite well. It's just been the patterns and the choice of shot, and then it's ended up becoming a bit exciting.
Yeah.
I have to say, Evan is pretty aggressive.
Very entertaining then. Yeah.
Dave's the same. He's turned up with 4 Qs. He's got 4 Qs sitting at his chair.
That's usually a little bit less than what he...
yeah, I know, that's what I said.
Got about 7.
He's got a golf bag full of...
A very unique player, is Dagnall.
Yeah, I think he's going to be probably the first player that uses a different cue for every shot.
Yeah, I noticed he has like a 7mm tip for when he's bridging over balls.
Yeah.
Which is really strange. Obviously it makes sense, but why not just use the cue that you play with?
No, I know.
But it's whatever works for you, I suppose.
There was a shot, he told me that he likes to play with a smaller tip when he's having to play the kind of running side shot down the cushion, and he had one earlier but he didn't change, and I was expecting him at that moment. I thought, yes, this is it, he's going to change cues, but he just kept going with what he was using.
I don't know if he wanted that to drop. Is this a cue swap? Has he just swapped his cue?
He just walked over, didn't he?
Yeah. How many cues he got stood up there?
I think he's got 4 or 5.
It's not normal, is it? But each their own.
No, that's it. And if it suits him for whatever shots he's going to play. But I wonder if it's one of them.
Shot. I think he's good here.
Like maybe
it's all about getting on the one close to the cue ball now.
Yeah.
Which obviously is probably easiest in the right middle. But then it's getting an angle to get on the one furthest to the right cushion.
Yeah, he's still got a bit of work to be done here.
I don't know if he can nip it and hold it before the yellow. It's hard to tell.
That would make life a bit easier if he can't.
Oh, it was good, yeah.
Oh, that's a good shot. Can take it long now if he wants.
Yeah, he's on it pretty well. And then he could go right middle for the last ball. It's probably the ideal route.
Yeah, I think he's perfect here. Yeah, tiny angle, so he's going to come slightly wider, but as you say, as long as he's above. Oh, that's alright.
He's good.
Yeah, it's alright.
Might be a little bit close to the rail, but it's just dropping the last red in, so it should be good. Took these out really well.
He's played some good stuff. As I say, it has been a little bit crazy at times, but it's been a good watch. I would take that every day over basic fudging or just the perfect pattern every single time. But I think that's what makes Dave quite exciting. And I know Evan Parry Williams from what Morgan told me. I don't know a lot about Evan, but he says he's really attacking. We hadn't even started the game yet. Next thing he was like, do. It was just
he can really play. I've not seen a lot of him, to be fair, but what I have seen of him, he can play. Obviously, I know Dave quite well. He's Dave at his best is scary, really, and he's so fast when he's playing well and flowing.
Yeah.
And not a lot of players play that way, actually. Everyone's quite methodical, but Dave's so quick when he's flowing, but very dangerous. Like, very capable of winning a pro event. And again, give me a pro that isn't capable of winning one.
That's a good point, because then you look at this. Jake Dillon-Newlove is 6'2" in front of Gareth Hibbert. 6'2" up, Mark Boyle 6'2" on Eddie Roberts. Eddie just plays out his skin, beating Gio, and then for his troubles he gets Mark Boyle.
We're at that point in pool, aren't we, where there could be 6'2" either way and you're not surprised.
I said Johnny McDermott and Greg, they were saying earlier about, I'm not coming here and getting beat like 7 and 8-0 or 8-0 every time, and I'm like, but you don't get it. Even if you did, you're playing against the best players. That's the nature of this game.
Yeah.
The level you're playing at, if you get beat 8-0, you get beat 8-0.
I've been on both sides.
Exactly. And you're not surprised. It's not to say, listen, it can happen. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's not a surprise if I'm Mark Boyle. Like, you beat Mark 8-0.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Do you know what I mean? And that's. I remember Mark was walking out after it, and I think I'd just come out the commentary box as he was walking out there, because you were on the outer stream table, weren't you?
Yeah.
And it was flicking
back.
back.
Stream, that one.
And it was flicking back and forward. Then I mind to say to him, "How did it go?" And he went, "He was just brilliant." It was as simple as that. And
yeah, he was very gracious in defeat from that one, actually. But he had 4 dry breaks, and I just got all the chances, really. I think I was in first every frame. I think I had 6 finishes, and I won 2 scrappy ones. So I don't know. It's just sometimes how it goes, isn't it?
No, that's.
He could have beat me 8-0.
Greg, I've said it for years. So. You're only a few dry breaks away from being absolutely destroyed, but it's the same the other way. You know that as good as anyone.
The only thing I think is that obviously your sort of top 10 players will do that more consistently than, say, the likes of myself and probably these 2 players watching now. But that's just years of experience, I think, more than anything to do with ability. I think it's all upstairs for me. But I think you develop it over years. It wasn't just like that at 18, 19, 20 years old. So
yeah, just walked into the top of the game and dominate. No, that doesn't happen that way. And I'm looking at, it was a couple of years ago, Lee Shepherd was in earlier with me, and we were talking about the kind of guys that came through in the years of yourself, him, Rob Wilson. There was a right group of them, and there's a
That was
bunch
a
of
strong
you.
year, amateur,
Yeah,
yeah.
and the group of you, or the majority anyway, in the pro ranks. To me, especially, and I think most other people looking. That's although I was playing that year, and I didn't think it, and it doesn't really bother me who I play. I've never been that guy, but to a lot of people, these are known now as pretty solid pros. It's not like it's that was the guys that went through a couple of years ago. They've still got a way to go. It's not like that. You're just the pros.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And there's Greg McMillan and Johnny McDermott were talking to me, and they were kind of struggling with how it's went this year. And I'm thinking, just learn from it. It's all experience to everybody else. And I mentioned you guys. I says when they came through, I went into the pro ranks. I said, do you think of them as rookies now? I says, but do you think that they're all 10 times better? Do you think Boyle's 10 times better? I went, they're not ability wise. It's exactly. But some people learn from it, Greg, and some people kind of sink under the pressure. Do you know what I mean? So
that's strange. I probably had a really good year last year, but this year I've really struggled, and I don't know what it is. I think the standards jumped up a little bit, but I don't think it has a lot to do with how it's gone.
No, sometimes it's just the nature of the game. That's that.
Yeah, exactly. The top players would have had poor seasons at times.
There's definitely
how you come back in it.
Exactly, that's it. You
the year after.
You know yourself how good you can be. Probably the difference between yourself, Lee and Rob that I just mentioned there, and a few others, is just getting back to the. Well, no, for you guys. Rob obviously was a pro years ago, and he's obviously won events before.
Rob Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, superb player.
Unbelievable, but it's just developing that consistency, and maybe I've seen Gareth beaten and even Dunster at times, and these guys, and even though it probably hurts them, it doesn't seem to affect them.
Yeah.
Whereas I've seen some other pros, maybe over the last wee while, if they take a bad beat in the pro ranks, they go and play their open match the next day against an amateur, and then they lose that as well, and their head's gone. They've just, certain things have affected them in a way that you just don't see.
Yeah.
These guys, and I think that just comes with experience.
Yeah, I agree. That's a very Dave Adamo shot.
Yeah.
Have you seen one?
I mean, I'm thinking he could just slide it in and flick past the red and take their yellow to the middle, but I mean,
that wouldn't have been a problem. No. Because he's actually probably in a worse position than where he would have been there for just rolling it in.
Yeah.
But you can see what he tried to do.
He's still chasing it a bit here.
I wonder if he can just miss the middle pocket and come across. He's also got a double on.
Yeah.
But I don't think he needs to play the double.
Are you playing to go slightly high so you've got the yellow at the bottom first?
I think so. Ooh.
He's only up.
Brand new cloths, getting a few soft bounces. Definitely noticed that in my games. It cost me a couple of frames.
Yeah. And the thing is, Greg, you know yourself, you can only play the shot the way you play the shot. You can't say, right, I think this is going to bounce that way, or I think it might. You can't guess. You've just got to go and play it, and then.
The 861 on my table's about 5 weeks old as well, so it's not quite playing like these.
I can help you with that.
Get it recloth.
No. Talk to you off air.
Off air, yeah.
Oh, this is thin. Loads of side.
Oh. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah. He's ended up catching it far too thin. But it's kind of been the way this match has went. They just seem to keep kind of giving each other a chance to stay in the match. Or
Yeah, because he could have pulled away 6-3.
Yeah. All of a sudden it's a big gap.
Close again. One of the most unnecessary shots in pool, but he might have just put the yellow on the rail here. He hasn't. Sometimes people do that.
Yeah, just because they can.
Yeah.
You actually see it at the league kind of stuff. I don't know what it's like in your area, but there'll be people that when they get a foul, they lift the cue ball just because they can, and you think you were already where you want it to be, and you think before you know it they've killed 3 balls in 1 shot, and you're thinking, why did you know? But
yeah. 9 shot, carry on.
Yeah, got there. Five frames to 4. Evan Parry Williams to break, and he's gone in off, and all of a sudden, I mean, if it's not for Dave's mistake in the last frame, when this happens, I find this happens quite a lot though. There's these kind of ebbs and flows on the break, whether you make a mistake or your opponent does, something always seems to, but that doesn't usually happen. You usually get punished twice. Dave's been allowed back in.
I definitely noticed that since stepping up to the pros, is one mistake more than likely cost you 2 frames.
Yeah.
Because they always break dish the frame after, or you dry break and they dish.
Mark Boyle has beaten Eddie Roberts 8 frames to 2.
It's a good result.
Eddie played well against Gio, really well, deserved his win. Gio wouldn't go away.
Was that an 8-7?
8-7, yeah. Eddie, I think he was 6-4 and he made a couple of mistakes, and then he was 7-5. Gio's took 2 good finishes, but there was probably that moment in between where Eddie might have kicked on, but Gio was just kept calm, kept breaking, taking his finishes, and ended up, I think there was maybe 3 or 4 breaking dishes to end the match, so it's a good standard. In fact, it was exactly that. Reverse dish, breaking dish for Gio, and then breaking dish from Eddie to win it.
And that should be a cracker on table 19. Dan Davey, Luke Sanchez.
Yeah.
Is that one of the stream tables?
Table 19. No.
No.
Oh, no. That might be.
Or is it 10 and 11 that's stream tables?
I was looking for the...
That'll be 10 and 11.
I think Jake Newlove must have beat Gareth Hibbett because it's disappeared off our scores. Has he got an angle here?
I think you could just bring it back off the rail. Should be no problems here if the black goes, which I think it does. Do we know what game's on after this one?
Well, this is us for tonight. This is the final match, yeah. Well, the final match on the main stream, but let's see if we can get the outer stream one just now. And it is, there's nobody on it right now at all. This is the last match on stream. Yeah, the last match on the other stream was Jake Dillon Newlove at 182 against Gareth Hibbett.
Very good result. Jake's playing some good stuff at the minute.
Yeah, so every other match is all on now, so that's that. A good finish from Dave. They took that reasonably well. Listen, don't want to do him a disservice because some of the finishes Dave's took tonight has been a little bit unorthodox, but that was probably pattern perfect there.
Yeah, he took them really well. Lovely pattern. Unorthodox is probably Dave's style, actually.
Yeah, to be fair.
So that was a very unorthodox Dave there.
Very unlike
unorthodox Dave. From his natural self. Adam Davies 1 frame away on the hill.
Yeah, he's at the table right now. I can see him. I think he's on reds. Dave Dagnall 6-4 in front. Big break off. Maybe a chance to get on the hill. That cue ball was dying to go down the hole there.
It was.
Both sets look good. I was going to say reds there, but yellows aren't bad.
Yeah, I think yellow's slightly better.
Yeah. I think the red in the bottom cushion probably makes your mind up.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm just going to kill one of these. Just kill the reds and then go yellows.
Yeah, I don't mind that. That's more of a bad injury than killing the red, that one.
Yeah, I know. He could have done a better job of that.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Shouldn't be any problems here.
Oh, as you say, that was more like a twisted ankle there rather than... If he's still on that, if that cuts back, he's got a little slice of fortune.
It's a great shot.
What
it's
a
good
pot.
recovery. He's got to find another one. He's playing very fast. Straight down. He's hungry for this frame.
Yeah, he's not messing about.
No. Still got quite a bit of work to do for me.
Yeah, it was just a loose shot on it at the very start. I think if he gets the two reds a bit more dead and then better angle on the yellow to get out, but
he might have to play for the plant here.
Yeah.
Or maybe a double through the gap, whichever he prefers.
Maybe screw this back a bit. No, he's pushed through, so this... Oh, he's got the gap.
Can he cut the first one in?
Yeah, I think he's got the gap. Both of them in the same middle pocket.
Yeah. Black in the opposite middle.
I think this is the first time he's went round and looked to see if something goes somewhere else. He's just lightning fast, brilliant stuff.
And we're within one again. Back and forth this match.
Yeah, and it's having to break next, but...
I think it's going to the wire.
I think it's got to. It's every single frame's been very, very similar. There's been... I mean, I don't want to call it some mad stuff, but that was a bit of a mad finish in the end, and he ended up...
Yeah.
He made it look easy.
A bit of an Dagnall finish, really.
Exactly.
There's the producer, look.
The producer.
His luggage didn't come over on the flight, so I've had to borrow my clothes. But it is what it is.
I know there's obviously... So, I gave Ryan England a glove. Ryan Hopkinson's got my cue.
Yeah.
You're dishing out clothes, but...
Have you got anything left?
What a nightmare, but innit?
I know.
Get a flight over for...
Dry.
To be fair, Ryan did say, I would rather lose my clothes than have my QC, because I could nick down to any shop and just get a couple of bits and bobs to do me for the weekend rather than...
Yeah. Very worst case. You can't just go and buy a cue, can you?
No, exactly.
It's like your left hand or your right hand.
Well, he was standing and he's like, everyone's offered, but they're all in the tournament. And I said, you can have mine. He's like, but what are you going to use? I went, I'm not playing.
You're not playing this weekend, no?
There's nobody else to do all the stuff I'm doing, so I spoke to the guys about it, and we came to the decision that I would just... So I obviously came over and played all the stuff leading up to this and had some fun, but... So... he's got my cue and...
Had some fun and won as well.
I know.
Yeah. So you've got one awkward red on the right hand rail. And I don't know if the yellow's just in the way to get it out now.
Can he screw into it? Right now?
Off this one? Yeah, maybe that's his thinking. Just a double go. Don't think the double goes. He played that very soft.
Yeah.
I thought he would have done more of a stunny screw, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, but I thought that's what he was going to play because he looked like he was winding up.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, oh, he's quick here, and then it was really, really soft. So
I wonder if he'll play. I don't think the double goes, but the treble might go.
Yeah.
And I think it's a lot to ask to get into it from this shot. The soft rails. That's a great shot.
Oh, he's robbed.
And in the end, he might have to play the treble anyway.
Yeah, I think he's treble kissed that there. That was
very harsh.
Yeah.
But he played that really well. Are you going treble?
I think he's got to, but
He's getting on the red.
Yeah. He's got to get to.
That's so good.
Oh, wow.
So good.
What a shot, Dave Dagnall. Thank you, my friend. That is a highlight reel moment.
It is. But he's still got a little bit of work to do. And if we can check it and hold it off 2 rails.
This is one of them I think to myself, don't get greedy.
Exactly.
Just get it in and just make sure you've got yourself a shot. So he's so desperate to hold there.
Yeah. So he's played it dead weight, but I didn't know if he could have played the same shot a bit harder with a lot of check side,
Yeah.
which would have made the pot a little bit easier.
I think he could have. I honestly think he could have played exactly the shot you're saying there, because the brand new cloth and balls, it just seems that extra side, loads of check side, but they just killed it off the cushion.
A lot
and
easier to do.
Yeah, and he's getting to cue the pot a lot better with a bit more pace. And
Obviously, if you've got 19 cues, sometimes it's difficult to judge the side on each one.
that's one of them. He made his mind up. He wanted it into the right middle, and that's fine. But to me, even if he goes another 6 inches high, you fancy him to cut it back to the bottom or cut it back to the middle.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You just make sure you get a shot.
That's a nice shot. I'd like to think he's going to one over the middle and stunning over.
Yeah, surely.
Because the new cloths grab really well. It's just...
So he's leaving it to last over there. That's fine, but he just wants to get to the side cushion. Good shot. I'd like a tiny bit more angle, but it's alright. Oh.
I think he could have floated that in.
That to me, and I keep using this term, I think he was being greedy there. Just, he's landed a bit straighter than he might have liked, so you can see where the cue balls ended up. Just pot the ball.
Yeah. And he could have been where the yellow is now.
Yeah.
He could have been just below it and off the rail a little bit, just dropping it in. So
that's the...
Nice positional shot.
If you're at the table and I miss and I leave you where the yellow is for that 8 ball, you're flying off your seat.
Yeah.
Delighted. I'll take that. But it seems like when you're at the table yourself, it's like, I'll just get a bit closer, I'll just try and get a little bit, and you end up kind of causing yourself problems that you don't have to.
Yeah. Sometimes a score can dictate what you do with the cue ball in that sort of situation.
It's funny, over the last while I've started to get into the habit. Obviously I'm watching Hibbett and Farnsworth and Boyle and Dunstop all the time, and you're doing this, and I now get into the habit of saying, would Mark or Liam or Gareth, would they have played that? But no, they would have just kept it nice and simple, floated it in off the cushion slightly, and
it's a good way of describing the top players. They're never ever greedy, and Dunster's the best example for me.
Yeah.
He always takes no risks with his cue ball. Like, he'll play down the line of a ball every single time, you'll notice. He's very unpopular opinion, but he's probably my favourite player to watch on the planet. Liam Dunster.
Rob Wilson said on the boat coming over, obviously Jake said it as well, right enough. He says they were talking. They were talking about who's the best player in the world with their hand on the table, and I was kind of like, I don't know what you mean. He says, let's take the break out of the game, let's take all the elements of luck, no matter what position the balls are in. He said, hand on table for me. Both of them agreed Liam Dunster's the best in the world.
Yeah.
And they also said if there was ever a race to 100, they said they don't think anybody could beat him. They went, even though a race to 25, race to 30, there's loads of people that probably, Tom and Boyle and all these different guys, he says, but I think over that distance, they don't think anybody could get near him. And I was sitting there kind of going, I've never thought about these things, but it was hard to argue.
Yeah, I can't see anybody touching him over that distance. Even, I don't know why he doesn't play money matches. Maybe he's just not interested.
No,
but I don't think who's going to want to play him.
I know. He's not going to get many easy games, is he? It's like if
I would have played with 10 starts. So.
No. If Liam's going to play for money, he's going to have to play the very best because, well, nobody else is playing him unless they get a big start, and even at that, you would never be favourite.
But it would definitely bring a lot of viewers in.
Oh, he played. I mean, I know he does have long races. So Liam, when he's practicing, yeah.
Does Gio play?
Yeah,
I've heard that.
They had
times a week maybe.
They go and play races to 50, and then, but say you go. By the way, Liam, I'm going to be in Scotland for a couple of weeks or whatever it is. If you want to have a game, he'll say, yeah, come to my place. No phones, no distractions, and it's like, and he wants to play, and he will play exactly like he plays on the. There's no respite from him. It's like it's just he just creates that habit, and it's insane.
Yeah.
But then
is ultimate discipline, which is basically the only word that probably sums him up.
Yeah.
I think, is discipline. Everything is always the same. It's. I think anyone that loves Paul could just idolise him because he's that good at what he does.
Oh, what a shot. I've said it a million times. If you're a purist and you enjoy this game and you've got a problem with a guy as good as that, you're the one with the issues.
Oh, yeah.
I love watching, and it's not, I said to him at the last event, he played a couple of shots that were kind of little flare shots, played a ball off 2 balls, opened up the bags, and I said to him, all these people that say you're boring, mate, when you're out there showing us your imagination, and he went, oh Stevie, my imagination's running wild. And it was kind of like, but just that kind of dry sense of humour, but he has got it. He just doesn't get enough credit for it because the way he plays the game. But to me, he's just an absolute.
It's not boring for me because it's so outside the box, some of the stuff he thinks of and comes up with. Nobody ever plays anything like him.
No.
That's why it's not boring. I think even players like Boyle and Farnsworth will admit that themselves about how good his game is.
I was Jamie Burnett came in and had a chat with me at one of the events in Scotland, and I said to him, so if you could build the perfect player, different attributes, what would you do? Well done, Dave Dagnall. And he said, well, no point in adding on and everyone else, I'll just have Liam. And that was it. It was just straight to the point. And
if
I went,
you want to be really picky, maybe someone else's break.
Yeah, that's it.
His cut break's not too bad, is it?
No, exactly. Well, Greg, thank you very much for coming in and helping me out, mate. I hope you'll join me at some point this weekend. But cheers to Greg,
because I think the pool days are running short. So
cheers, mate.
No
Guys, we'll be back in a couple of minutes with myself and Dave. I don't know.
We are back, and I am delighted to be joined by the guy that opened the show with me, and he's here at the very end. Isle of Man's own 50Q celebrity, Dave Dagnall. Dave, did you actually change cues in the middle of the match at some point? I'm sure I've seen that.
Yeah, I did. Not much. There's only like a couple of shots, but that was about it. So as you know, talking to you throughout the year, I've had a few problems with cues. Yeah. So, but that is a setup I did have actually. About 18 months ago, I had a playing cue, like 9.5mm tip, and I couldn't play cushion shots, so I actually had an 8mm tip for cushion shots. But that setup's gone now because unfortunately it broke on me. So I'm playing cue, so starting again,
starting from scratch. But listen, you played some good stuff there. There was some. That was it was easily the most entertaining match of the day. There was some mad stuff in the sense of losing the cue ball, so then having to find some bit of magic from somewhere and go into a ball or run round the cushions. And Evan played his part in it. We had moments for both of you, but it was a very entertaining match.
Yeah, it's I can imagine.
For the viewers anyway.
Yeah, I went through the ringer. I was struggling there, cause I played some good stuff, like you say, and then there was a few mistakes in there which I was a bit disappointed with. And I mean, there was a couple of frames where I missed the last colour, but I mean, I was concerned about the cue ball on both occasions. Like that last one, I missed into the. Trying to think which pocket it was.
Trying to drop the red on the bottom to go on the 8 ball.
And it looks a horrendous mess, but I was worried about how well these cloths grip. Is the cue ball going to go sideways and straight into the corner pocket? Right. So I was trying to pot it thin. And then a yellow and a frame or two before that. It's very similar. I should have just made sure the pot and what will be. So because you miss balls like that, you expect to lose the frame. And I managed to get away with a few there. Evan didn't play his best. He's a very good player, and
yeah, he is.
I feel I got away with one there.
Well, at the end of the day, sometimes you hear people, you don't get the luxury, right? In these pro ranks, there's not many times you get to play your way into a tournament. You hope sometimes you scrape through, or maybe you pull off some kind of magical performance, but the main thing is you get through and then you kind of dust off and you go again.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's. You mentioned that over about 2 rounds, but I feel that was like the match. I felt like I was going through their emotions in the match, and I felt like I was getting to the stage. I was getting more and more into it, and feel like I was starting to flow, and then something silly would happen, and it's like a little bit of a setback, and then you just hope things swing back in your way, And no, it was. Like I said, there was very much of a mixture, but then all my matches seem to be on the stream table, no matter what. So.
Well, Greg Davies, Morgan started the match with me. He left, Greg Davies came in. So we had a couple of substitutions in the commentary box. And there was
someone that substituted for me, please.
But there's one of the finishes you took, and it was so pattern perfect. And Greg said, that was actually quite unorthodox for Dave, because that's normally he's pulling off some kind of magic. And we were thinking about it, saying, but it was so perfect. But listen, there was moments, that shot you were talking about to get on the black from the angle we're looking at, it doesn't look like you're in danger of the pocket. And I mentioned it, I say, I hope he doesn't get greedy here, just pot the ball and try and wherever you land. But it's dead easy to say that when you're at the side. When you're on the table, every shot you play, you're trying to be as perfect as you possibly can, and that's.
Yeah, it's one of them shots. If I played it if you play it too hard or too soft, it can just go sideways. And I was just trying to pot it like that kind of soft but medium pace, and just to try and hold the cue ball. But I really wasn't sure if I could hold it, and then when you miss it, you think, well, I should have just potted it, because even if it went off, I'm going to lose the frame if we're going off, and if I miss the pot, I'm going to lose anyway. So I should have just made sure of the pot, but we're all guilty of it. So.
No, it happens more and more. That's one of the things that Renzi, as you know, he would always say, sometimes all you can do is pot the ball.
Yeah.
And that was probably one of the moments.
It was, and the same with the yellow, a frame or two before. I'd still have had a shot, I'd maybe not been where I wanted to be.
Yep.
Unless the cue ball went past the red. So I hit it really thin and it went past the red and snooked myself, but other than that I would have had a shot. So and I found as well a couple of occasions when I lost position and stuff, the table caught me out, and the come off the cushions for different pace, and the thing is, I know that as well, but sometimes you just got to remind yourself when you're playing the shot, right, remember you're on the stream table, take a moment to think about it and remind yourself of it, and it did cost me a few times, and I felt like the second half of the match, once I started to tell myself I need to remind myself of that, it felt a bit better.
Well, mate, it's a good win. It's the opening day. I mean, it's been a fantastic start here in the Isle of Man, the Comis Hotel. It's been buzzing here all day, and I know you've been kind of everywhere. You opened the show with me, you were in doing some comms, and then you get to end it. It's been a good day.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, and it's a great venue, and it's obviously the first time we've been here, and I think it's gone down really well with the players, and I certainly enjoyed it, and hope everyone has, And
yeah, everybody's been saying all day, I hope we're coming back here, and I says, well, it's on the schedule for next year, so I'm pretty sure we are. But you've got to close the show out tonight. You go again tomorrow. We're going to crown some champions. We're going to end the season with the world #1, and it's been some years so far, but we've still got a few more to go, a few more days to go before we get to the culmination of it. But it's been fantastic.
Exactly, and you go back to the very start, the World Championship of the year, Ben Davies and Michael Rhodes in that final.
Yeah, that was an absolute showpiece.
It was like the way they were playing was incredible. And that's what started the year off, and look what we've had since, all the events since, and some great matches, and it's incredible, really.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic, and I've been delighted to be joined by Dave today. Congratulations, and you're going to be in the next round tomorrow. Who knows, mate? You might be here lifting the trophy in your native Isle of Man. But a big thanks to Isle of Man, Visit Isle of Man, Steam Packet, all the supporters, Supreme, Strachan, Aramouth Pro Cups, 8 Ball Direct, Onboard Sportswear, all our sponsors throughout these events from the start of the year. But from me and Dave Dagnall, we will see you again tomorrow, guys. Good night.
This is our Isle. I'll rise.
Who you share 'em with.
I'll dive.
It's life. The point is enjoying who you share it with.
I'll breathe.
Joy is who you share it with.
I'll dream.
And the weeks,
I'll glide.
weekends, keep
I'll climb.
you spend the week. And in time,
This is our calm.
the time is who you spend.
This is our wild.
Joy is
This is our past. This is our welcome.
who you share it with.
This is our story. Shore and Chinya I.
Who you share it.
This is our biosphere. This is our ordinary.
Who you share it with.
And this is your extraordinary Isle.
When you travel to the Isle of Man with us, the action starts the moment you step on board. Get fueled up, arrive fresh, and raring to go. We take you there. Book now with steam-packet.com.